Hi, good morning. This is the joint hearing of Finance and Ways and Means. It's Monday, March 21st at 9 a.m. Thank you everyone for joining us. This is the informational briefing for Grant and Aid 2022. I am Rep Nishimoto and I will be joined by members of the Finance and Ways and Means Committee. Before we begin, I'll go over some of the rules for the informational briefing. There will be no questions asked during the briefing. Legislators who have questions will be contacting organizations directly. Applicants are not required to participate in the joint briefing, and all applications will be considered regardless of whether applicants participate. We will be admitting testifiers in groups of 20. Only one person from each applying organization will be allowed to brief the joint committee. Due to the number of applicants and applications received, each person will be allowed 2 minutes to present. This time will be strictly enforced. We will be breaking for the Senate and House floor sessions between 11 and 1:30 p.m. Okay, so let's get started. Is the first group in the... Okay, so I'll be calling out organization names. If I call out your organization name, please come forward and testify. Starting with 808 Cleanups. Access Surf Hawaii, Inc.
Hello.
Achieve Zero. Okay.
Sorry, when my name was called, am I supposed to start? I apologize.
Sorry, we can't hear you.
You cannot hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay.
I can't hear. Okay, now I can hear. Okay, sorry about that.
So I apologize. You said Access Surf Hawaii. Was that my cue to start?
Yes.
Okay, well, great. Thank you very much. And I just want to say thank you to all of you for your time today. I really appreciate this opportunity. My name is Kara, and I'm with Access Surf Hawaii. And we're a nonprofit that provides free programs for anyone with any disability to have access to the beach and ocean and water sports. And our programs are essential for the population that we serve because we provide health and well-being with physical exercise, access to outdoor recreation, but also one of the essential pieces of our programs is the emotional and mental well-being for the population that we serve, because we focus on social and community inclusion. 20% of the population in Hawaii is diagnosed with a disability, and the majority of that population is marginalized and excluded from social gatherings. Access Surf, we're very well known for overcoming barriers, both physical and social. And our programs, because of our programs, the nature of our programs, we require a lot of equipment and a lot of maintenance, but also a lot of volunteers. We cannot run our programs without our volunteer base. They are the core of what we do. During the pandemic, we were able to continue to serve our population with very modified programming, really small programs and virtual. But our regular programs have been on hold since March 2020 until recently. We run from 3 to 4 programs a month, and one of our regular programs is called Day at the Beach. And one Day at the Beach program can take from 100 to 150 volunteers. So when we were on hold during the pandemic time, we lost momentum with our core volunteer base, but also the gathering of new volunteers, which is beyond essential for our programs. So we are requesting for state GIA support to help us with resources to rebuild our volunteer base with recruitment, training, and of course, the essential retention of those volunteers. So that is what our application is for. And I just want to share that the benefits of our programs providing the empowerment with inclusion and awareness for people with disabilities go well beyond our program days. So I thank you very, very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Achieve Zero. Adult Friends for Youth.
Good morning. Can everybody hear
Morning.
me?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, my name is Lisa Tomashiro, and I'm the Director of Operations and Special Programs at Adult Friends for Youth. Thank you very much for your time, everyone. So over 35 years, AFY, we've been eliminating violence, bringing peace to schools and communities. And we currently are serving from the Kaimuki area all the way into the Makaha coast. We have three main programs that we are requesting funding for, which is our Mobile Assessment Center, our Mobile Education Center, and our Redirectional Therapy Counseling programs. And, as you all folks know, that everything has been exacerbated by COVID-19. Teens, mental health and emotional health needs to be addressed. We are already seeing the long-term effects and impacts on our youth. And for our population, we do serve the high-risk youth. And these youth are already engaged in some sort of violence or criminal activity. And so basically, we're trying to break the school to prison pipeline. We are also asking for CIP funding because we found that we have not closed during COVID because we knew our youth needed us more during this time. But spacing purposes, we need to be able to expand our services. Our office is too small to hold all programs. And if anything like that should happen again, it just limits the capacity and how we can serve our youth better. And so those are the fundings that we are asking for. It would just allow more footage, more safe spaces for our youth to be able to thrive. And through pushing academic achievement, we would be able to give them opportunities to enter mainstream and live better, successful lives. So thank you for your time and have a great day, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, African American Diversity Culture Center of Hawaii. After School All Stars Hawaii.
Aloha, my name is Paula Fitzel. I'm from After School All Stars Hawaii, and thank you for taking the time to consider our grant and aid application. After School All Stars provides free after school and summer programs at 11 middle and intermediate Title I schools on Oahu and Hawaii Island, serving on average 2,100 students each year, and that included during COVID. Every school day, students at Jarrett Middle School in Palolo, Ke'eliko'olani in downtown Honolulu, Kalakaua Middle in Kalihi, Washington Middle in Makiki, King Intermediate in Kaneohe, Waianae Intermediate, Nanakuli High and Intermediate, Waialua High and Intermediate, Pahoa High and Intermediate, Ke'au Middle, and Waiakea Intermediate received 3 hours of academic, enrichment, and sports activities free of charge. This provides students at each of these schools with over 620 additional hours of academic and structured enrichment and sports activities each school year. As has been well documented, the pandemic has caused a significant learning loss among our students. And for students who are socially and economically disadvantaged, COVID-19 exacerbated existing disparities in school performance. Standardized assessments indicate severe setbacks in academic progress, according to the Hawaii Department of Education, and proficiency rates have dropped in 3 core areas comparing 2021 to 2019. A recent Hawaii Department of Education survey showed a positive correlation between after-school participation and strong academic performance. In a survey of after-school programs serving 4,000 students, participants were more likely to meet or exceed proficiency in standardized testing for the 2021 school year. In addition, 64% of Hawaii school principals have identified after-school programs as the most important opportunity they need to address learning loss at their school. After School All Stars Hawaii's grant and aid application asks for just $160 for each student we serve to provide them with 1 school year of 3 hours daily after school programming and a 4-week summer program to address the educational setbacks Hawaii students continue to try to overcome. We want to thank you for your time and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Aina Design Corps. Alexander and Duke DeRego Foundation. Okay, Ina Design, please start. I think you're muted.
Can you hear?
Yep, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Joe Hagedorn. I'm the founder of Ina Design Corporation. Our mission is providing place-based digital services where whole treatment of land is an important reflection of the health of our islands. Our immediate goal is showcasing how regenerative farms throughout our islands can be structured to work cooperatively as a whole and balanced system using MOCU systems unique to our islands. It's our privilege to be part of this community of providers who take an active stake in solving problems unique in Hawaii. Based on the public's awareness and acceptance of legislative bills that relate to youth education and agriculture, we commit to creating opportunities through practical use cases for continued applied learning. In order to protect Hawaii's future interests and role as agricultural leaders, we need to protect our made in Hawaii makers and growers through actionable farm source verification. Kona Coffee and other place-based brands will need our support. Luckily, Hawaii students are clever and up to the task to learn alongside and perhaps lead their own communities. We look forward to working with all community service providers and will make it available a network platform to continue this type of discussion in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alexander and Duke DeRego Foundation. Aloha Harvest.
Aloha Harvest here.
Okay, go
Aloha
ahead.
Chair Nishimoto, Senator Keith Agaran, Representative Luke, members of the House Finance and Senate Ways and Means Committee. Good morning. My name is Phil Acosta. I'm the Executive Director of Aloha Harvest, the largest nonprofit organization in Hawaii dedicated to food rescue and sustainability. We collaborate with grocery stores, restaurants, local farmers, distributors, and various food establishments to rescue quality food to nourish and strengthen our community. And we provide these services 7 days a week, free of charge to our donors and recipients. We were founded over 22 years ago, and with the help of over 1,000 community partners, we have redistributed nearly 30 million pounds of food and have prevented that from going to our incinerator and landfill. At the height of the pandemic, we refocused our efforts and resources to step up and meet the needs, the food assistance needs of the community. The volume of food that we processed nearly tripled as we hosted over 200 community-based food distributions around the island, something that we've never done before. And that benefited over 50,000 households. And we expected things to normalize as we transitioned out of the initial surge of the pandemic, but it simply was not the case. In 2021, the amount of food we rescued actually increased. And now with supply chain disruptions, inflation, rising gas prices, and cost of rent and other essentials, food assistance continues to be at an all-time high. This GIA request is to sustain our operations, to provide critical services to the community, and also allow us to scale our operations, create new positions, and build capacity for a future food resilience hub to meet the continued needs of the community. Mahalo to everyone for your continued support and consideration of our grants and aid requests to serve the people of Hawaii in these unprecedented times of great need.
Thank you. Aloha House Inc. Aloha Ilio Rescue. Aloha Independent Living Hawaii.
Aloha, we're here.
Okay, go ahead.
Aloha and good morning. My name is Nicole Flowers, and I am the technical trainer of Aloha Independent Living Hawaii's Teleconnect program. We are a grassroots 501c3 nonprofit whose mission is to provide independent living programs and services for persons with disabilities in Hawaii. We are the only statewide independent living center, and we have been serving Hawaii's disability community since 2009. Our Teleconnect program addresses digital inequity in the disability community by providing devices and training to both individuals with disabilities and congregate facilities. Our main goal is to foster digital literacy. The program provides devices like iPads to people with disabilities, as well as assistive training for consumers and care providers. Each is tailored with adaptive and assistive technology with the goal of providing consumers with greater independence. The TeleConnect program also assists consumers in securing internet connectivity. This ensures not only greater access to healthcare through telehealth services, but also an increased quality of life through relief from social isolation. We believe the disability community stands to benefit greatly from the continuation of this program. Since our program's launch in September of 2020, utilizing CARES Act funding, the program has served 82 individuals throughout the state. Additionally, 2 facilities have also been served, reaching a total of 199 consumers benefiting from access to devices. We are requesting $425,000 to continue our program, building upon 18 months of success. With the increased funding, we will be able to continue our program and serve an extra 50 individuals and 8 additional facilities, bringing our total reach to over 500. We want to ensure that long-term care facilities across the state are capable of video calling. With strict and necessary lockdowns in place on facilities, it's important to connect them so no person in Hawaii passes away alone without the ability to call their family and friends. I'd like to thank the Finance and Ways and Means Committees for the opportunity to testify on behalf of our organization and our application. For more information on our collaboratives and partnerships, please read our full application under name Aloha Independent Living Hawaii. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Aloha Medical Mission, ALS Ohana of Hawaii, American National Red Cross, is American National Red Cross on? I'm told they're on by phone.
Aloha, this is Diane Peters-Wynn. I am the CEO of the American Red Cross here in Hawaii. We just want to say mahalo to the Senate WAM and the House Finance Committee for this opportunity to testify. So this is the first time we're coming in for funding. Our request is for $150,000 for a disaster preparedness and response program. So we serve some 75,000 people each year through all of our lines of service. And we're probably best known for our disaster service, where we respond about every 4 days to an emergency or a disaster. Most common is the home fires. During the pandemic, we've also been taking on additional duties and assisting in testing and vaccination clinics. And we also know that due to climate change, the intensity and frequency of natural disasters has been increasing. But volunteers carry out about 90% of our work. And during the pandemic, we saw the number of volunteers drastically fall. They weren't able to come and do in-person services. So we also saw that they were affected by the vaccine mandates that we have. So therefore, our focus of this grant in aid request is to increase our recruitment efforts, helping us recruit, train, and equip our volunteers statewide, especially on the neighbor islands. So we ask you for your consideration and support of this critical mission of the Hawaii Red Cross. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Arc of Hilo.
Aloha, my name is Robert Efford, the CEO of the Arc of Hilo, founded in 1954, one of Hawaii's oldest and first not-for-profit serving youth, adults, and seniors with disabilities. The Arc of Hilo really appreciates the committee's consideration of our grant request to renovate our adult day health bathrooms and changing areas to ADA standards. Prior to the pandemic, the center here at the Arc of Hilo served up to 65 adults and seniors with disabilities. With the pandemic, of course, that was closed for a period of time. We're thrilled that it's being reopened. However, as we serve more and more individuals on the go forward, we really need our multi-stall bathrooms, changing areas, and showers renovated. They haven't been renovated in 50 years since the building was built in the 70s. And we need them to be to ADA standards. So we include closed pictures with our grant request so that the committee could see the condition of the bathrooms. With the program reopening, we want to safely serve these individuals, both existing as well as new individuals in East Hawaii County. There are really 4 areas of need within the bathrooms. One is access and turning radius for wheelchair-bound participants. wall-mounted changing tables with electric adjustable lifts, non-slip floors, and new plumbing and lighting. So again, our goal is to serve existing individuals so that they can age in place here in the community, as well as serve new individuals that want to join this program in a safe, modern, and accessible setting. We really appreciate the committee's consideration and your support of the Adult Day Health Program here at the ARC of Hilo. Thank you.
Thank you. ARC of Maui County. Bali Hawaii. I think I see
Hello,
that here.
can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, go ahead.
Aloha, distinguished members of the House Finance and the Senate Ways and Means Committee. Mahalo nui for your time to take testimony for Bali Hawaii's capital grant request for fiscal 23. I'm Kimi Takazawa, Executive Director of Bali Hawaii. Bali Hawaii has a storied history in the state since 1976, and I'm sure that many of you are intimately familiar with our annual production of The Nutcracker at the Blaisdell Center, which I'm happy to say will be making a comeback in person again this year. Our two studios in Honolulu and West are some of the longest running dance schools in the state. Our mission is to produce, present, promote, and teach dance in Hawaii. We are so elated to report that last weekend, we opened our first presentation in over 2 years by bringing stars of American Ballet to a sold out crowd of 1,400 to the Hawaii Theater. Performing arts are back with a passion. We are slowly clawing our way out from the brink of demise. Like so many performing arts organizations, the global pandemic really hit us hard. However, during this period, it gave us time to reevaluate, strategize, and pivot in order to become the best community partner in Share Manao. And that is what our CIP is about. The objective of this proposal is to create a health and wellness oasis at our Bali Hawaii's 2 sites that sit within underserved communities, Dole Cannery and Waipahu. The capital grant would allow us to equip the space with integrated audio and video tech. The pandemic has shown us is a necessity. Addition of a 4-studio space for community access, and most importantly, creation of a black box theater to have an intimate performance space, which is an anomaly in the state. It'll give the community access to smaller pieces and also to workshop new works. Bali Hawaii supports the right for all to have accessibility to clean and safe environment for exercise. Through these capital improvements, I'm sure we can do so. Mahalo for your time and consideration, and Bali hopes to continue serving the community. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. BeHawaii.org. Best Buddies Hawaii LLC. Okay, that's the final organization from the first group of 20. Are the next group in? Okay, moving on to the next group of 20. Beyond Four Walls, Kona Inc.
Aloha. Oh, my camera we turned on.
Hi.
Aloha no kako. I'm Hali Aloha Yao. I'm representing Beyond Four Walls, Kona. The goal of our capital project is to promote healing and dignity to deceased military personnel and surviving veterans, especially of the Vietnam War. The first objective of our project is to build a Vietnam memorial to stand as a symbol for America's honor and recognition of men and women who served and sacrificed their lives in the Vietnam War. There are more than 58,000 men and women who gave their lives or remain missing. The memorial is dedicated to honor the courage, sacrifice, and devotion to duty and country of all who answered the call to serve during one of the most divisive wars in U.S. history. The second objective of our project is a formal blessing ceremony for dignitaries and the public following completion of the memorial. In terms of public purpose and need, the project will involve the commemoration of those who made the ultimate sacrifice in the Vietnam War and those who survived it. The capital project is intended to convey honor and respect where it is most deserved. In terms of the target population, those would be the citizens of the state of Hawaii, predominantly disabled American veterans and those who sacrificed their lives in the war. In terms of geographic coverage, the project is slated for a portion of county lands situated at the West Hawaii Veterans Cemetery, This is at 723245 Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway in Kailua, Kona. I was approached by the Disabled Americans to help them draft this proposal because they're looking for funding to build a memorial for veterans of West Hawaii. And this project is I think, straightforward and one we ask that the joint committees give careful consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Big Brothers Big Sisters Hawaii. Okay. Big Island Mediation Inc.
Aloha. Sorry.
Oh, okay, so sorry, we'll go to Big Brothers Big Sisters first.
Aloha, honorable members of the Joint Finance and Ways and Means Committees. My name is Dennis Brown, President CEO of Big Brothers Big Sisters Hawaii, an organization that's been around for 59 years now. Our one-to-one mentoring services match caring adults and supervised high school students with children who face serious trauma in their young lives. As research has revealed, the presence of at least one caring, responsible adult in the life of a child can make all the difference in that child's ability to succeed in life. The Big Brothers Big Sisters youth mentoring model is unique. Many youth mentoring organizations have mentoring components among their programs. But for Big Brothers Big Sisters, creating and supporting mentoring relationships is our main purpose. It's important to do one thing really well, so focus on youth mentoring. There's a continuum of youth services, and our place on that continuum is in the early stages. That's why we accept children from as young as 6 years old. That way we can focus on prevention. Our goals are to prevent children from making poor life choices that can inhibit their ability to succeed in life. And just as important, to help them develop the social emotional intelligence to be more confident, competent, and caring individuals. We see ourselves as defenders of potential, helping children succeed in school and life in order to reach their full individual potential. In these stressful times of the pandemic, world conflict, and the adverse impacts of climate change, having a special friend can help a child deal with social isolation in a way that encourages them to have hope for their futures. And more importantly, not to give up, as we unfortunately see with the prevalence of teen suicide. We focus on youth development through mentorship. It's that one special thing that we do that allows us to do it well. As we continue to expand our services in order to meet the growing need among families, grant and aid funds are a key component to helping us be able to serve more. There's a great demand now for most social services since the pandemic has disrupted all of our lives, and Big Brothers Big Sisters is certainly no exception to that. Mahalo for your time and consideration. We appreciate your work very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Big Island Mediation Inc.
Aloha, my name is Eric Paul, and I'm the Executive Director of West Hawaii Mediation Center. Our mission is simple. We help people resolve conflict, and we've been doing this since 1988. While most of you may know our work through the landlord-tenant mediations we've been working through via Act 57, I'm testifying today for your support in building out our restorative justice work for victim offender conferencing. West Hawaii Mediation Center is seeking funding to expand our restorative justice emphasis in the community, both in our engagement with local schools and the Office of the Prosecuting Attorney for restorative conferencing as an alternative to criminal charges and court proceedings. It works as a diversionary program that helps unclog an overflow of cases in the judicial system, thus aiding the courts. It gives voice to those who have been harmed, who may not have a chance to be heard. And it creates appropriate levels of accountability for both adult and youth about to be charged with a crime. This restorative justice practice aims to make things right, to make things pono. A few years ago, a recommendation from the task force implemented to look at necessary action steps for prison reform in Hawaii suggested an increase in programs that centered restorative justice in the state. The last 2 years, this work has seen amazing success on the Big Island. 86 cases have been completed, 40% of which are juvenile cases. 99% of those who participated fulfilled their restitution agreements and have not reoffended, compared to a recidivism rate of 63%. The Restorative Justice Program Manager on the Big Island says that growing this partnership with the prosecutor's office would double the amount of cases our county could hold. Mahalo for your time and potential support. Aloha.
Thank you. Big Island Resource Development Council. Big Island Substance Abuse Council.
Oh, Kalamai. Sorry, my name is Cheyenne. I'm with the Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance. Was that with the Big Island Resource Conservation and Development Council?
Well, Big Island Resource and Development Council, correct. Are you here for them?
Just for our project.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Aloha Kakahiaka. My name is Cheyenne Hiapo Perry. I'm the coordinator for the Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance. We are one of the projects of the Big Island Resource and Conservation and Development Council. We're also a member of the Hawaii Association of Watershed Partnerships and based out of Hilo, Hawaii. Our request is for 85,000. And as I've seen from most of the presentations here, a lot of it has to do with COVID-19 and the stress kind of caused to our operational capacity from operations in the past 2 years. So our proposal, what we're looking to do is employ 3 Kama'aina people in Hilo that were affected by COVID-19 as workforce development, provide them with networking, mentoring, and training in conservation work. Along with that, they will accomplish watershed management goals, which includes restoration, planting native trees on Mauna Kea, and protection of native forests. And we're also hoping to purchase a field vehicle with those funds. That's probably the thing that's affecting us most right now. We have 4 field vehicles. We are currently operating with just 1. 3 of them are in for repairs. The funding is a multiplier, so as multiple will aid in several different things, with including that workforce development as well as the work done. Some of our work sites include the Waipahoehoe Management Unit at the headwaters of the Wailuku River that is affected by rapid ohia death. And so we're looking at how healthy forests are resistant to rapid ohia death, as well as the Kanaka-Leonui Bird Corridor, which is a habitat connectivity project that connects forests between 6,000 and 8,000 foot elevation so that native birds can move up the corridor like a ladder to the higher elevation forests. To escape the mosquito line that has been increasing with climate warming. Yeah, and so mahalo for your time. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Aloha.
Big Island Substance Abuse Council.
Aloha kako and mahalo. My name is Dr. Hannah Preston Pizza, and I'm the CEO of the Big Island Substance Abuse Council. We are an innovative behavioral health care provider dedicated to improving the lives of individuals that we serve. We have been in operation for over 58 years, and our mission is to inspire individuals to reclaim and enrich their lives by utilizing innovative resources and harnessing the strengths within each person. BISAC has made it their mission to address substance use and addiction in our community. I want you all to take a moment and think about a time in your life when either you, a loved one, a friend, a family member, or even your child has been impacted by addiction. It is unfortunate, and at some point in our lives, maybe it's now, that we have been impacted by substance use. Addiction doesn't discriminate. The sad thing is that it isn't getting any better. In the amount of time that I stand here and speak with you today, someone has died from an opioid overdose. During the period of April 2020 to April 2021, there has been an increase of 28.5% in overdoses. On our island, Hawaii County alone, there has been an increase of 200% in overdose deaths. This number is alarming. With our request for aid, BISAC is respectfully seeking to build 25 micro units to house between 75 and 100 individuals that will provide immediate residential treatment for individuals seeking higher level of care. COVID has added another layer of concern for an increase in biopsychosocial issues that will again impact healthcare disparities, increase needs, increase gaps in services, and strain our already lacking resources. These units will help BISAC build capacity, provide a continuum of behavioral healthcare services that many will benefit from, and especially address some of the unique challenges we face on our island. It'll address the needs of our island's drug abuse epidemic and its residual effects, decrease the barriers between behavioral and mental health care, reduce the stigma and burden, reduce the wait list and exhausting wait list, allowing same-day visits and care coordination, focus on those that pose a higher risk due to living in rural and underserved areas, and provide an increase in bed space. I am very grateful to be here, and I am wanting to ask for your support in providing BISAC with GIA funds. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Bike Share Hawaii. Binhi at Ani.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Alfredo Evangelista, and I'm representing Biniat Ani, which holds the Filipino Community Center here on Maui in Kahului. And Biniat Ani began back in 1985, basically starting with its scholarship programs, and was finally able to get its building set up and opened in 2005, which makes it 17 years old. And we haven't come to the state for any funding. What we're asking for is for monetary assistance to basically improve our air conditioning system. The building was designed without any air conditioning, and what the little money we had left over, we're able to put in some air conditioning, but it was of the residential grade. So that's not really working, especially when we're at full capacity of 400 people. And also we're starting to reopen now after the pandemic. We're opening our summer programs for youth and elderly. And so it's very difficult in hot Kahului town to have all these people in there when it's pure hot. I mean, the other day we had a high of 88 in Kahului, Wailuku. And so I'm sure all of you appreciate that. We hope that you'll consider our request for our air conditioning as well as the other requests. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Blood Bank of Hawaii.
Aloha, Senate and House members. We appreciate your time today and the opportunity to share with you the importance of our GIA request. I'd like to highlight a few important points. First, every 2 seconds, someone in Hawaii needs blood for a life-saving treatment or emergency care. Blood Bank of Hawaii is the state's sole provider of a safe and reliable blood supply, serving all 18 hospitals and all neighbor islands. Blood Bank of Hawaii serves a unique and irreplaceable role in preserving Hawaii's public health. Second, Blood Bank of Hawaii is one of only 2 blood centers in the nation still using outdated blood processing and storage equipment. Our current facility cannot be retrofitted to accommodate this technology, and therefore we must construct a new facility that includes walk-in refrigerators and ultra-low freezers to process and store blood and biologics over a wide range of temperatures for up to 10 years. This is especially crucial given the critical blood shortage facing our state. In addition, state-of-the-art sterilization of blood against viruses such as dengue and other emerging pathogens that threaten our community cannot be accommodated at the current facility. Lastly, many people may not realize that Blood Bank of Hawaii holds the nation's largest repository for rare blood found primarily among Pacific Islanders, Japanese, and other Asian ethnicities. So today we're asking for your support to complete construction of a new 18,000 square foot headquarters and FDA BioSafe Level 2 facility designed to ensure blood is available to patients on all islands when needed to allow providers to perform advanced medical treatment here in Hawaii. Our project is shovel ready. We anticipate construction to begin in early 2023 and complete by the end of 2024. Thank you again for your strong past support of Blood Bank of Hawaii. We couldn't do this without you.
Okay, thank you, Bobby Benson Center. Okay, Boys and Girls Club of the Big Island. Boys and Girls Club of Maui, Boys and Girls Club of Hawaii,
Good morning, Chair Dela Cruz and members of the House Finance Committee and the Senate Ways and Means Committee. My name is Patty Kauhani. I am the CEO of Boys and Girls Clubs of Hawaii, providing critical out-of-school time services to youth on the islands of Oahu and Kauai. Our application for GIA operational funding is to support the purchase and installation of a critical integrated management information system called My Club Hub, which will improve safety, communications, data collection, operational procedures, and training at all of our 10 clubhouses and teen centers on the 2 islands. My Club Hub will integrate the multiple data collection processes we currently have in place and bring them together into one consolidated data warehouse. It will increase youth safety as we will be able to track not only when our youth members enter and leave the clubhouses, but also as they move within programs each day. Safety will increase as My Club Hub tracks staff and volunteer training, fire and safety drills, facility and vehicle incidents, compliance of policies, and youth and family needs through outreach, assessments, and surveys, bringing them together into one accessible online portal. Because My Club Hub is cloud-based, it will also improve communications between our clubhouses and admin office, as well as create a direct communication conduit with our parents, guardians, volunteers, and community partners. The IMIS will support our entire organization on 2 islands, will provide long-lasting system improvements for years to come, and will allow us to function more efficiently, grow capacity, and serve more people. BGCH serves 15,000 youth each year, which equates to an investment of $10 per youth in this $150,000 request to the state. Mahalo nui for your consideration.
Sorry. Thank you. Brandon Schultz.
Yep. Hello.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Brendan Schultz. I was born and raised in Hawaii, and I run an organization named United by Love, which implements interethnic youth development programming in Southeastern Europe, particularly Albania, Macedonia, and Kosovo. The idea behind our GIA request is that we want to implement a program called Kiki Catalyst, which would bring a program model that has been successful on the other side of the world back to Hawaii to promote intergroup and interethnic understanding, as well as youth civic engagement on the island of Oahu. Youth civic engagement and intergroup understanding are 2 issues that our community struggles with. We have the lowest youth voter participation rates in the nation, and we have unreconciled events in our history, most notably the overthrow of the Kingdom of Hawaii, as well as discrimination against Japanese Americans during World War II, which create long-lasting tensions today. The program that we would like to implement has 2 phases. There's a non-residential summer camp where participants take part in civic education, community leadership training, and restorative practice workshops, as well as a community action project that takes place over the fall and winter, in which each participant is provided a micro grant to implement a project in their local community that involves 25 other young people and relates to one of the themes of the program. To implement this program, we're asking for a GIA request of $160,000, which we see as a reasonable amount to have a program with 40 primary participants and 1,000 secondary participants over the next year. If you're a representative or senator on Oahu, I have reached out to your office to request a meeting, and I will be reaching back out to your offices after today to discuss the program in more depth and explain our curriculum and how the program is so impactful on the lives of young people who take part in it. Thank you very much for your time, and I wish you a pleasant day.
Okay, thank you. Castle Medical Center.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I'll take this off. Smooth. I'm so excited to be done with the Zoom meetings. So I'm grateful that this will be open. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I was hearing an echo early, so I apologize for my tech skills. I'm grateful for the opportunity to see you all in person again. Mahalo to this honorable committee. I am Annie Valentine, and I am grateful for the opportunity to testify on the behalf of Castle Medical Center. We are humbly asking for $700,000 in support of the Kailua Primary Care Expansion Project. This project will increase access to primary care and is part of our greater strategy around primary care, and is in concert with our urgent care services. The Hawaii Physician Workforce Crisis Task Force report to the legislator reported that the greatest area of statewide physician shortage is primary care, with 163 FTEs needed in total across the islands. This study indicates that our physicians are older and there's going to be a wave of retirement. This proposal is to renovate the floor of Kailua Professional Building, staffing the space with 9 primary care providers. The new clinic will have the capacity to serve 20 to 30 patients per provider and about 20,000 people in the first year. Again, this is part of a greater strategy of opening primary care from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. so that working families can visit a provider 6 days a week. We're finding that 55% of the people coming through our urgent care clinics do not have a primary care physician. What we've learned during this time, during COVID-19, is that it's important to address comorbidities on an early onset and stay safe, stay healthy. Castle Medical Center has invested in the safety of our community, and now we need your help investing in the strategy of prevention of behavioral health, preventative services, and more. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Aloha.
Thank you. Catholic Charities Hawaii. Okay, Seeds of Peace.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jen Masutani, presenting on behalf of Seeds of Peace. We are requesting funding to support the growth and implementation of full-service community schools in Hawaii. Community schools are innovative, thriving hubs of learning in which partnerships and collaboration create a'oaku a'omai, reciprocal relationships between learners and place, content and context, and schools and communities. Community schools intentionally connect schools, Aina, Indigenous, and contemporary knowledge, and ensure that learners belong to a healthy, thriving community. Currently, we know of 8 community schools across the state, with many more schools interested in implementing elements of the strategy. Momentum and the demand for community schools is growing because people see this strategy as a way to meet the needs of the whole child while leveraging the strengths of our families and communities, so our schools don't have to do this work alone. To support the growth and quality and implementation of community schools, our plan is to establish a state coalition that will unite community partners, state agencies, schools, and others around 3 key areas of work. 1, capacity building, helping schools implement the strategy and sharing resources to improve quality. 2, communications, creating unified messaging and communications to build awareness of the impact of community schools. And 3, building partnerships, bringing together partners to support schools and meaningfully engage different stakeholders. Through the work of the coalition, we expect to see thriving learners, educators, families, Aina, and communities be supported by these nurturing networks that promote reciprocity. We also envision these schools to become innovative hubs of learning that meet the local and global opportunities facing our youth. Mahalo for this opportunity to share.
Okay, thank you. Center for Tomorrow's leaders.
Aloha Chair Dela Cruz and Chair Luke and committee members. My name is Trisha Ramel, presenting on behalf of the Center for Tomorrow's Leaders. Center for Tomorrow's Leaders, also known as CTL, our mission is to engage, equip, and empower young leaders for Hawaii. Our vision is to create a movement of world-class local leaders who create Hawaii's next chapter. We currently offer leadership programming in 13 public high schools across 5 states with 500 students enrolled. The state GIA will allow us to widen our reach to reach more public high schools across the state and empower them to become young leaders for Hawaii through our leadership curriculum, and also having them do school and community-wide projects. I'm a graduate of the CTL Ambassadors Program, and I can say it made a huge impact in my life, so much so that I decided to join the staff and be able to be on the other side of the classroom to provide this type of leadership development for our future of Hawaii. So thank you for this opportunity to testify, and thank you for all of your support. Mahalo.
Thank you. CFS Real Property Inc.
Good morning. My name is Amanda Pump, and I am the Chief Program Officer at Child and Family Service.
Thank you so very much for your time today, and thank you for listening to our request. CFS has served local families across Hawaii since 1899, and we've operated shelter services for over 50 years. CFS is requesting $125,000 to pay for planning and permitting for a much needed renovation of a current building on our EVA campus. We'd like to use the building as a group home for youth who have no other place to go and who are in crisis. Without this program, many children face homelessness or inadequate housing to support their emotional needs. Our population is a co-ed facility serving youth ages 6 through 18. We can serve up to 8 youth at one time, and we can serve almost 100 youth per year from across the state. We will provide safe housing, medication management, skill building, case management, and individual and family therapy to bridge children back into safe, permanent, long-term housing. Aftercare services are done to ensure youth sustain their gains after transition from our facility to their permanent placement. Our CFS Board of Directors is committed to this project and anticipates funding the renovations through private donors. Many donors already voiced their support and interest in helping us with these renovation costs and with other operational costs once the planning and permitting are completed. Thank you so much for your time and support.
Thank you. Chamber of Commerce of Hawaii.
All right, hi everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the Chamber of Commerce Hawaii's grant and aid application. So excited to also see so many familiar faces here in this room today. My name is Lord Ryan Lizardo, Director of Work-Based Learning here at the Chamber of Commerce Hawaii, and a former teacher and CTE Academy lead at Campbell High School. Today, there are more than 225 Hawaii businesses working together to prepare our state's young people for recession-resilient, in-demand careers in Hawaii. These employer collaboratives are called sector partnerships, and they are convened and facilitated by the Chamber of Commerce Hawaii. Sector partnerships are active in 3 in-demand growing industries, including healthcare, IT, and engineering. Local executives in each of these industries meet regularly to take action that prepares and connects young people to jobs in their industries. These executives care about helping the next generation remain in Hawaii with jobs that pay a family-sustaining wage, and they are building their company's future workforce at the same time. These industry leaders work in close partnership with the Hawaii DOE, UH leaders, and the state's workforce board and community partners. The Chamber serves as the backbone organization for this system building work. In the engineering sector partnership, leaders from companies like Booz Allen Hamilton, G70, and Oceanit are working to get more girls interested in STEM careers. In the healthcare sector partnership, hospital CEOs are developing more clinical training opportunities for aspiring CNAs. And in the newly formed IT sector partnership, leaders from technology, the defense sector, banking, and more will be meeting for the first time in April to identify action they can take to build Hawaii's IT talent pipeline. All of this work is facilitated and led by the Chamber of Commerce Hawaii Sector Partnership team. And as we work to diversify Hawaii's economy, sector partnerships are playing a critical role in preparing Hawaii's young people for in-demand, high-wage careers. Funding in the amount of $260,000 from the state GIA's process will ensure that we can not only continue this impactful work, but expand it out into 2022 and beyond. As a former teacher, I can say just plainly how great these opportunities are for kids and change their life trajectory. So I really hope that we are heard in this meeting, and also mahalo for the opportunity to highlight sector partnerships today.
Okay, thank you. Climb High. Okay, that's the end of the second set of 20. Moving on to the third, Common Grace.
Hi there. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Emily, Program Coordinator at Common Grace. Our mission is to help students in our public schools by connecting them with caring adult and teenage mentors. Mentors serve kids with our core values CAKE, that is compassion, attention, kindness, and encouragement. Our heart is to support, guide, and invest in the future of our keiki through caring and supportive mentorship relationships. The kids we serve are handpicked by their counselors. Many don't have healthy relationships with adults. Many are bullied, left alone after school, and come from unstable households. Whatever the child is going through, our goal is to match them with a trained mentor to give them the extra support they need. And of course, I don't just talk the talk. I'm a mentor myself, and I love our weekly mentorship sessions. My own mentee is a 5th grader who's beginning to identify as another gender. Counselors have told me that this kid who hid behind their hair and wouldn't eat lunch is now confident, smiling and laughing at school and eating with classmates in the caf. And it all changed because of mentorship. And that's truly where our mission comes alive. Despite what these kids are going through, we're able to provide 1 hour where they can just be a kid again. And this hour can change the trajectory of not just their school year, but the rest of their lives as well. Since 2003, we've served over 3,000 elementary and middle school students. We're currently serving 200 mentors and mentees. Our goal next year is to serve 300 kids, and we need your help, especially after the pandemic where kids were isolated even more. We need your help now more than ever. So thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you. Community Clinic of Maui, Inc.
Hello, my name is Megan Cunningham. I'm the grants manager at the Community Clinic of Maui. Our mission is to provide, our mission is to provide culturally sensitive, coordinated primary care services, emphasizing education, prevention, and advocacy, regardless of one's ability to pay at the time of the visit. And we really appreciate the committee's consideration of our grant proposal. We're requesting $440,000 in order to create 2 interventions to improve the continuum of care for our patients. We want to, our 2 goals are to strengthen equipment needs within the existing clinical care model. We have equipment needs for across medical, dental, and behavioral health departments that we often have to refer out for our patients, and that often is it provides a transportation barrier for our lower income patients. So to have that equipment in-house provides a continuum of care for them. Our second goal is to remodel an existing space that we have in order to create a collaborative care space so that we can have events where we're providing education. We have community health workers that provide language assistance if needed. And mostly it's to provide care for chronic conditions. So when we have patients that need to go out and have referrals out, they often have transportation and cost barriers. And more often than not, they do not continue on to the referral. And if we have everything in-house, we're able to provide that for our patients and provide a more culturally specific to the patients that come in. We also have the objective of delivery of evidence-based and best practices of care for chronic conditions. So we often have diabetes patients that are across all across the different services we provide, but within this continuum of care space that we are requesting, we can provide a team of people that are giving advice on diet, or culturally relevant. We are able to have educational programs within this space so that there's often a fragmented healthcare system on Maui, and we're able to provide that all in-house. Another objective is the efficient use of our healthcare workforce. The pandemic has really, we have a lot of providers that are experiencing burnout, and we would be able to have a team of the continuum of care in this space. For example, we have a pregnancy and parenting program where we have patients that are all due around the same time, and we are able to provide. I'm going to ask you to wrap
it up, please. Your 2 minutes have been up.
Okay. And our last objective is to create culturally responsive and adaptive care models to heal historical trauma in a lot of our patient population. So we are so appreciative of you considering the grant and aid proposal, and we say aloha to everyone else that is on the panel.
Thank you. Domestic Violence Action Center, Downtown Art Center, I believe you're muted now.
Hi, sorry, I couldn't find the mute button. Aloha, my name is Sandra Pola and I'm with the Downtown Arts Center. The arts and culture is essential to the development of individuals, families, and our communities. For the city and the state, it is an investment in people. I'm sorry. Okay, investment in people. And diversifies our economic development and tourism strategies for the city and the state. Downtown Arts Center was established to revitalize the Chinatown neighborhood through the power of creativity. For the past 2 years, the DAC and Chinatown Gateway Plaza provided affordable art and culture experiences to all income levels, ages, and skill levels. We provide 8 collaborating arts and culture nonprofits affordable spaces for office, and there are art exhibits, there are classes, special events, and the DAC collaboration reduces duplication of resources and increases efficacy of our arts nonprofits through our shared approach for space, resources, donors, and volunteers. We are solvent in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic shutdown because we relied on volunteers and our earned income streams. That asked for a one-time infusion of GIA funds for operation to expand our earned income streams for long-term economic sustainability. The money will be used to convert volunteers into paid staff and to create 2 additional vacant properties in the Chinatown Gateway for creative maker spaces. This will dramatically increase our earned income streams and our ability to serve. Our collaboration brings hundreds of community members into who will participate in and support the new creative maker spaces with their expertise and experiences. We have assembled the necessary equipment, foundation support, donors, and volunteers committed to renovating the spaces, teachers ready to teach, and students waiting for the opportunity to experience the new arts that we would be providing. We thank you for your support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dream House Eva Beach. Education Services Hawaii Foundation. Entrepreneurs Foundation of Hawaii. Epilepsy Foundation of Hawaii.
Aloha, I'm here. Aloha chairs, vice chairs, and all members of the committees on finance and ways and means. I'm Naomi Nano with the Epilepsy Foundation of Hawaii, or EFH. Our mission leads the fight to overcome the challenges of living with epilepsy and to accelerate therapies to stop seizures, find cures, and save lives. EFH is the only organization dedicated exclusively to serve and support the 1 in 26 living with active epilepsy here in Hawaii, extending to our broader community. We offer a variety of programs, including seizure recognition and first aid certification training, talk story information and education sessions, support groups, teen advocacy and public policy training, as well as various seizure awareness and seizure safety initiatives and support services. 1 in 10 people will experience a seizure, while 1 in 26 will develop epilepsy at some point in their lifetime, also known as a seizure disorder. Epilepsy is a medical condition that produces seizures affecting a variety of mental and physical functions. A seizure happens when there is a brief disruption of strong surge of electrical activity affecting part or all of the brain. It is a spectrum disease comprised of many diagnoses with many different types of seizures that present themselves in various ways, frequency, duration, and intensity. It is the 4th most common neurological disorder after migraine, stroke, and Alzheimer's disease, and is more prevalent than autism spectrum disorder, cerebral palsy, MS, and Parkinson's disease. Our funding request will help us to increase our education and communication resources, expanding the capacity of EFH by training more seizure recognition and first aid certification trainers, and hiring a part-time program coordinator to facilitate training and programs. It will increase our epilepsy education, information, and awareness resources by being current with materials and reorganizing communication strategies. The challenges of living with epilepsy are vast. The unpredictability of seizures, the intensity of medical interventions, and the ongoing stigma presented within our communities across cultures, gender, and socioeconomic status present unique challenges. Achieving our goals and objectives through this funding opportunity will add to the waves of making Hawaii a seizure-safe community. Aloha and mahalo for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Equine Therapy, Inc.
Yes, aloha and mahalo for this opportunity. Operating as a nonprofit on the island of Kauai since 2008, Equine Therapy, Inc., which does business as Healing Horses Kauai, has served more than 600 unduplicated participants with horsemanship programs annually in between 5,000 and 6,000 lessons a year. Healing Horses Kauai mission is to enrich the lives of people of all abilities through equine-assisted activities and therapies, improving their physical, cognitive, social, or emotional well-being. Most lessons serves youths, persons with disabilities, and/or financial need. Our arena location has an uninterrupted view of the Nonu Mountain and secluded pond trails conveniently located at the Wailua end of the Kapa'a Bypass Road, just 1 block from the ocean. Healing Horses Kauai is the only organization on the island of Kauai that provides assisted mounting for equine activities. Our facility is equipped with wheelchair accessible mounting ramps, handy van accessible parking lot, and an ADA toilet. With 8 horses and 2 miniature horses, Healing Horses Kauai offers traditional and therapeutic riding lessons to Kauai residents and visitors of all ages and ability through camps, veteran and teen leadership programs, and more, focusing on increasing independence by developing strength, balance, and confidence in communication. They learn to recognize their fear responses and the impact that those responses have on those around them. They increase resilience, gain a sense of community and compassion. Equine Therapy, Inc. is requesting support for the addition of therapeutic driving program with wheelchair accessible carriages, a new tractor, new staff hires, and intensive staff training. Also included in this project is the remaining clearing, cleaning, fencing, and beautification with new native plantings along the trails and pastures on the front 10 acres of the property. In this way, Equine Therapy, Inc. can increase outdoor recreational activities for persons who are wheelchair bound, have higher levels of functional paralysis or disability, in addition to serving all Healing Horses Kauai mounted riding participants. And we will beautify the Kohio Highway corridor across from the Coconut Marketplace. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you. Ethnic Education Hawaii. Evo Beach Lions Foundation. Evo Villages Historical Society.
Here. Can
Okay,
you hear
go
me?
ahead. I can hear you.
Aloha, Chair Nishimoto, and to the members of the House Finance Committee, as well as the Senate's Ways and Means Committee. Thank you also to your staff for making it possible for us people to connect with you today. I'm Carolyn Wagan Hildebrand, and I am representing the Ewa Villages Historical Society. I am one of the co-founders. The other 2 are Lori Arizumi and Agnes Malate. And we actually were just established in last year, 2021. That is not to say that we just basically thought about this immediately. We have been listening for years to how we should approach building community in the Ewa Villages area. And starting anew was the voice we heard from a lot of community stakeholders. And the Ewa Villages area is actually home of your state Ewa Plantation Town Historic District. It is also home of so many HUD-funded affordable housing projects. Now it is also home for many buyers from the market looking for a home in this very high skyrocketing market price homes. Now, I think the reason why we are here is because what we keep on seeing and witnessing as residents is that we are so disconnected as a community because obviously of our diversity and maybe some of the trauma. Fortunately, the community has so much assets. People love the place. And also there are so many stories, especially from the Ewa Plantation community. So when we listen to the community, we know that our role as a historical society is to collect stories. But for this project, the proposal that we submitted for GIA, it's really for a reinterpretive science along Renton Road, which is the major thoroughfare. So we went to our community on March 12 also. I think I will not repeat what we have written in our proposal. What I will add is what we did last March 12th. We went to the community during a Celebrate EVA. And what we did is we asked whether people like interpretive signs, and we gave them examples of interpretive signs. And immediately when we showed pictures, they said, aha, yes, of course we like that. And the kind of interpretive sign from anything for the old buildings there, and also the EVA mill infrastructure and all. And what I am bringing today to the members to our elected officials is really that when we went out there last September, March 12th, we said, please let the legislatures know that you support this request. It's not a petition, we explained. We explained what the project is. It's a request. And our community—
Your 2 minutes are up. If you could summarize.
And our community, not just EVA villages, but Kapolei, Kaneohe, and all those were the voices that we heard, and they are all in support for this. And that's the voice that I want to bring today. Mahalo nui loa.
Okay, thank you. Family Promise of Hawaii.
Hi, aloha. My name is Sam, and I'm the Executive Director of Family Promise of Hawaii. I really appreciate you all taking the time to listen to my testimony in support of our Ohana Navigation Center capital improvement proposal. 2 weeks ago, hundreds of volunteers canvassed Oahu for our annual homeless point in time count. Family Promise staff were specifically tasked with surveying families sleeping in their cars, as this population is difficult to locate and often goes uncounted. We met with numerous families with children. I personally surveyed a young mom while her 2-year-old slept in the back seat of their sedan. They usually park and sleep in the Ala Moana area overnight because the father of the family works early morning shifts as a cook. They are homeless because their income is not enough to afford a rental, and they have not been able to get into a shelter because they are all full. They were previously staying with family, but were asked to leave by the family's landlord because they are not on the lease. This story is all too common in our community because of our high cost of living, limited affordable housing, and low-wage jobs. Since the onset of the pandemic, Family Promise has seen a 400% increase in requests for housing support. At the same time, shelter space for families is decreasing. Our proposal aims to acquire and renovate a facility to create a child-friendly centralized campus where families who are facing housing instability can access the comprehensive support they need to transition to stable housing and ultimately self-sufficiency. The Navigation Center will include non-congregate shelter, on-site case management, shower and laundry facilities, a community kitchen, children's play area, computer lab, and community room for activities such as parenting classes, financial management, workforce development, employment support, and children's tutoring. By funding this proposal, we can work towards an Oahu where every family has a home, a livelihood, and a chance to build a better future. Mahalo.
Thank you. Feeding Hawaii Together.
Aloha, my name is Janine Sullivan, and I'm the Executive Director of the Pantry by Feeding Hawaii Together, the only e-commerce food distribution in Hawaii. Thank you for allowing us to provide information on this critical project, particularly as food insecurity has grown by more than 50% during the wake of the pandemic, and 48% of Hawaii residents still struggle with food insecurity, particularly affecting our keiki and kupuna. Many of these clients are above the threshold to qualify for federal assistance, or government assistance is inadequate to meet the basic household needs, like food, given Hawaii's high cost of living. We are distinct from part-time or pop-up food distribution services. We ensure food directly and immediately gets into the hands of hungry individuals and families in need through our online portal or call center that facilitates curbside grocery pickup. Our distribution model minimizes contact, promotes social distancing, and gives clients a dignified and compassionate way to shop for free groceries based on what they like. Our online grocery shopping experience is available each week, year-round, to ensure that Oahu's food insecure have access to healthy food throughout the pandemic and beyond, long after emergency distributions and federal funding subside. Over the past 2 years, we have served over 200,000 individuals, representing nearly 70,000 households, and distributing over 4 million pounds of food. Last year alone, we served 136,000 individuals, of which 26% were children and 26% were seniors. Of the 45,000 households served last year, nearly 42% were considered ALIS. In 2021, we distributed over 2.5 million pounds of food, with the average monthly number of individuals served increasing by nearly 50% compared to 2020. A grant in aid will enable us to enhance our infrastructure to serve approximately 80,000 food insecure children and adults by distributing over 1.2 million pounds of food to individuals and families in crisis. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Frank de Lima, Student Enrichment Program. Okay, Friends of Amy B.H. Greenwell, Ethnobotanical Garden.
You got it. You got it. I'm Alan
Okay.
Rolfe. Aloha and good morning. I'm Alan Rolfe, president of the board of the Friends of Amy Greenwell Ethnobotanical Gardens, located in Captain Cook, South Kona. The Friends are owners of a 13-acre public garden and community forest, and steward of this historic property that is an example of the Kona Hawaii, which has several hundred native, endemic, and endangered plants, as well as many Hawaiian archaeological sites, including the Pa'ika Pahu Heiau. The Friends bought the garden in 2019 from the Bishop Museum. It was in a sorry state at that time, right before the pandemic. And since then, we've only been able to have limited access for the public in the garden. Our immediate focus is to revitalize this community hub, to offer keiki and adult education programs, host cultural events, and promote recreation. We now have self-guided tours online, host a weekly farmer's garden market, and are renovating a rare Hawaiian plant nursery. Our request addresses critical needs to revitalize this living treasure so that it will again serve the community and visitors. This project also promotes our state's urgent need to increase food sustainability and security. This is our first grant and aid request, a request of approximately $193,000. The request is for a full-time educator to develop and coordinate our education programs, a part-time horticulturist to promote Hawaiian foods, a maintenance worker, part-time maintenance worker, and some truck and tractor for improvement. The grant will help us more fully reopen to the public and rebuild our foundation. Mahalo and thank you for your consideration of our proposal. And I extend an invite to you and your friends to visit our garden while in South Kona. Aloha.
Okay, thank you. Friends of Hawaii Technology Academy. Friends of the Future. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Sorry,
so,
it took me just an extra second to get
no
my
problem.
screen on.
Okay, so Friends of Hawaii Technology Academy.
Thank you. Aloha and mahalo for allowing me to speak on behalf of Friends of Hawaii Technology Academy. Friends of HTA is a nonprofit organization created to support the vision and strategic initiatives of HTA. My name is Carrie White, and I'm the Facilities Coordinator for Hawaii Technology Academy. HTA is a tuition-free public charter school that transforms education to meet the demands of an ever-changing world. We believe that students learn best by engaging in educational experiences that encourage our students to become lifelong learners and positively impact their communities. Established in 2008, today, HTA now serves more than 1,300 K-12 students on campuses across 4 islands and is Hawaii's largest state public charter school. HTA provides a flexible blended learning model, combining face-to-face and virtual instruction, along with collaborative experiential learning opportunities with community partners. To accommodate these needs and serve our growing student population, HTA is in desperate need of flexible classroom furniture across all 4 campuses. Improving and investing in our facilities ensures HTA will be able to implement our innovative curriculum. providing students with the resources needed to further their education and develop the skills they will use well into the future. There is no funding for charter school facilities or furniture investment. While charter schools do receive per public funding, that allocation remains student-centered and goes towards basic school operations. Over the lifetime of HTA, the furniture and equipment needs have evolved as we have implemented innovative curriculum, technology, teaching, and learning. Schools without flexibility create limitations in educational approaches. Investing in HTA's learning environments will significantly enhance the holistic well-being of our students and allow us to implement HTA's unique school programs that connect students with their community. When classroom space and furniture is adaptive to the needs of students and teachers, the positive effects can be profound. Mahalo nui loa for all you do in support of our community.
Thank you, Friends of the Future.
Aloha. Thank you for allowing me to share with you today. My name is Susan Maddox, and I serve as the Executive Team Leader for Friends of the Future and Administrator for Neighborhood Place of Kona. I'm here today to advocate for Neighborhood Place of Kona's GIA application to provide multi-generational mobile family outreach services in outlying areas on the west side of Hawaii Island from South Kona to Ocean View. For the past 25 years, Neighborhood Place of Kona staff have provided a wide range of culturally sensitive, values-based support services to our most vulnerable families through care coordination, information and referral, parenting programs, child and parent-centered playgroups, assistance in navigating the social services system, completing housing applications, securing housing, and developing family success plans. The current GIA request would allow expansion of these services to communities where the bus schedule makes getting to appointments on time difficult, where families don't have reliable transportation, or most recently, cannot afford the spiraling gasoline prices to access needed services. Meeting children and families where they live and are comfortable, rather than requiring them to drive to Kona, eliminates a significant barrier to family success. The multi-generational mobile family outreach program will fill gaps in services for children ages birth to 18 and lessen the effects of adverse childhood experiences known as ACEs. We deeply appreciate your consideration of this request to improve the lives and safety of children and build resilient families in West Hawaii. Mahalo for your time.
Okay, thank you, Friends of the Library Hawaii. Okay, Boys and Girls Club of Maui. Okay, that is the end of this list of 20. I will turn it over to my co-chair, Senator Agron.
Okay, let's move on to Friends of Waipahu High School. For Angel Foundation.
Here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, our mission is to rescue underprivileged, unwanted dogs and strengthen the human-animal bond in our community by educating the public about animal welfare. We are a small animal rescue operating through a network of foster families. We recently had an increased need for local dog rescue involvement as one rescue closed last year and another has scaled back. Last year, we helped 110 dogs. During the 2022-2023 year, our goal is to help 192 dogs. Our request is to help with medical care. We provide all dogs with wellness checks, spay and neuters, chips, vaccinations. We also have had an increase in special needs cases. We had recently a parvo dog that cost $8,000 due to 4 blood transfusions. We have a dog, Zuri, who was paralyzed and needed a wheelchair. We have had dental issues, cleft palate. Bridget just had an emergency C-section. Unfortunately, we lost 3 puppies, but we were able to save 4. We are also working to expand our pet education within our community. and subjects such as animal pet care, dog training, and the right pet for your family. Thank you very much.
Girl Scouts of Hawaii.
Aloha, I'm Kimmy Gallagher, and I'm the Director of Development with Girl Scouts of Hawaii. With 105 years of experience in Hawaii, Girl Scouts is at the forefront of developing our state's next generation of female leaders and professionals in STEM. We are one of the largest STEM program providers for girls in Hawaii and provide the most diverse STEM programs of any organization in our state. We are requesting funds for a capital project to add a photovoltaic system at the Girl Scouts of Hawaii STEM Center for Excellence at Camp Paumalu on Oahu to support the state of Hawaii's commitment to a 100% renewable energy goal. Installation of a renewable energy source will enhance STEM education for students and community groups for innovative STEM programming at this facility, which will become a key education center for STEM to more than 2,500 students a year with a special focus on Title I school students to learn the critical importance of conserving our resources and environmental advocacy projects. These are key areas for us to ensure students understand the importance of committing to take action within our communities. The significance of the ahupua'a and protecting the watershed are at the forefront of education programs at this community facility and are more relevant today for youth to understand than ever before. Energy cost savings ensures more programming opportunities and real-time examples of leading the way for youth in our state, which is critical. Our after-school leadership program students in Title I schools, some of which are the most vulnerable children in our state, are important recipients of this educational focus. Mahalo for your consideration and support.
Thank you. Going Home Hawaii. You need to unmute. Going Home Hawaii.
Aloha, good morning. Chairs, vice chairs, senators, and representatives. My name is Kimmy Palacio, the Operations Director at Going Home Hawaii. State GIA funding will allow for continued operations that secure the staffing necessary to meet the higher needs presented as we respond to community reentry needs. We are the only agency in Hawaii County whose target population is 100% justice involved. Currently, we successfully operate 3 housing programs with 21 beds in Hilo and 63 beds in Kona, for a total capacity of 84 beds. And in the last 3 years, we have served over 250 individuals. Our mission is to assist justice-involved men, women, and youth with reintegration into the community life through employment, education, housing, and appropriate services. For 2 decades, we have created programs that reduce recidivism, strengthen ohana, and improve outcomes for those involved in the justice system. Statewide recidivism rates are unacceptably high at 54%, and nearly 30% of persons released from jail exit to homelessness. The average cost to incarcerate an individual is $238 a day, compared to our average housing program cost of only $67 a day, a 72% cost savings. With solid expertise behind us and a significantly lower recidivism rate of 20%, we are dedicated to evidence-based solutions and are committed to do even better. Our efforts contribute to alleviating overcrowding in jails and prisons and reducing the continuous cycling in and out for those who are often chronically homeless, mentally ill, or struggling with substance use. Incarceration should not be a first responder to homelessness in Hawaii. This is not just about helping people transition successfully, it's about caring for the community itself. Reentry services are one of the smartest investments we can make. Mahalo for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Goodwill Industries of Hawaii, Inc.
Everyone, and good morning, Chair Luke and Chair Dela Cruz. I'm Katie Chen, the CEO of Goodwill Hawaii. We are requesting $800,000 in capital improvement funds, also for the construction of a new PV system atop a carport and the roof of our new Honolulu Career and Learning Center that was built last year at 1075 South Beretania Street. Goodwill Hawaii rarely requests state GIA funds, and this $800,000 represents 75% of the total cost of the project. Goodwill has already committed $200,000 of its own funds toward the same. This PV system would provide electricity not only for the entire center's building, but also the building next door. Goodwill Hawaii owns both buildings next to each other, comprising of over 50,000 square feet. And these buildings house a renovated thrift store, a donated goods processing center, the state's largest and most popular donation drive-through, e-commerce operations, and our community services program offices. It is at this site we serve close to 6,000 people a year with job counseling, job training, financial education, and job placement. When these buildings were under renovation over the last couple of years, we worked directly with the folks at Hawaii Energy to find ways to reduce our carbon footprint. But even with those efforts, we still face today very large electrical bills each month. We hope the legislature will help fund this project as part of its goal to have the state reach net zero by 2040. But equally important, this PV project would save Goodwill Hawaii up to $1 million in just the first 6 to 7 years. That's $1 million that Goodwill could better invest directly back into its community programs to help people earn a livable wage in the state. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you. Guide Dogs of Hawaii. Guide Dogs of Hawaii. Habitat Inc. Habitat for Humanity, Hawaii Island.
Aloha, Chair and committee members, and mahalo for your time this morning. My name is Patrick Kearney. I'm the Executive Director for Habitat for Humanity, Hawaii Island, and I'm here to testify for our GIA request of $100,000 in operating funds, which we plan to build 10 new homes and 4 critical home repairs for veterans next year. 2 years ago, our affiliate was awarded a GIA of capital funding of $100,000, which went to support 6 new homes. But COVID over the last 2 years have been very difficult to build, especially using volunteer labor. But the housing needs in our state continue to grow. It is estimated in the County of Hawaii 5-year consolidated plan that demand for affordable housing on the Big Island will exceed 13,000 new units by 2025. I believe that number is actually higher if you count the hidden needs, all the multi-generational families, family sharing rooms, living together, all in overcrowded homes and apartments. It is also estimated that 1 in 5 families, all families in the state of Hawaii, pay more than half of their income on housing. That is, if you get 2 paychecks a month, you will use more than one of them each month to pay for your housing needs. Housing is out of reach for our working class families. As you know, we have a housing affordability calamity, and it needs to be addressed at all levels, federal, state, and local. I humbly ask that you invest in our community of Hawaii Island for this GIA application. At this time, our need is for operating funds to support new homes and critical home repairs, which include Veterans Home Repair Corps and Disabled Vets Program. We are working hard to serve more families and make a greater impact. Please help. We need support at all levels of government. Mahalo nui loa for your time and support. Aloha.
Thank you. Halal Keala Okamaili.
Aloha kako. Mahalo for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kelly Irashao, and our Halo Keala Okamaili is this year 42 years old, and we've been a nonprofit for 27 years. And over these decades, we've taught thousands of students and brought cultural reconnection and pride to their ohana. Our mission statement is to perpetuate the Hawaiian tradition, culture, and heritage through its arts, beliefs, hula, language, and agriculture. Most halaus are nomadic, renting warehouses, yoga facilities, school cafeterias, and the like. And most halau have no permanent homes. For that reason, for several years, we've been on a journey to build a permanent off-grid halau and cultural center in Pi'iholo. Thanks to a generous gift of 4 acres of ag zone land from the Frost family, we have received an exemption from the Planning Commission to build on ag zone land as well. So over the years, we've raised over $1 million through the generosity of private donors, halau fundraisers, cookie sales, lau sales, and financial support from the County of Maui. Our overarching goal through our building and current programs are to reignite physical and spiritual kinship with the environment, cultivate focused practitioners and stewards of the land, forest, and environment as well. This past October, we were successful in completing phase 1 of construction. We came in on time and under budget, all during a pandemic. With continued support from the community and hopefully an $800,000 boost from the state, we will go vertical for phase 2, which will house a classroom, language instruction and lectures, ag processing area, and so forth. So mahalo anui for this opportunity to speak to all of you. Be safe, be well, ola.
Mahalo. Hale Kipa. Hale Makua Health Services. Hale Puna. Hamakua Health Center. Hamakua Youth Foundation. Hana Arts.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Aloha. My name is Becky Lind, and I'm the Executive Director with Hana Arts. We're a nonprofit organization in Hana, Maui, founded in 1991. Hana Arts requests funding from grants and aid application to build a creative playground for the rural and underserved youth of East Maui. Creative playgrounds engage social, emotional, language, cognitive, physical skill, motor, and sensory development. Play is the primary activity of childhood and was once described by Maria Montessori as being the child's work. Children are geared for play because of their playful approach to life. It provides so much learning, and no community playground currently exists in East Maui. Our Keiki of East Maui need your support. The Kula Kaiapuni Hawaiian Immersion Program has outgrown their current facility and is gratefully moving to a larger facility. So we come to this dilemma. There's no playground available to them. This means there will be approximately 120 Keiki ages 5 to 12 who will no longer have access to a safe and proper playground facility. Hana Arts has been working directly with Hana School Administration and Kula Kaiapuni leadership since its inception in 2016. We coordinate with all the Kumu and Ohana for the program development and design. In order to ensure that our East Maui children are not left behind, we seek funds from the state in order to give them the equitable learning opportunities they deserve. Please remember our East Maui children. Thank you for your consideration of our request. Ahui ho.
Thank you. Hana Health. Okay, Hana Ho Recycling Inc. Hana Lau Lima, Lahui Okao. Hawaii Academy of Science. Hawaii Ag and Culinary Alliance.
Hi, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Hello. I'm Denise Yamaguchi, the CEO of the Hawaii Ag and Culinary Alliance. We are currently requesting $175,648 in operating support for a pilot program from cottage industry to commercial enterprise that will work with the new Leeward Community College's Wahira Product Development Center to incubate and accelerate a cohort of 30 new value-added entrepreneurs. The COVID-19 pandemic unleashed a wave of new entrepreneurs across the country, as well as in Hawaii. According to the Census Bureau, in 11 months from January through November 2021, Hawaii business applications were at 17,691, surpassing 15,637 applications in 2020. While business applications do not determine business success, it does show potential job growth and innovation, which will contribute to Hawaii's long-term economic resiliency. Our grant request supports the state goals to improve agricultural production by creating new value-added producers. The program will do this by selecting 30 new value-added businesses that emerged or expanded during the pandemic, providing scholarships for 30 businesses to be part of the Leeward Community College's Product Development Entrepreneurs Bootcamp, pairing the entrepreneurs with successful business mentors, providing an opportunity for these businesses to feature their products in a world-class food event, and providing an opportunity for them to promote their products on a digital media platform with an audience of more than 65,000. The Thank you for the opportunity to brief you on this project. We believe this kind of program will have significant long-term economic benefit to our state, as well as help support agriculture production.
Thank you. Just a reminder that we will need to take a recess from 11:30 to 1 o'clock for the floor session. But we'll continue on with the Hawaii Agricultural Foundation.
Okay, that's me again. So sorry, I'm going to continue. I'm also the executive director for the Hawaii Agriculture Foundation. I'm going to continue. So the Ag Foundation is requesting $425,728 in operating support for our education and outreach program that will address the state's goal to diversify our economy and increase local food production. During the pandemic, we all witnessed empty food shelves, the shortcomings of our food system, and the need for increased food resilience in our state. To address this need, Hawaii will need to develop a new, highly skilled, technology-focused agricultural workforce, and we will need to change the mindset in our younger generation about careers in ag from undesirable to one that is highly sought after. Our education and outreach program will support new farmers with educational workshops to help them scale up, build on the K-12 pipeline of Hawaii Ag Foundation's ag education programs in the public schools that encourage careers in agriculture, build on the Eat, Think, Drink forums that have been effective in creating broad community awareness about food and ag issues impacting our state. And I'll cite today's Star Advertiser article on the Farm to School bills that mentions this program. And 4, expand the Localicious program to continue pushing consumer demand for more local ag and seafood products. We understand that we're asking for a sizable amount of funding, but if we're serious about moving the needle on local food production, we must make the investment to support our farmers, encourage new jobs and careers in agriculture for our younger generation, and continue to push consumer demand and awareness for more local produce and products. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Agriculture Research Center. Hawaii Alliance for Arts Education. Hawaii Aquatics Foundation.
Hello. Chairs, vice chairs, and committee members, thank you for providing this opportunity to provide testimony.
Farmers, encourage new jobs and careers.
Oh.
Excuse me?
Hello.
Go ahead, Hawaii Aquatics Foundation.
Oh, thank you. All right. Chairs, vice chairs, and committee members, thank you for providing this opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Dean Schmaltz, the president and CEO of the Hawaii Aquatics Foundation. Our foundation provides aquatic injury research and aquatic safety education services. Prior to the pandemic, drowning was the leading cause of unintentional injury deaths for Hawaii's keiki ages 1 to 14, more than auto and pedestrian accidents combined. The International Life-Saving Federation, of which the Hawaii Lifeguard Association is a member, recommends that everyone should have access to basic water safety and swim skills training at a young age. HAF has provided such education during school hours to over 2,000 public school students and 20 elementary schools on the islands of Kauai, Maui, and Oahu, and starting on the Big Island this fall. Back in 1986, DOE Superintendent Francis Hatanaka stated, "Our people are not prepared for water-related emergencies," where he supported basic water safety and learn to swim instruction as a component of elementary physical education. He referenced an early 1980s Honolulu Parks and Rec study where 70% of the 4,500 students tested, ages 7 to 14, were unable to swim for 25 yards. Our 2018 and 19 assessment data provided very similar results 40 years later, where 69% of the second grade students were unable to swim for 25 yards. Further, in schools with high Title I rates, such as Liki Liki, Kuio Elementary, and others, we found that only 13 of the students could swim for 25 yards and that only 9% could float for 30 seconds. We believe equal access to in-pool physical education is an essential component of childhood aquatic injury prevention. Your grant and aid support will help us to expand to reach more schools statewide as we strive to prepare the children in Hawaii with the knowledge, skills, and experience they need to become water safer for life. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Assisted Housing, Inc., Hawaii Children's Action Network.
Aloha. Mahalo, Chair Luke, Chair Dela Cruz, and members of the Financial and Ways and Means Committee for the chance to submit testimony today in hopes of support for the grants and aid funding. My name is Jessica Histo, and I am actually the founder and president of the Hawaii Diaper Bank. We are the state's first nonprofit organization that provides diapers, wipes, and other basic essentials to low-income families in need. We are a fiscally sponsored program of the Hawaii Children's Action Network and serve the 1 in 3 families that struggle to afford diapers to keep their children clean, dry, and healthy. As a mother, I understand that a diaper is not just a diaper. And we were actually founded in 2016. I held a diaper drive during National Diaper Need Awareness Week. We collected and distributed over 4,000 diapers to families in need during that time. Flash forward to 2021, where we have distributed over 120,000 diapers just last year alone. Since our founding, we have grown exponentially to serve over 400 children a month. This January, we actually officially reached over 1 million donations of diapers, wipes, and other children's basic essentials collected and distributed. During the pandemic, we also saw an increase of more than 150% of families statewide reaching out for help and did our first distribution outside of Hawaii Island, serving over 300 children in Molokai. We incorporate this partnership model, linking families to other organizations in our network so that they can have other resources and programs and try not to duplicate any services out there. There are over 10,000 children under the age of 5 who are living in poverty and whose family cannot afford the rising cost of diapers. While we have requested a small amount of grant and aid funding, it's because we want to continue to be responsible with the funds that we have gotten, and we're still a small organization. We like to think of our growth in a strategic way, and we have been able to continue serving our partners regularly and adding new ones during this time. I thank you so much for this opportunity to share more about our organization and hope that you consider supporting the Hawaii Children's Action Network.
1:30?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Construction Career Days. Just a little correction. The recess will be until 1:30, 11:30 to 1:30, and not 1 o'clock. Next, Hawaii County Economic Opportunity Council. Hawaii Culinary Education Foundation. Hawaii Education Association.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Joan Husted. I am the Vice President of the Hawaii Education Association. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Chairperson Luke and Chairperson Dela Cruz and members of the Committees on Finance and Ways and Means. The Hawaii Education Association is a Hawaiian nonprofit organization founded in 1921 to represent professional educators. Obviously, we are now 100 years old. Like all members of the profession and all of you, HEA is alarmed at the shortage of teachers in Hawaii. Coupled with the pandemic, Hawaii has had 25% more public school teachers retire and resign during the 2021 academic year compared with the previous year, a sign that pandemic-related fatigue could be driving educators away from the job. This community must come to grips with the fact that the shortage of public school teachers is a community crisis, and it is going to take a community to end it. We know of only one viable solution for the long term, and that is to encourage Hawaii's best and brightest to enter the teaching profession. Specifically, HEA will use this grant in the following activities. 1, support scholarships to Hawaii students who are enrolled in or have completed a Hawaii state approved education preparation program and are employed in Hawaii's public schools. 2, provide scholarships to public high school students participating in a dual enrollment program at their high school. 3, collaborate with the Hawaii Department of Education and Hawaii Public Charter Schools to develop a new Teaching as a Career Club, or TAC, a CTE in education pathways, and the education academies on Hawaii public school campuses, to provide financial and leadership support for existing Department of Education and charter schools, TAC clubs, CTE education pathways, and education academies on public school campuses. Conduct an annual TAC symposium to highlight the importance of education as a profession, spotlight the work of TAC students and teacher sponsors, and to inspire other students to choose education as a career. Involve the community, Hawaii community.
Your 2 minutes is up. Could you summarize, please?
Yeah. We think that the best way to do this is to create a local pipeline for Hawaii's teachers. And we think if we do this, we can end the teacher shortage. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Hawaii Environmental Restoration. Hawaii Executive Collaborative.
Thank you. Aloha kako, and thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Nicole Lim, and I'm the Director of Movers and Shakas, a program under Hawaii Executive Collaborative. We're focused on attracting, integrating, and retaining talent, including returning kama'aina, to grow and diversify the economy. We're asking for $200,000. A brief history about our organization. We started as a COVID response to reduce tourism in 2020 by creating a temporary resident program to attract remote workers to actively contribute to Hawaii. Since then, we've successfully run 2 groups. After the first cohort, we realized we had built a Hawaii local cultural immersion program around learning, contributing, and connecting, and could tackle brain drain to help grow the economy. As remote work evolves, Movers and Shakas is shifting towards helping newly relocated professionals, including returning kama'aina like myself, to acclimate professionally, culturally, and socially to Hawaii. Our aim is to keep talent here in a new program called Hawaii Talent Onboarding Program, or HITOP. Many businesses have a company orientation, but very few have a place-based community orientation program. Employers sponsor their new hires and potentially their spouses or partners who will participate in place-based learning, cultural education, community service, and networking. There are 3 stakeholders for Hawaii. 1, new residents who will learn about Hawaii, do their jobs more effectively, make friends, find community, and develop a home here in Hawaii. 2, local employers benefit by retaining talent for strategic growth, decreasing their recruiting costs, and improving community and public relations. And 3, the state of Hawaii can maintain our talent pool, cultivate better community members, and foster stronger resident newcomer relations. We'll use the grant funding to pilot the new Hawaii Talent Onboarding Program and create a sustainable model with minimal external funding needed in the future. Through this program, we hope to reverse brain drain and promote brain gain for the state of Hawaii. Mahalo.
Thank you. Hawaii Family Law Clinic. Hawaii Farm Bureau Federation. Hawaii Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorders Action Group.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning. I'm Cleo Brown, President of Hawaii FASD Action Group. We thank the Hawaii State Legislature's Ways and Means and Finance Committees for this opportunity to testify. FASD encompasses a range of effects on the brain and body of individuals prenatally exposed to alcohol. FASD is a lifelong disability. Individuals affected by FASD display various challenges in their daily living and are often misdiagnosed and misunderstood. FASD-informed education and interventions are critical for individuals and their families. With full support and education, individuals with an FASD will achieve their full potential and lead productive lives. In 2022, at least 1 in 20 babies will be born with fetal alcohol spectrum disorders in Hawaii due to exposure to alcohol during pregnancy. In Hawaii, this is an invisible disability. There is no government-funded programs or any direct programs or services currently offered for FASD. In fact, children with FASD do not qualify for developmental disability services. With a year of access to FASD expertise developed at the University of Hawaii, our GIA will draw on 5 nonprofits currently providing services to mothers and children in prenatal maternal care, substance abuse, and developmental disability programs. With this GIA funding of $380,000, we can and will begin the process to shine a light on the needs of people with FASD and their families' critical needs. Mahalo for accepting our testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Floriculture and Nursery Association.
Aloha, my name is Eric Tanoe. I'm this year's president of Hawaii Floriculture and Nursery Association. HEFNA is over 300 members statewide, and we are an umbrella organization. Thank you to Chair Dela Cruz and Chair Luke, and members of Senate WAM and House Finance Committees for this opportunity to present today. This application seeks to accomplish the following goals. Number 1, a varietal research and breeding program, a breeding program for anthurium and orchids to increase the availability of new and existing cultivars. This will enable our growers to continue to engage in a profitable business that fulfills consumer demand for floral products as influenced by floral designers. Number 2, to continue to develop and implement our new educational program for students, new and young farmers, to provide them with information on career opportunities available in the floriculture industry. And number 3, to expand our local, domestic, international markets through outreach and education on the value of Hawaii floricultural products in order to return Hawaii floriculture sales to reported values of 2007. Thank you for the time and the consideration to present. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will go ahead and take our recess. So we'll be in recess until 1:30. We'll be in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're reconvening the joint hearing, informational briefing, between the House and the Senate for grant and aid. I just want to make one announcement. I know it was on the hearing notice, but there's been some issues with people that are logging on Zoom, not putting their organization name as their Zoom name. Please be sure to put your organization name or you will not be let into the meeting. Okay, picking it up where we left off. Hawaii Food Bank.
Hi. Aloha, my name is Amy Marvin. I'm the president and CEO of Hawaii Food Bank. Since 1983, our mission has been to ensure that no one in our community goes hungry. We directly serve the islands of Oahu and Kauai and partner with the Maui Food Bank and the Food Basket on Hawaii Island to support hunger relief across the state. Food insecurity is a grave issue in Hawaii and has been significantly exacerbated by the pandemic. Today, 1 in 6 Hawaii residents struggles with hunger, including 82,000 keiki. That is the second highest rate of child food insecurity in the country. We believe that food insecurity levels will continue to be substantially higher than they were prior to the pandemic for some time based on past crises. For instance, it took 10 years for food insecurity levels to recover after the recession in 2008. At Hawaii Food Bank, we still served 50% more people in 2021 than we did in 2019. Last year, we distributed 25 million pounds of food, providing food for more than 20 million meals across Oahu and Kauai, about twice as much food as prior to the pandemic. I want to point out that we do this through partnerships with more than 200 other nonprofit organizations. We provide food that our partner agencies distribute to those in need. This is a wonderful network and allows people to get help right in their communities from organizations and people they know and trust. In fact, it has been really wonderful to see a number of our partners who do such great work testifying today. To date, we have been able to meet the increased need due to a major increase in federal funds and philanthropy. However, federal commodity distributions have decreased substantially over the past year, and philanthropic support, while still higher than before the pandemic, has declined as well. This GIA would provide critical operating support to ensure that we can continue to meet the food security needs of our community, ensure no one goes hungry. We have also submitted a CIP request to conduct a facility needs assessment and feasibility study in order to develop plans for a new Oahu warehouse for the food bank. Our current warehouse is significantly undersized and needs to be about twice as large in order to efficiently accommodate the amount of food we are processing and distributing through our facility today. Our cold storage is especially undersized as we work to source and distribute more fresh produce and healthier options for our community. Currently, between 25 and 30% of the food that we distribute is fresh produce. In addition to the space constraints, our Oahu warehouse is located in Mapunapuna, and every time the tides go above 2 feet, the road to the warehouse floods. This is happening with increasing frequency and is now affecting our work about 1 week each month. We are in the inundation zone, and it would be disastrous if the warehouse flooded or if we could not get the trucks in and out in the case of a major hurricane or tsunami. We know we need to move. This request would allow for the food bank to assess our current facility, determine requirements and potential locations for a new facility, and develop a new site plan that will allow the food bank to carry out our mission to both fight hunger on a day-to-day basis, as well as to be prepared to respond in the case of a major disaster. Mahalo for the opportunity to speak with you today and for your consideration of our requests.
Thank you. Hawaii Habitat for Humanity Association. Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center. Okay, we're going to move on to the next set of 20. Hawaii Institute of Pacific Agriculture.
Hello, Dashal Kerr here.
Hello. Go ahead.
Aloha, I'm the Executive Director for Hawaii Institute of Pacific Agriculture. We're a 501c3 based in North Kohala with a mission of practicing and teaching regenerative agriculture. Some of our core programming includes farmer training, youth education. We do garden and nutrition education in the schools, and also managing the Kohala Food Hub. This is our plan is basically a strategic plan to address multiple goals that have been set forth. We're looking at increasing food production. This proposal supports the governor's goal. It supports the recent farm to school legislation. It supports our North Kohala CDP goal of growing 50% of our own food. Basically, we launched the Kohala Food Hub in response to the Lieutenant Governor's Farm to School pilot program. Our nonprofit was the first nonprofit on the ground to be supplying fresh produce directly into the cafeteria. We created a food hub that is currently aggregating produce from 25 producers, and we're in process of getting GAP certification. The washback has washback facilities, cold storage. This was a need that we identified in our community. What we figured out the last several years through running the food hub is that demand is far outstripping supply. So we've been working with our network of farmers to basically increase regional production. I know that a lot of you that are on the call today support agriculture and that our politicians want to see increased agriculture in Hawaii state. Unfortunately, our state budget is still not reflecting. I think a lot of you know that it's like 0.05% of the state budget that's going to capitalizing agriculture right now. These projects, like we are grossly unprepared for the food crisis that's coming to Hawaii. We do not have the production on the ground, and we need the state to rapidly invest in increased infrastructure, farmer training. And what we've created with our nonprofit is a pipeline where we're working with the career technical education line to basically get more youth engaged in agricultural careers and their support careers in their backyard. So again, this is an opportunity for us to, this is an opportunity for you all to support a project that's going to rapidly increase food security for Kohala, but also for the state, because Kohala has this incredible historical precedence of being one of the most important food growing regions in the entire state. Yet we need to have a rebirth of that vision. And that's basically the role our organization has been playing. We're at like this nexus right now, a nexus of opportunity of creating rural economic development, again, through engaging youth, training our existing network of farmers, and expanding the aggregation and distribution capacity of the North Kohala Food Hub.
Okay, your 2 minutes are up. Could you please summarize?
Please prioritize supporting the Hawaii Institute of Pacific Agriculture Kohala Food Hub project so we can support regional economic development.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Island Humane Society. Hawaii Island LGBTQ+ Pride. Hawaii Japanese Center. Hawaii Keiki Museum.
Aloha. My name is Dana McLaughlin. I have a bachelor's and a master's degree from MIT. I studied from the MIT Media Lab, and I also have an MBA from San Jose State. I'm starting a children's science museum in Kona. It's going to be at the Kona International Marketplace, which is a big warehouse space. Here in Hawaii, when you look around, science is literally all around us, from the corals in the ocean, all the way up the volcano, the stars above us. And yet, amongst our keiki, there's this common sentiment, particularly amongst like the high school kids, that it's really hard to have a STEM career here. That dampens their enthusiasm to study science, technology, engineering, and math. But there's so many local science and technology companies and research opportunities right here. For every astrophysicist working up on the telescope, there's 40 or more technicians that support them. Our local STEM companies need folks to clean the telescopes, collect the lava, drive the ROVs, the remotely operated vehicles, like the one that's on board the research vessel Nautilus. It's currently out there mapping the Papahanaumokuakea monument. This area has never been mapped from the ocean floor before. And our keiki should be on board that research vessel, doing the research in our waters. It's critical that we show our keiki. Opportunities here in our islands not only exist, but they're exciting. We at the Keiki Museum are currently building 9 hands-on science learning exhibits at the Kona International Marketplace. We're a grassroots collection of volunteers and people that believe our keiki deserve better jobs right here. And we're working to be open to the public by October or so. This funding is going to help us hire talented local craftsmen and women to build high quality science exhibits so that our keiki can learn about STEM. Things like a coral reef play structure. This sculpture is going to be installed on the ground low to the ground so the keiki can climb on the coral, play within it. The surface of the coral of the sculpture is coated with chalkboard, white chalkboard surface, and we'll hand them a piece of chalk, colored chalk. In this way, the keiki are being empowered to go restore and heal our bleached corals, put the color back onto our reefs.
Sorry, your 2 minutes are up. Could you please summarize?
This is just one of the exhibits we're working on, and with your support, we can create a pathway to guide our keiki on their own journey. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hawaii Korean U.S. Citizens League. Hawaii Law Enforcement Memorial Fund.
Aloha and good afternoon. My name is Antonio Williams and I serve on the board of the Hawaii Law Enforcement Memorial as the Vice President. We are all volunteers in an organization dedicated to honoring the sacrifice of Hawaii's fallen law enforcement officers. We are asking for $30,000 to accomplish $55,000 worth of repairs at the memorial. The Hawaii Law Enforcement Memorial began as a dream of the family members from Bryant Bain and Tate Kahaki. They were both SWAT officers, along with Peter Crown, who was a fire department firefighter / pilot. They were all killed in the line of duty as all three perished in a helicopter crash trying to rescue lost hikers in Sacred Falls, Aloha, Hawaii. In February 2010, the Hawaii Law Enforcement Memorial Foundation was established as a nonprofit organization to support the maintenance of the memorial. The memorial has sustained damage and has been periodically defaced and vandalized by vandals. It also has indigenous plants that were carefully tended to, but need to be replaced, as all that stands there is the naked dirt due to the fact that the irrigation pipes have been disconnected from its source. The foundation board members diligently conduct maintenance and support for the memorial, carefully tending to it, replacing the flags, paying for the marble plaques, and conducting the annual memorial ceremony. However, due to COVID-19 and its impacts, fundraising opportunities have been limited, and the organization's largest fundraiser, Race to the Base, was suspended for 2 years. In essence, all we're asking is that we are approved to get the $30,000 to restore the facing and cement on the memorial, to repair the rain damage, and we are looking at the landscaping to improve upon it, in which we would use this money, and we haven't had the opportunity to fundraise due to COVID-19.
Thank you. Hawaii Literacy.
Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs, and members of the committees. My name is Jill Takasaki Canfield. I'm the Executive Director of Hawaii Literacy, and I'm here to ask for your support for our application for $191,000 worth of funding so that we can continue to provide and expand access to free tutoring, English and digital literacy classes, and other and through our bookmobile, take other literacy building activities to adults and children in communities disproportionately affected by high illiteracy and poverty rates. The single greatest indicator of a child's future success is the literacy level of his or her parent. In Hawaii, 1 in 6 adults here struggle with reading and writing, which leads to generational poverty, and it's correlated with lower health outcomes, lower graduation rates, less civic engagement, and increased healthcare and state assistance costs. 50% of children from low-income communities start first grade up to 2 years behind their peers, and the link between socioeconomic status and the loss of reading skills contributes to a more pronounced opportunity gap over time. Third graders who cannot read on grade level today are 4 times more likely to drop out of high school and be on track to be our lowest income, least skilled citizens. But we can change this. Another factor that continues to undermine the academic success of poor students is the disparity to access to technology in the home. The pandemic highlighted the gulf between people who can leverage technology and those who can't. To ensure that everyone has access to the opportunity to upskill and is able to connect to the resources they need, our model supports foundational digital literacy skills for low literacy adults and English language learners. It includes culturally informed digital skills training, in addition to access to technology and connectivity, to provide our most vulnerable residents with the skills, confidence, and access that they need to succeed. Literacy impacts every aspect of a person's life, and with your support, we can continue and expand our 2-gen family cross-sector work and continue to connect children and adults to resources they need so they can empower themselves to succeed, breaking cycles of poverty and education and helping our community thrive. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Master Food Preservers, Inc. Hawaii Parkinson's Association, Inc.
Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs, and committee members. I'm Jerry Boster, president of the Hawaii Parkinson Association, and I have Parkinson's disease. I consider myself lucky because I'm being treated by one of the 3 movement disorder specialists, neurologists that are here in Hawaii. That's right, we only have 3 of them. These are the doctors who have the specialty training to treat the estimated 7,000 Parkinson patients, plus the other 10,000 movement disorder patients with conditions such as essential tremors, Tourette's, and Huntington's. I've been president for the last 5 years, and during the entire time, I've been trying to recruit movement disorder specialist neurologists to take up practice in Hawaii. But with only 650 nationwide, it's really hard, and I haven't been successful. So we're changing tacks, and if we decided if we can't recruit them, then we need to grow them ourselves. I'll be working with Queens Parkinson and Movement Disorder Center and UH John A. Burns School of Medicine, both of whom have written letters of support for this grant request. The plan is to use this grant to establish a movement disorder specialist fellowship. This fellowship will provide more doctors with unique skill sets needed to effectively treat the increasing population of people with Parkinson's in Hawaii. According to the Center for Disease Control, Parkinson's disease is the 2nd largest and fastest growing progressive neurodegenerative condition, and it has no cure. I would appreciate your support for this grant. It's what we really need. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Performing Arts Company.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Aloha, Representative Luke, Senator Dela Cruz, and the members of the Ways and Means and Finance Committees. Thank you for considering our GIA request and for this opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Kip Wilborn. I'm the Executive Director of Hawaii Performing Arts Company Limited. We do business as Manoa Valley Theater, or MVT. Founded in 1969, the mission of Manoa Valley Theater is to entertain and enrich Hawaii's audiences and artists through the production and promotion of live theater. The objectives of MVT's request are first to improve the audience experience by upgrading its aging lighting system, and second, to provide a technical teaching platform that is representative of current theater technology so that the training students receive is consistent with what they will find in the marketplace. Nearly all of the lighting equipment MVT owns or borrows is in need of replacement. The heart of the lighting system is a control console, and MVT's control console is considered a legacy console by its manufacturer and is no longer supported by software or firmware updates. Because many of MVT's lighting instruments are over 40 years old and some are no longer manufactured, it's becoming increasingly difficult to service and repair them, not to mention the fact that they are extremely energy inefficient. Changing to modern equipment such as LED instruments will not only enhance the audience experience, but will also produce significant energy savings. MVT's training program, the MVT Studio, introduces students to the major components of theater technology, including lighting fundamentals, where students learn about lighting design and operation, as well as gain experience with lighting equipment, techniques, and the role of the master electrician. It is essential that the equipment on which the students train reflect what they will encounter in the marketplace. At MVT, we want to be more than just a theater that provides plays, musicals, and concerts. We're committed to finding ways that we can give back to our community. The production of live theater requires a wide range of STEM skills, and we see a great opportunity to use the arts environment to help students acquire or sharpen many of those skills. On a daily basis, we use math, engineering, advanced computer graphics, electrics, carpentry, acoustics, and more. Training students in these fields will give them skills they can use in the theater, television, and film industries and in the non-arts related workplace. To that end, we're requesting your positive consideration of our grant request. Mahalo.
Thank you. Hawaii Public Health Institute.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Lydie Bernal, coordinator of the Hawaii Farm to School HUI, which is a statewide network and program of Hawaii Public Health Institute. Mahalo for your consideration of our grant in aid application for the rat lungworm disease prevention through education project. Rat lungworm disease is a real-life, serious economic and public health issue for Hawaii. However, while the disease presents many problems for Hawaii, it also provides a surprising number of unique and rewarding opportunities for STEAM education, or science, technology, engineering, arts, agriculture, and math. Importantly, involving students in educational efforts has been identified by the international community as one of the top priority actions toward preventing and mitigating rat lungworm disease infections. The goals of our project are to prevent and mitigate further cases of rat lungworm disease among Hawaii's residents and visitors by empowering community members, food producers and handlers, teachers, and students as family and community educators and actors, while increasing student engagement, improving academic achievement, and introducing students to career opportunities in public health, science, and other relevant fields. Funding will be used to meet our project objectives, which are to conduct 6 online community webinars and 1 online professional development education course for teachers, disseminate a software application for citizen science data collection on the prevalence, distribution, and control of rat lungworm host species targeting slugs and snails, and strengthening partnerships among public and private agencies and organizations for rat lungworm disease prevention. No other such efforts currently exist in Hawaii. Support from the legislature is necessary to continue this critical statewide work. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Aloha.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Softball Foundation. Hawaii Symphony Orchestra. Hawaii Tax Help and Financial Empowerment Solutions. Hawaii Theater. Hawaii United Okinawa Association.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, and aloha co-chairs Senator Dela Cruz and Representative Luke. I'm John Itumura, Executive Director of the Hawaii United Okinawa Association. As you all know, the HUA has worked tirelessly supporting the efforts and initiating activities to preserve, promote, and perpetuate the Okinawan heritage and culture across the state of Hawaii for over 70 years, and is recognized internationally as host of one of the largest ethnic festivals each year, which is our Okinawan Festival, and this year at the Hawaii Convention Center. The Hawaii Okinawa Center is located in Waipio. It's over 32 years old and home to programs supporting kupuna and keiki programs, including volunteer services, cultural education, genealogy research, and cultural performances. Our Legacy Hall is the largest banquet hall facility in central Oahu and regularly serves to host community events throughout the year. However, like many other nonprofits testifying today, the pandemic has severely impacted our financial resources. And by shutting down banquet hall services, we've lost our primary revenue source. So HOA is requesting $475,000 to address banquet hall repairs and maintenance. Primarily our 25-foot tall banquet hall partitions. These partitions are over 30 years old and need to be replaced to ensure the safety of attendees. So this grant in aid will assist the HOA in maintaining safe facilities for public access and use as we return to our pre-pandemic activities. So again, mahalo ipeni he debiru for your consideration of our requests.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Youth Services Network.
Aloha. I'm Judith Clark, Executive Director, speaking on behalf of Hawaii Youth Services Network and the Hawaii Children and Youth Summit Planning Committee. Children and youth are part of our communities and need to be part of the decisions that affect their lives. The annual Children and Youth Summit gives young people a voice to inform our legislators about what Hawaii needs in order to be a better place to live, learn, and work. Started by former legislators, Senator Suzanne Chun Oakland and Representative Dennis Arakaki, responsibility for managing the summit moved to Hawaii Youth Services Network in 2014. This year, for the first time, we are seeking a legislative grant and aid to fund the 29th annual Children and Youth Summit. Multiple bills currently working their way through this legislative session were initiated or informed by Hawaii's youth. These include bills on banning the sale of flavored tobacco products, inclusive sexual health education, tiny homes for low-income and homeless people, and menstrual equity, among others. The summit can be a life-changing experience for youth. This is what some of them have to say. This was my first experience in attending a meeting with other youth where our voices matter. I want to make a difference, and attending the summit gave me the courage to step out and share everything I've learned with my fellow students. I know I will never stop speaking up for what is right. Alicia Estoy, Kona Hawaii High School. Another student said, I have always been passionate about the environment, but I never thought I could make a difference now. Thank you for providing that chance to speak out and give me someone to listen. This has been one of the few times that I felt like people listened to me. McKenna Anderson. Please honor the youth's voice and keep the Children and Youth Summit alive. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Hawaiian Community Assets, Inc. Hawaiian Humane Society.
Aloha to our Senate and House committee members. Stephanie Kendrick with the Hawaiian Humane Society. Thank you for allowing me to talk about our project. Hawaiian Humane has served the Oahu community for more than 138 years. As the population in Central and West Oahu boomed, our leadership began asking whether our current location in town was sufficient to meet this growing need. That question led to a years-long journey of research, planning, fundraising, and design, and its answer is materializing right now on the Eva Plain in the form of a state-of-the-art animal shelter and gathering place. To learn more about the need as campus construction approached, we opened an outreach office at the Filipino Community Center just over a year ago. Already, Pet Kokua in Waipahu has served nearly 500 pet owners and more than 2,600 pets, providing education, supplies, and services. The team has also held wellness and vaccine and microchipping clinics at locations across Central and West Oahu, serving hundreds more people and pets. One story from that time exemplifies the interconnectedness of people issues and animal issues. A woman living in a transitional shelter in West Oahu brought her 3 dogs to a Pet Kokua wellness clinic to be seen by a veterinarian. Getting her pets microchipped, vaccinated, dewormed, treated for fleas and ticks, as well as scheduled for no-fee spay neuter surgery, allowed her to demonstrate that she was a responsible pet owner. Shortly thereafter, she moved into permanent housing with her dogs. Today, the owner is thriving and giving back by working at her former transitional shelter to help others who are in the same situation. That's the kind of community outcome that we want to create at our new campus with your help. We're asking for $1 million CIP grant for last stage construction funding. This project is beyond shovel ready. The shovels are out there moving every day. Please award this grant and help us get this important community resource completed on time and on budget. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Hana Health.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today on behalf of our state grant and aid request. Hana Health has been working on the development of the Rehabilitation and Support Center since 2015. Designed to meet the express medical needs of Hana community members, the Rehab Center will provide new and expanding healthcare services to our vulnerable, primarily Native Hawaiian population. Expanded mental health, telehealth, and chronic disease management services will be provided at this new facility, as well as new services to include physical therapy, cardiac rehab, chiropractic care, and traditional healing practices. Administrative support will be relocated out of trailers and finally into actual office space. The pandemic has reinforced the critical nature of having a full range of healthcare services in the Hana community close to home. This is more important now than ever before. The construction cost for the rehab center is $5.3 million. We have successfully generated $3.3 million in federal and private funding for the project and have arranged for a $2 million loan if necessary.
We are asking for support in the amount of $750,000 to bring the project to completion, which is expected at the end of this year. Construction is ongoing and started this past October. In addition, we're requesting $220,000 to complete pre-development plans for on-site affordable healthcare workforce housing. The lack of housing in Hana has greatly impacted our ability to recruit and retain medical professionals. We have had to bypass two positions recently because there was absolutely no housing for them to relocate to. And we're also dealing with the possibility of losing another provider whose landlord is now wanting to move back into his own home. Projected cost for architectural and engineering services is $660,000. We have secured $240,000 in federal funds for this work, and will continue to raise the balance of the money needed to complete the project. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address the committees, and we appreciate your continued support. Thank you.
Sorry, I was on mute. Okay, moving on to the next 20 organizations. Hawaiian Island Land Trust.
Aloha. Aloha to the committee members. My name is Angela Britton. I am the Director of Development for Hawaiian Islands Land Trust, doing business as Hawaii Land Trust and known as HILT. Since 2011, HILT has protected more than 21,000 acres of land across the state, including 7 public preserves and 47 conservation easements protecting privately owned lands. We protect lands that ensure Hawaii's long-term well-being, prioritizing coastlines, wahikupuna or Hawaiian cultural landscapes, and lands that grow healthy foods for Hawaii's people. HILT's 7 public preserves on Kauai, Oahu, Maui, and Hawaii Island serve more than 26,000 people each year, including more than 2,000 school children in Aina-based education programs, cultural practitioners, subsistence livers, fishermen, and recreational users. We are grateful for the committee's consideration of HILT's request, which will provide vital stewardship at 5 of our public preserves. These funds will enhance ecological restoration efforts, making coastal areas more resilient to the effects of climate change, provide places for learning and perpetuation of cultural practice, and to actively support the connection to Aina for all Hawaii residents. Mahalo for your kind consideration.
Thank you. Hawaiian Kamali'i Inc.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha, Chair Luke, Chair Dela Cruz, and members of the House Committee on Finance and Senate Committee on Ways and Means. My name is Ka'ili Moikeha. I am the club manager at Hawaiian Kamali'i, better known as Hawaiian Canoe Club. We're located at Kahului Harbor on Maui. I'm here today to speak a little about our programs and what we're doing to generate a self-sustaining source of income to keep our program participant costs minimal. Every summer, we have our Kamali'i program. This program accommodates about 150 youth between the ages of 10 and 18. We also hold a 7-week summer enrichment program for ages 10 to 13 that focuses on our culture and our community. One of our newer programs is our canoe tours. A request for $50,000 will be used to support the operations of our programs and to repair and maintain our traditional Hawaiian hale where these programs are hosted and procure dedicated canoe hulls for operations. Sustainability is the primary intention behind this initiative. The canoe tours have proven to be a viable venture, generating income to support our longstanding youth programs. The pandemic disrupted our early success as we had planned to invest in new canoes with earned income. 2 years later, there is a pressing need to have dedicated double hull canoes for canoe tours, which will be safer and more comfortable for our guests. This unique experience is one of a kind for Central Maui, and we're excited to have it start up again in the coming weeks. The additional canoes and equipment, as well as repairs to our traditional hale, will assist us in continuing to provide a culturally rooted program for our visitors and our community members that will in turn help us to continue our mission of providing an environment rooted in traditional Hawaiian values that promote personal growth, character development, and achievement in physical fitness. We're humbled to be here today to speak to all of you, and we want to thank you for your time and consideration. Mahalo.
Great, thank you. Healthy Mothers, Healthy Babies Coalition of Hawaii.
Good afternoon, and thank you for hearing me today. I'm Tanya Smith-Johnson, the Policy Director and Community-Based Doula Coordinator for Healthy Mothers, Healthy Babies. Healthy Mothers, Healthy Babies is a local nonprofit
Hawaiian Island Land Trust is still.
Dedicated to Hawaii's maternal, child, and family health through wraparound services that capture both our clinical care and our social services. We are the only nonprofit that does the work that we do. Through our Mauna Mama Mobile Midwifery Clinic, we have been able to service hundreds of families, providing not just prenatal, lactation, and well person care, but also we've done over 1,000 vaccinations as well. We've served hundreds of families through our community-based doula program by providing support for people in birth, by oftentimes being the only support person people have in the hospital. We provide mental health services and screen every single client that we have a touch point with to make sure no one falls through the cracks during the postpartum period. Our parent groups have given new parents the education, comfort, and community they need, especially during COVID. Our staff includes nurses, midwives, lactation consultants, childbirth educators, and doulas. We are a tiny and mighty team doing all we can to fill the gaps and make sure everyone who needs it has access to social services as well as medical support they need during one of the most vulnerable and transformative times and journeys in their lives. We've even started a 24-hour Mauna Mama hotline that anyone can call and get support, advice, or even telehealth visits at any time of the day or night. We're doing great work and work with the funding that we have, but by granting us this GIA grant, we can service so many more people. Oftentimes our services are on a sliding scale for those who can't afford. We hope that you hear our request, and thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. HHOC Housing and Land Trust. HNL Tool Library.
Aloha, and thank you for this opportunity to present testimony. My name is Benjamin Pilot, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of HNL Tool Library. A tool library is similar to a traditional tool library, but instead of books, members of the community can borrow tools. As the only tool library on Oahu, our work promotes economic resiliency and environmental sustainability through access to our shared inventory. We also offer workshops to address the urgent need for local career training, skill development, and STEAM education. We are requesting funds to hire a part-time lending library manager, expand access with a 25% increase in operating hours, and provide advanced tool repair training to existing and newly recruited volunteers. At HNL Tool Library, we like to say that the more we share, the more we have. As an island community, that mindset can reduce greenhouse gas emissions by up to 99%. That's according to the United Nations Resource Panel, comparing the climate effects of a sharing economy versus manufacturing new. Our programs promote local resilience in the areas of supply chain management, disaster preparedness, and mitigating the effects of climate change. Last year, volunteers spent more than 2,100 hours refurbishing donated tools so they could be loaned to the community and removed from the landfill waste stream. Since our founding in 2015, we've loaned more than 22,000 tools that have helped the residents of Oahu start businesses, raise their property values, and improve their quality of life. With your support, we're on track to complete 14,000 tool loans during the funded year, helping to address the housing affordability crisis while working in partnership with other nonprofit organizations, including Reuse Hawaii and Honolulu Habitat for Humanity. After the funded period, we'll sustain this operations increase with revenue generated by membership dues and workshop fees, in addition to private donations and corporate sponsorships. Mahalo for your consideration and support for this urgent community need.
Okay, thank you. Ho'olua Loa Foundation for Arts and Culture. Homeless Task Force. Homestead Community Development Corporation.
Aloha Chair Luke, Chair Dela Cruz, Vice Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Keith Algaran, and members of the House Finance Committee and Senate Ways and Means Committee. My name is Kara Chow, Deputy Director of Homestead Community Development Corporation, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. HCDC was founded in 2009 by an initiative of the Sovereign Council of Hawaiian Homestead Associations, or the SHA, and we are a statewide nonprofit with offices on Oahu, Kauai, and Molokai. We are dedicated to creating job opportunities and affordable housing for low to moderate income residents on or near Hawaiian homelands. Our request for $275,000 is to purchase and install a solar photovoltaic system and battery storage for our certified kitchen that is owned and operated by HCDC in Anahola, Kauai. The kitchen was built 10 years ago and has served as an economic hub for Kauai residents. Currently, it employs about 6 staff members, all residents of the region, and supports 14 micro and small businesses located at the adjacent Anahola Marketplace, also owned and operated by HCDC. Although the GIA request is to cover the one-time purchase of the solar PV system and battery storage, the system will significantly reduce and stabilize our operating expenses over its estimated 20-year lifespan, thus enabling HCDC to direct 100% of the cost savings to create more jobs, and will further serve our mission to provide employment opportunities for many decades to come. Mahalo for your time and consideration, and thank you again for the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of HCDC.
Thank you. Honolulu Habitat for Humanity. Honolulu Theater for Youth. Pompahonganji Mission of Hawaii.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Becky Dunning. I'm the Managing Director at Honolulu Theater for Youth. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide testimony this afternoon. Honolulu Theater for Youth is requesting a $150,000 grant to provide reduced admissions and bus transportation to HTY Productions on Oahu and the neighbor islands. HTY continued to provide service to schools and families during the COVID-19 pandemic. We shifted quickly to producing digital content, which was distributed through television broadcasts to classrooms on digital platforms, and we were awarded 3 Emmy Awards in 2021 for our TV show, The Highway. After 2 years of creating digital content, we are thrilled to welcome audiences back for live productions across the street at Tenney Theater and to venues on the neighbor islands. The pandemic has made equitable access to the arts more important than ever before. Innumerable studies have shown that children's access to and engagement with performing arts cultivates an enduring love of performing arts, expands perspectives and interpersonal skills that strengthen teamwork, inspire creative thinking, which encourages innovation and problem solving, and nurtures hope and improves self-confidence, which fosters optimism and resilience. One of the long-standing barriers to deeper engagement with the performing arts and its benefits has simply been one of exposure. Children can't learn about and through the arts if they are unable to access them, which is often the case in under-resourced schools like many in the Department of Education. HTY tells local stories based on Hawaii's diverse cultures, relevant to today's issues, which bring joy and excitement to learning for Hawaii students. Please help us make this experience available to all students statewide. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Hompa Honganji Mission of Hawaii. Okay. Ko'ola Napua.
Aloha. My name is Kent, and I'm here to thank you for allowing Ko'ola Napua to provide information on this critical project. Since 2013, our programs have prevented children from getting entangled in sex trafficking, educated frontline professionals and community leaders on signs and responses to sex trafficking, and offered resilience training and mentoring to victimized youth and those at risk. In 2021, we completed renovations to Pearl Haven, a 13-acre campus that now provides unparalleled residential treatment and services to youth aged 11 to 17 who have experienced sexual trauma or who are at substantial risk. The pandemic exacerbated commercial sexual exploitation of children statewide, particularly with students pivoting to online schooling and experiencing social isolation. Now more than ever, we must continue offering programs along our continuum of care to serve vulnerable youth before they are trafficked, as well as along their way to sustained healing. Over 12 months, we are requesting $298,075 of a total $661,842 total budget to expand prevention education and training and starfish mentoring programs on Oahu and Hawaii Island. Our goals and outcomes include equipping schools and communities with skills to prevent sexual exploitation through customized training, community sessions, and classroom and educator presentations on Oahu and Hawaii Island. We will also enable sexually exploited and trafficked youth to rebuild skills often derailed by complex trauma through one-to-one mentoring. Your support will enable us to validate and empower 50 youth under 18 on Oahu and Hawaii Island who have been sex trafficked or at considerable risk of sexual exploitation and trafficking through 2,400 one-to-one starfish mentoring meetings. Your support will also enable us to provide a total of 170 prevention, education, and awareness training presentations, including 80 in school settings throughout complex areas on Oahu and Hawaii Island. Education and training sessions will directly benefit students in 6th to 12th grades, educators, school staff, first responders, and other frontline professionals. Mahalo.
Thank you. Ho'omahua Foundation. Ho'oulu Lahui.
Aloha, and mahalo for this opportunity to present Ho'oulu Lahui's CIP grant and aid request in the amount of $202,800. The funding request will support the long-term stabilization of Kuokala Charter School, whose campus was destroyed by the Kilauea eruption in 2018. We have relocated to the Nanimau Gardens in Panaeva and Hilo, and we seek to solarize our facilities. These funds will address all installation, planning, permitting fees, purchase of equipment, and installation of the 20 kW system on the school facility. All work will be conducted by a licensed electrician. The system will be Helco grid tied and will also bring electricity down to our large 150 by 40 foot greenhouse, enabling the support of our project-based classes, including culinary, agriculture, forestry, and other mission-aligned activities. This will serve a great public purpose by reducing the large monthly electricity costs incurred by Kuokala. Charter schools receive no facilities funding, and the reduction of electricity bills every month will result in putting more dollars into addressing our public student academic needs. Solar education can then be built into the school's academic and project-based programs. We have been known for our cultural, innovative, and environmental focus, and this project not only supports our county mayor's focus plan on sustainability, but the state's 2045 mandate for energy efficiency, especially on public facilities. We need to prepare and support our next generation in addressing their difficult inheritance of climate change impacts. The school can function as a disaster resilience hub. Community meetings and events can occur on site. We are committed to uplifting our community and our environment. This funding support will have a large impact on addressing our school's mission, vision, and long-term stabilization. It is a one-time request. Thank you for your consideration, and we're truly grateful for the daily work you conduct on behalf of the well-being of our community and our state. Mahalo nui loa.
Thank you. Horizons Academy of Maui. Hui Malama o Kekai Foundation. Hui no Ke Ola Pono. Hui o Haula. Imua Family Services. Innovations Public Charter School Foundation, Holualoa Foundation for Arts and Culture.
Hello, my name is Maya Greisky. I'm the Executive Director of the Donkey Mill Art Center in Holualoa on Hawaii Island. I have two quotes to share today from members of our community regarding the programs described in our application, our Fiber Studio and our youth education program. The first quote is from a member of Woody Japel, a Marshallese women's leadership group whose members teach at the Donkey Mill. And there's an article in this month's Hana Ho magazine all about Woody Japel's connection with the Donkey Mill. Weaving is one of our cultural heritages, and we have a vision to teach the younger generation, especially here in Hawaii. But here on the Big Island, most of us live in apartments or housing where it's difficult to access coconut farms. What we're doing with Donkey Mill is about sharing. We have talents that we want to share, and we want the whole Hawaii community to know Marshallese, to know the meaning of Woody Japel, which, by the way, has no direct English translation, but can be defined as by yourself, you can't lift a canoe. It takes many hands. And the other quote is from the mother of a teen in our teen council program, who wrote to us, "I can't begin to explain what a blessing the mill has been for our family. Our shy, sweet boy, who was so brave to move all the way from New York at age 15, has blossomed into a mature and confident young man. A big part of this growth has come from the opportunities he has had in the teen council. You are such a supportive and nurturing community of talented, passionate people, and we thank you for all that you do to bring kids into your cocoon of aloha." As a place of convergence, the Donkey Mill's programs continue to learn from and grow with the diversity of our community. We are a place for convergence, a safe place, like our current exhibition, Pu'uhonua, explores. Thank you for this opportunity to provide this testimony and for all that you do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the next set of 20 organizations. Inspiration Hawaii Museum.
Aloha, I'm Inspiration Hawaii Eyes, right? I'm Gloria Borland, one of the founders, along with Tim Johns, a former CEO of the Bishop Museum, and many others in the community who see value in educating and inspiring the people of Hawaii and our visitors. Our mission at the Inspiration Hawaii Museum is to tell the world untold stories of people from Hawaii who inspired the world. People from Hawaii are brilliant, yet Hawaii still suffers from the Hollywood stereotype that we are not capable leaders in our chosen professions. Our exhibits tell the personal stories of how growing up in Hawaii influenced leaders like President Obama, China's first president, Sun Yat-sen, Congresswoman Patsy Mink. We will have an exhibit on global entertainers from Hawaii, like Bruno Mars, who was once homeless, Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, who had financial instability in his family, Bette Midler, who was born and raised in Halava. We will have an exhibit on Olympic gold medalist winners like Brian Kay from the decathlon in Beijing, Duke Kahanamoku, and Clarissa Moore. Polynesians in the NFL will be featured, as well as Major League Baseball, exhibits of our Little League world champions, the boys from Waipio. And we have an exhibit on Invented in Hawaii. The electric guitar, people don't know, the electric guitar was invented in the 1930s at the Kamehameha School for Boys. Verifone, the credit card swiping machine, was invented in Honolulu. UH Cancer Society, Volt, and also global entrepreneurs like Steve Case. And you can see more about our exhibits at our website, inspirationhawaiimuseum.org. The Inspiration Museum is working on a permanent location near the Halava Aloha Stadium in 3 years. In the meantime, we are opening at the end of this year a temporary pop-up museum. We located a building downtown and will open in December 2022. The focus of our GIA is to seek a public-private partnership, seeking $250,000 from the state government to be matched by $250,000 from the private sector. The $250,000 from the state will be used to pay for the full and part-time salaries of 7 people employed by the museum. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Institute for a Sustainable Future. Okay. Institute for Human Services, Inc.
Aloha and mahalo committees. I'm Lena Ijasic from the Institute for Human Services, Hawaii's most comprehensive provider for homeless services. Please note our request has been modified to a reduced amount that is reflected in your packet. Our goal at IHS is to create tailored solutions to end homelessness. IHS is requesting a modified amount of $405,000 in CIP for critical IT systems to ensure connectivity and improve data reporting for our organization as we have far expanded past what our existing servers can support. IHS converted our men's shelter into a COVID isolation site twice and ran the temporary quarantine and isolation center for the Department of Health. We asked for a modified operational request of $480,000 to cover medical staffing and janitorial services so homeless COVID positive individuals have a landing pad with the aims to keep our state open as pockets of new cases emerge. Lastly, our state has seen big successes related to family homelessness, which has decreased by 43% over the past 5 years due to many agencies working together to create and implement targeted solutions to get our kikis off of the street. This is an example that population-based approaches work. We need to implement the same model for change to our complex, chronically homeless individuals. In the past 5 years, the proportion of homeless with mental illness is up by 17%. Now almost half of all homeless have mental health needs. Substance abuse issues have also increased by 15%. Now over 1/3 have substance abuse issues. The rate of chronic homeless health conditions, developmental and physical disabilities are disproportionately rising in the homeless population as well. If we are to create safer streets and communities, we must evolve the homeless service sector. We humbly ask for a revised amount of $1.62 million for operational staffing in the homeless service sector. We humbly ask for a revised amount of $1.62 million for operational staffing for the first year to stabilize our most sick homeless individuals with medical, psychiatric, and addiction medicine services. Are beginning renovations underway. Second year funding will come from multiple sources, including federal Medicaid reimbursement. There is no licensed medically managed detox facility on the island of Oahu and no program in the state that addresses all of these areas under one roof. The protocols and interdisciplinary framework finalized through this program will be shared with all service providers across all islands so that this model can be replicated. IHS request is large, however, the payback can be even greater for our state as a whole. Mahalo for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Institute for Native Pacific Education and Culture. J. Walter Cameron Center.
Aloha. My name is Cesar Gagiola, and I'm the Executive Director of the J. Walter Cameron Center in Wailuku, Maui. We are the home to 18 nonprofit organizations that pre-pandemic served 30,000 people. We are celebrating our 50th anniversary next year. Our GIA grant request is $750,000. This includes the upgrade to 3 bathrooms to meet ADA requirements, plumbing, electrical, and all of that. The second portion is connecting the main entrance sidewalk into the property for ADA compliance and public safety. I do want to let you know that we have received 2 previous GAs, one in 2015 and one in 2017. We did receive the funds for those projects, and we were audited both years, and everything was in compliance. So again, we want to say thank you for this opportunity to appear before you today. Mahalo.
Committee members, my name is Nate Giltoku, President and Executive Director at the Strengthening Hawaii's Diverse Community by Educating Present and Future Generations in Our Evolving Japanese American Experience. But along Honolulu, located in Mo'iliili, our building often sees a lot of visitors due to our banquet space. Currently, we are one of the few urban Honolulu banquet spaces outside of Waikiki. With the COVID-19 closures, we saw a significant drop in building revenue, which made it difficult to continue to do deferred maintenance and upgrades to our building. Built in 1991, our administrative building is now 30 years old, and is due for an elevator upgrade. We are asking the committee to grant us a grant for $400,000 to do an elevator upgrade in our administrative building. Our administrative building houses the JCCH admin offices, the Tokioka Heritage Resource Center, along with several tenants, including the Honolulu Japanese Chamber of Commerce, United Japanese Society of Hawaii, Keizu Radio, NGN TV station, and also houses our Sekoan Tea House, where two major charter schools practice. We humbly ask for your support, and thank you very much for this opportunity to present.
Okay, thank you. Japanese Culture Center of Kona. Ka'ahumanu Church.
Aloha, my name is Kahuwain Higa. I'm currently the in our GIA grant. Where we're asking for a GIA grant to help us fundraise for the restoration and repair of a historic building that's located in the heart of Wailuku. And it's as a Hawaiian, we look at sense of place, and we embrace a sense of place. And Ka'ahumanu Church, sitting right across of the government buildings, is that sense of place as people drive by. The current congregation is going to be celebrating 190 years. The current building is the fourth building, and it is coming up on 145 years old. The church is listed on both the national and Hawaii National and Contributing Historic Building in the County of Maui's Wailuku Historic District. It was completed in 1876 to 1878, and the building was designed by Edward Bailey. And the site is adjacent to the Bailey House Museum also. The complex from the Bailey House to the church was originally King Kahekili's royal compound. So the history of the area and the church property goes further back than just the missionaries. The history of the congregation and the present church, though, does have associations with some of the notable missionaries, such as Edward Bailey, Jonathan Green, Richard Armstrong, William Alexander, Thomas Thurston, Daniel Conde. The last restoration, and it's suffered some storm damage and small congregation, but we've already begun a capital campaign. We have actually been able to get some contractor ready specifications, so we're ready once we raise funding. And the primary threat presently, or primary focus, will be the steeple, which is again almost 145 years old. It's again suffered storm damage. The sanctuary itself is a large blue stone structure with walls more than 2 feet thick. It has a high-pitched gable roof with no overhang, but somehow the birds and the termites kind of find their way in there.
Okay, Kahu, you're 2 minutes off. If
2
you can
minutes are up.
summarize.
Okay.
You can summarize, Kahu.
Mahalo nui for considering our requests, and we look forward to completing this. So yeah, just that. Mahalo nui.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Kalani Hale, Kalihi Community Center.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you.
Well, hey, hello and good afternoon. Thank you for this time. My name is Martin Hahn, and I'm the Executive Director for the Kalihi Community Center. KCC has been of service since 2014, providing free programs for low-income families and troubled youth. We're asking $204,000 for operational costs to provide 3 new programs: cultural assistance, leadership building, digital awareness for seniors. Also, we're asking $545,300 in capital aid to provide KCC with its own building to extend low-income housing for the community that we serve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kalavai Lualani Corp. Sorry about that. Okay, Camp Hawaii Inc. Kamuela Philharmonic Orchestra Society. Kanuoka Aina Learning Ohana. Ka'uhai and Pahala Elementary School. Kauai Economic Opportunity.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Maybelle Ferrero Fujiuchi. I'm with Kauai Economic Opportunity. We have two GIAs before you. I believe the first one on the list was for the operating request. And I want to keep it really brief. Basically, I'm here to ask you to fund part of the shelter costs that we have, a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week shelter for homeless. The State Department of Human Services Homeless Programs Office requires that we provide a 24-hour service project with a shelter, but they do not fund for it. They fund for about 40%. So Kauai Economic Opportunity needs to go out and get the other 60% for the shelter. I've been here before you for, I want to say, more than 40 years. And I want to really thank you for all the support we've had. Almost every year you've provided some support for Kauai Economic Opportunity. More than not, I want to just appreciate what you have done and ask if you'd be willing to fund that particular program for Kauai Economic Opportunity. Thank you very, very much. Right now, our wait list at the homeless shelter is 178. During the pandemic, we had to lessen the capacity to 19. We want to go back up to 38, but our wait list is 178 right now. Thank you very much. I see I got 21 seconds, so I'll end it right here for the operating GIA. Would you run out my time and then ask me to go to the next GIA, or what is the protocol?
It's 2 minutes per organization.
Right. Oh, per organization?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess I'm done. Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Okay, thank you.
Much
Kauai Habitat
appreciated.
for Humanity.
Aloha committee chairs, vice chairs, and members. Thank you for your tireless efforts on behalf of our last year here at Kauai Habitat for Humanity. And we're requesting this year $500,000 in capital funds to be used toward the construction of 5 homes for low-income home buyers in our upcoming Waimea Huakai subdivision. Construction will be based on our Habitat self-help model. Kauai Habitat is an affordable housing provider. Our mission is to bring people together to build homes, communities, and hope. Since our 23 affordable homes and completed 37 repairs to substandard homes across the island. Our service population is low-income households whose gross income is between the Kauai real estate market now features houses at median sales prices of $930,000, and that's as of last month here, 2022. We can build for about $150 per square foot, and that results in delivering homes at about 50% of the current market value. Our model works well thanks to sweat equity labor provided by the home buyers, a long way since the early years of Habitat, where we were only able to provide a small handful of homes. At the end of this fiscal year, this coming June, we will have provided 2017. Our home buyers, not only are they learning construction skills, it's financial management, it's teamwork. Habitat for Humanity, we're not a handout, it's a hand up in life. Outcomes for our home buyers' life using the tools they've learned from Habitat and our partners. The last group of homes that were funded by the legislature's grants and aid enabled so much more beyond just the construction of homes. You folks provided our homeowners with the ability and resources to make home improvements, fencing, carports. You folks have provided for our home buyers' children the ability to play outside safely in their yards. You folks provided for our families the ability to take shelter. Just as these last families funded by the GIA moved in, they were forced to take shelter due to Kauai's lockdown. They were able to do that thanks to you.
Please.
We do appreciate your folks' kind support and ask that you continue to fund in the amount of $500,000 for our continued programs in our new subdivision, Waimea. Thank you.
Thank you. Kauai Humane Society.
Aloha, chairs and committee members. I'm Nicole Schaefer-Crane, the Executive Director. Kauai Humane Society is the only open admission animal shelter on the island of Kauai. Our organization serves the roughly 72,000 residents of Kauai and their pets. We do not discriminate based on any demographics. Kauai is dealing with an epidemic in terms of our homeless pet population. With a limited number of residents and a lack of pet-friendly housing, there are not enough homes to accommodate the island's current pet population. When you factor in the high cost of spay-neuter surgeries at private veterinary clinics, the magnitude of the issues Kauai faces in terms of both assisting pet owners as well as controlling the animal population grows substantially. We are seeking $400,000. $150,000 will be used for staffing needs to hire one full-time spay-neuter veterinarian and veterinary technician, and $250,000 will be used to cover the cost of the supplies needed for dog and cat owners on the island of Kauai, as well as increase the availability of these services, reducing wait times. There is currently no other organization on the island that offers consistent, low-cost, or subsidized spay-neuter services for pet animals. This fiscal year, we took in over 1,000 cats. Over 70% were less than 1 year, and over 1,000 dogs not spayed or neutered. These numbers speak for themselves, demonstrating that both our organization, by reducing pet overpopulation, not only helps the community, local wildlife, but also the animals.
Legislators for doing such a wonderful job. That's a challenging job. I don't know how you can do that. But at the Kauai Museum, we are in dire need of help with our restoration of our both buildings, and it's on the historic commission registered, and we need help with our roof. It's leaking, and also the side of our building is termite eaten, and so this GIA grant will really help us as we preserve and maintain the countless amount of artifacts that we have here. And this is a reflection of our history, culture, and traditions of Kauai and Ihau. But thank you so much for considering us, and we really need the help. Appreciate your aloha. Ahui ho. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move to the next set of 20, and my co-chair, Senator Agran, will take over.
Okay. We'll start with Kauai North Shore Food Pantry. Okay, Kauai Planning and Action Alliance.
This is the Kauai North Shore Food Pantry. Am I still on deck?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead first? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Art Stepanovich. I represent the Kauai North Shore Food Pantry, a 501c3 nonprofit since 2014.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the Kauai North Shore Food Pantry. Okay, thank you. I'm Art Stepanovich with the Kauai North Shore Food Pantry, a 501c3 nonprofit that was established in 2014. The mission of the Kauai North Shore Food Pantry is to feed the underfed in our community to the best of our ability. And this has been especially critical in these days of COVID-19. Our primary activity is to provide food and health and hygiene supplies to families each week in a drive-through fashion, weekly on Saturday afternoons from 1 to 2:30 p.m. at the Anainaho Community Park in Kilauea. As evidence of the impact of COVID, early 2020, we served approximately 85 families per week. Later in 2020, this grew from 85 to 130 families per week. In 2021, we served between 160 and 180 families per week, and that's remained constant more or less through early 2022. Now, each week, our families receive enough food to prepare 4 to 5 individual meals for a family of 4 to 5 people. And if you do the math, that means approximately we provide food for 150,000 meals per year. Now, our annual budget is about 25,000. We're seeking 75,000 in this GIA, which will be leveraged significantly by donations from private foundations, as well as donations from private individuals. We're largely staffed by volunteers. We collaborate with the Hawaii Food Bank and the Kauai Independent Food Bank and the Hawaii Food Bank. And mahalo for this opportunity to present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kauai Planning and Action Alliance.
Yes, thank you for having us. The goals of the Keiki to Career Kauai initiative are providing a strong foundation in early childhood to ensure success along the Keiki to Career developmental continuum, developing resilience and life skills in students from preschool through high school through the goals of the Kauai Resilience Project, including promoting social, emotional, and life skills in and out of school, and expanding and increasing access to quality after-school opportunities, and building parent, ohana, and community engagement and involvement in education and development of children, youth, and young adults, and preparing young adults to successfully transition to post-secondary opportunities like college and work. An array of supports in our proposed projects will provide protective benefits to families and youth and provide them with the knowledge, tools, community resources, and social supports to keep their family healthy and strong. 2 categories of projects are included: those designed to address youth mental health and resilience, and those designed to address child health and development. Proposed projects include youth mental health support groups at 2 of our schools, parent engagement workshops for the preschool Farm to Keiki program, youth climbing wall experiences, a youth entrepreneurship weekend event, support for low-income families to access after-school and sports programs, family Hui parenting cafe groups, youth mural projects, an after-school access website, a mental health access website, and rent support for our Kauai Ohana Resource Kiosk. Financial stress, poor mental and physical health, inadequate social supports, and lack of opportunity are some of the risk factors that contribute to poor outcomes for many working families and their children on Kauai. The pandemic shone a bright light on these pre-existing issues and added new urgency to addressing them. Last year, the U.S. Surgeon General issued an advisory on the youth mental health crisis in our nation. This follows the declaration from the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry of a state of emergency in child and adolescent mental health. The 2019 Youth Risk Behavior Survey data on our public school students showed that 20% of our high school students purposely hurt themselves, 33% experienced a major depressive episode in the last year, and 11% attempted suicide in the past year. A survey that we did of public high school students on Kauai asked them to rate their stress level from 1 to 10. The majority of respondents rated their level at a 7 to 8. Thank you for your time and your consideration of these very important issues.
Okay, thank you. Kimokeo Foundation.
Velina mea ke aloha. My name is Joylyn Poman, Executive Director of the Kimokeo Foundation. Our capital request is to purchase 2.7 acres in Maliko, Maui, which will become a Hawaiian cultural education center known as Keala Kupuna, the pathway of our ancestors, honoring the knowledge of our kupuna who have come before us, which helps guide us today and as we pass this knowledge on to our next generation. We will primarily serve people who are fluent in Hawaiian and in the future, the general public. The various Hawaiian programs we will offer will directly support Kimokeo Foundation's mission of preserving and perpetuating the Hawaiian culture, its traditions, practices, and language through education programs which benefit the people of Hawaii. We currently lease the property, which has its restrictions and limits our ability to expand our education programs. The purchase of this land will allow unlimited access to the entire property and the ability to make necessary capital improvements. This purchase will secure Kealakupuna's legacy as a cultural center beyond an annual leased timeframe and is essential to our ability to serve the community, expand our programs, and fulfill our nonprofit's mission. We have been given a rare and exclusive opportunity by a private landowner to purchase this land for educational purposes and for the betterment of Hawaiians. We have till September to provide a substantial down payment to secure the land in our name and humbly request the state's help to make this possible. 60% of our requests will support the land purchase, and we have an equally pledged match at this time. The remaining 40% of the site will be for site improvements to bring the buildings into ADA compliance and make structural upgrades for everyone's safety and for annual maintenance and operations. In addition, the Kimokeo Foundation firmly believes that in order to perpetuate the Hawaiian culture, educating our next generation of Hawaiian speakers is the key. We have a history of supporting Hawaiian immersion schools on Maui, and over time we identified the need for an after-school program that serves Hawaiian-speaking youth.
Your 2 minutes are up. Could you summarize, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was moving into our second request.
Each group has 1 2-minute time period.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we did a capital request as well as a operational request. I apologize. I assumed it was 4 minutes altogether. Kalamai.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Kinai Kokua Kalihi Valley Comprehensive Family Services. Oh, sorry. Kinai go ahead.
Aloha Finance Committee Chair and staff. Aloha Ways and Means Committee and staff. My name is Josiah Kau. I'm the Executive Director of Kinaiha, the Innovation Center of Livable Wage Workforce Development for our incarcerated youth. We're in need of funding so we can expand how many of our youth we can serve to lower the recidivism rates for our state of we do everything from workforce development to life skills to actually allowing the youth to get back into the community in a Hawaiian valued way. And we want to be able to expand that to help more of our youth that are either experiencing trouble with the law or also on probation. And we actually also serve youth that are incarcerated. And we actually get them jobs during that time. So please help us expand, and thank you for your consideration. Aloha.
Thank you. Kokua Kalihi Valley Comprehensive Family Services.
Hi, aloha, this is Diane Evans. I'm trying to get the camera, but the video is not going.
Well, why don't you go ahead, Dose?
Okay.
We can hear you.
All right, I apologize for that. My name is Diane Evans, and I'm the grants manager for Kokua Kalihi Valley. We have 2 requests in front of you. One is a capital request, which is for the second floor of our Judd Medical Clinic, which serves about 11,000 people a year, of which about 97% are Asian, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander, very low income. This is a 2008 building, so we're looking to renovate the floor we've increased our staff by about double since 2008 and increased our patient numbers at the same time. And we are looking to renovate the floor, renovate the exam rooms, make it much more welcoming, safer, improve safety for patients and providers, and to accommodate future staffing increases. So that's our capital request. And then our program request is to support three main goals, really: to expand access and care to strengthen patient relationships with new families and young families, to provide legal counseling and services to KKV's families, and to support social entrepreneurship, job training, and peer counseling for Micronesian women. The program grant supports our maternal child health program, and the young parents that we are working with are among the most have the greatest disparities in the state. And we're really looking with family strengthening, teaching parents how to play with their kids, teaching parents about how to educate their kids and get them ready for school. And then our legal partnership is providing them legal services in a warm handoff at our clinics. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Komohali Services. You're muted. You're still muted.
Excuse me, my apologies. Aloha, Chair Luke, Chair Dela Cruz, Vice Chairs, and committee members. Mahalo for your time this afternoon. I know it's been a long day for all of you. My name is Pam Whitty-Oakland, Executive Director of Komohali Services. Our mission is to provide education, vocation, and lifestyle resources to rental residents to achieve their own personal best. Komohali Services humbly seeks your support to initiate an incentive program to promote climbing the housing ladder and to increase the number of available affordable rental units for families exiting homeless shelters. When the state sold its affordable rental portfolio to Stafford Car Development, we identified over 10% of households within the properties earning incomes up to 180% AMI, therefore capable of financially managing home ownership. We're asking for a $500,000 grant name to demonstrate a proof of concept to encourage climbing the housing ladder through coaching and motivating families to save a down payment and using GIA funds to match their savings toward home ownership. Modeled off of a successful HUD program called Family Self-Sufficiency, where Section 8 families are offered the same motivating and matching components. From my experience at the city, we had an Oahu family who was able to save enough money to purchase a home in the Big Island in Hilo. So with the ultimate goal of providing affordable rental units for families exiting shelters, we expect the program to provide vacant rental units and to assist those wanting to climb the housing ladder. We seek your support for the proof of concept on a small scale to verify the ability to create the housing flow with a program that offers win-win to renters and first-time homeowners alike. Mahalo for your time and your consideration. Aloha.
Thank you. Kona Dance and Performing Arts.
Aloha, my name is Lalea Noche, and I am a student and dance instructor at Kona Dance and Performing Arts. Through Kona Dance's mission of empowering Big Island families through dance and performing arts, I was able to have access to once-in-a-lifetime opportunities, learn lifelong lessons, and create authentic connections in my community. This dance studio has impacted my life significantly and has shaped me into a successful student, community member, and empowered young woman who is ready to take on the world as an upcoming senior. Throughout my time at this dance studio, I have learned the importance of self-discipline, time management, and hard work, while building lifelong, genuine relationships with my fellow peers and dance teachers who have become my mentors in life. Not only has dance shaped me, but it has become a part of me. It has influenced my career, dreams, and taught me how to care for my body and overcome obstacles. I am fortunate enough to have these tools because of the existence of Kona Dance. I know the lessons, memories, and people this studio has given me will continue throughout the course of my life, helping me to grow and flourish into a contributing member of society. Dance is a form of expression that helps us get through troubling times. It's what me and my peers look forward to doing every single day. It's a therapy we cannot live without. However, because Kona Dance is the only dance studio on the south side of the island, if there is no Kona Dance, then dance would be non-existent in our lives. And I don't think I would be the same person without it. We are seeking funding to support our youth and dance musical theater program. During the pandemic, we lost multiple streams of income, but in spite of the pandemic, we were able to reopen in October 2020 and have offered a reduced schedule of classes since then. We expect to be able to return to a full schedule and full season of classes for our upcoming season, but we need an infusion of funds to enable us to launch the season successfully. This grant and aid funding will support salaries for staff and dance faculty as we transition into full operations this fall. With the restoration of normal classes, performances, and an addition of a program director, our income will also return to normal and sustainable levels, allowing us to expand our programming and impact our rural community. I humbly ask that you will help keep dance alive and support students like me as we reach towards our dreams and move forward in this world as innovative and empowered individuals. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Kona Historical Society.
Aloha. I'm Michelle Romo, the new Executive Director of Kona Historical Society. Thank you so much for this time. Our mission at its core is to preserve the history of Kona and share that history with our community as we have been doing for over 45 years. By connecting with our community and preserving our community's history, including the place names of Kona and Kingdom of Hawaii tax records, we give people a sense of belonging, a sense of place, and help connect current and future generations to this special place and keep our history alive. We share this history in a variety of ways, including our living history interpretive programs, visual and on-site visits for school children, cultural and music events, and by collecting and preserving local oral histories, thousands of photos, documents, and artifacts in our archives that can be accessed by researchers and the public. We are the only organization in West Hawaii with a temperature-controlled archive preserving Kona's stories. Like many organizations during the pandemic, we laid off key people. However, even with our reduced staff, supporting teachers and students has been our priority. We are still here despite the pandemic, but in order to do the important work of preserving and sharing, we need to rebuild our capacity to continue supporting our community. To grow and return to a place of stability, we need support for current staff and to replace key positions, and the GIA would greatly help us do that. The replacement positions we are in most need of are a development director to bring awareness and sustainable funding to Kona Historical Society, and a facilities manager to care for our 2 state and nationally registered historic sites. As you review all the potential applications, we would appreciate your kokua in supporting Kona Historical Society. Mahalo nui loa for your consideration.
Thank you. Aloha Health Center.
Good afternoon, Senator Keith Albright and members of the Committees on Finance and Ways and Means. My name is Terrence Aratani, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Aloha Health Center on the North Shore of Oahu. Our GI request is for $1 million for our CIP project to expand our Ku'uku clinic. Aloha Health Center serves residents from Haleiwa to Kualoa, providing primary medical, behavioral, dental, pharmacy services. Approximately 48% of our patients are Medicaid eligible, with over 25% at or below the federal poverty level. We do not turn patients away due to the inability to pay for our services. We were recognized as a federally qualified health center in 2006, and we received federal subsidies to help us cover the cost of our operations. Last year, we received federal funding to renovate our Ku'uku clinic. This was the first time since 2013 where Congress authorized construction monies to health centers. We have been lacking office and meeting room space for years. Our request is to further expand our Ku'uku clinic to provide administrative office space and meeting room space. The funds will be used for expansion, as the federal funds only permit renovation. The administration is currently renting space at the Haulakai Shopping Center, and we are paying commercial rent. Moving our administration to our Ku'uku clinic will allow more clinical space, especially at our Ku'uku clinic. Eventually, we hope to find a permanent site to serve the Haula community and the neighboring communities. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on our GIA request.
Thank you. Kosong Foundation. Kuakini Medical Center.
Aloha, Chair Dela Cruz and Chair Luke, and the members of the Senate Committee on Ways and Means and the House Committee on Finance. Thank you for your time. My name is Brian Nagamine. I'm the Manager of Development, presenting testimony on behalf of Mr. Gary Kajiwara, President and CEO of Kuakini Medical Center. Thank you for this opportunity to present a brief summary of Kuakini's request for grant funding from the state legislature. Kuakini's grant request is for a capital improvement project consisting of the replacement of Kuakini Medical Center's very old patient transport elevators that serve the patient care units in the 4th-floor Waikiki Evo wing. These elevators are 57 years old. Kukini is approaching the state legislature because we believe the project is of a critical nature and high value to approximately 68,000 patients and clients of the Oahu community who rely on Kukini as their primary hospital provider for healthcare services on an annual basis. One of the key components for the timely access to quality healthcare services in a hospital is a safe, reliable, and rapid transport of patients on gurneys, accompanying staff and equipment to the patient care units and ancillary departments. Also, medical equipment, supplies, and food must be transported efficiently in a multi-floor hospital. Therefore, the transport elevators are critical to patient care and hospital operations. The COVID-19 pandemic has negatively impacted Kukini by increasing the hospital operating expenses with little offsetting reimbursements and insufficient relief funds, thereby reducing the available fundraised dollars for capital improvement projects. The total project cost is $600,000. Kukini will be using $100,000 of donor funds for this project, and we're asking the state for assistance for a grant fund of $500,000. We thank you again for allowing us to provide this presentation. Please feel free to contact Gary Kajiwara or me if you have any questions or require additional information. Thank you very much. And have a great day.
Kualoa Heia Ecumenical Youth Project. Kumanui Keala o Makaveli. Kupu.
Hello, chairs, vice chairs, and committee members. My name is Colin McCabe. I'm the senior program manager for Kupu's alternative learning programs, and for which we're applying for a GIA this year. Our programs help youth who are dropping out of high school or have already dropped out of high school, and by providing them a learning environment that's work-oriented, culture-based, and also helps them get and enter into the workforce. We're asking for your guys' support for two reasons this year, need and results. A lot of you guys know the pandemic had devastating effects on the education system, and a lot of the youth in our education system are still dealing with those effects. And so it's estimated about maybe 80% of youth are off track to graduate on time right now. And so we've been here for over a decade supporting that very population. Our programs have 86% retention rate. This past year, we were able to graduate 34% of them with a high school equivalent diploma, and then 51% of them additionally were able to continue on into the 2022 year with us. And so it's important to note that a lot of the young adults that are coming through our programs are coming with 0 to 5 of the 24 credits required to graduate with a high school diploma, even though they may be single age. And so we have a lot of work. It takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of resources to get them back on track. The $275,000 request will help us in serving 20 to 30 of those youth in our program, providing them that intensive support services, the year-long support that they need to graduate and get their first job. We've seen our young adults graduate and go on to enter the workforce. We've seen them enter college and become contributing community members. And so we want to be able to continue that work with your guys' support. And they definitely need your guys' help this year. And so if any support is welcomed, and mahalo for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Kupu in our programs.
Laiopoa. Lanai Academy of Performing Arts. Lanai Kinaole. Lanakila Pacific.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Evan Nakatsuka, and I am the Director of Workforce Programs at Lanakila Pacific. Our mission is to build independence and improve the quality of life for individuals with cognitive, physical, social, or age-related challenges, and we accomplish this mission by providing employment training and creating work opportunities for people with disabilities on Oahu. Funding through our grant and aid application would expand the reach, awareness, and direct support available for people with disabilities as they prepare for and pursue employment. Our organization currently employs 80 people with disabilities directly within our social enterprise departments and has provided employment services for 101 individuals with disabilities over the last 9 months. The COVID-19 pandemic has been especially disruptive to the academic and career pathways of people with disabilities who face challenges with literacy, communication, and independent transportation access, to name just a few barriers that people from this diverse group may face. However, despite these challenges, we at Lanakila Pacific have had the honor to support and witness people with disabilities contributing in essential industries and joining our state's workforce recovery efforts. Again, state GIA funds will allow us to dedicate staff for outreach and direct job support so that people with disabilities who do not have the skills or resources to independently access job opportunities in the community can learn about the types of job options available and plan and dream for their work goals, and also receive the necessary support to actually pursue and achieve those work goals. We appreciate your consideration of our application and the opportunity to testify. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly, and thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, alphabetically challenged here. Lanai Community Health Center.
Mahalo. Aloha, my name is Jared Medeiros, nurse practitioner, associate medical director here at Lanai Community Health Center. And first and foremost, I'm a primary care provider for our patients here. During the past 2 years, we've seen a surge of patients seeking care from us, and the COVID-19 pandemic has magnified this. And this has brought our facility to the critical point of need for expansion. I have administration offices that are being converted into medical and behavioral health treatment rooms pending our expansion plans. We are the only dental service on island in which we provide adult and pediatric dental care. And we have a wait list of patients, and we need more dental examiners to meet the demand of our community and keep our Lanai patients here on island for dental care. We're also the only optometry service on island. We're the only behavioral health service open to all patients with and without insurance. We provide our patients with access to a robust telehealth specialty program, which we started over 5 years ago. Last year, LCHC provided services to 3,013 individuals, representing 97% of our total Lanai population. This breaks down into 1,868 patients who are seeking care from LCHC on an ongoing basis, which is 60% of our island's population. 1,145 of those patients were provided COVID-19 testing and COVID vaccination, 26% of our island's population. These numbers provide a picture of the service that we have provided during the past year and that we will continue to provide today. As you can imagine, this level of service for our community has increased stress upon our staff and the space within our current facility. We would appreciate your support in the expansion of our current facility so we can continue serving our community here. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. Legal Aid Society of Hawaii.
Mahalo for the opportunity to provide brief comments on our application for a grant and aid. My name is Angela Lovett, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Legal Aid Society of Hawaii. We're requesting $500,000 in funds to support our civil legal services, which includes assistance in family law, housing, consumer protection, foreclosure, public benefits, elder law, homelessness, immigration, language access, and child welfare. These funds will be used to maintain our services across the state, which include offices on every Hawaiian island. In 2001, we received over 19,000 requests for assistance. We were only able to provide help in about 8,200 cases. Our services reach the most vulnerable in our communities, with over 30% of our clients, or almost 2,500 of our clients, being homeless or at risk of homelessness. Over 17%, or almost 1,400 of which are experiencing or who have experienced domestic violence. And over 11%, or about 900, who speak a language other than English. Mahalo for this opportunity to testify and for your support.
Thank you. I'll turn over the next group now to the finance chair to introduce.
Thank you. So first up, it is, hold on, let me get my, first up, it is Lokahi Pacific.
Aloha mai kākou. My name is Rob Weltman for Retreat Hawaii through Lokahi Pacific. Climate change is an existential challenge for Hawaii. Besides sea level rise and the accompanying coastal erosion and tsunami threats, climate change means more frequent and more severe weather-influenced events such as storms and wildfires. Flourishing native plant habitats protect our watersheds, which provide us with safe drinking water, prevent runoff from polluting our oceans, and damaging the reefs. minimize dangerous flooding, and buffer us against harmful effects of climate change. The state of Hawaii has established a goal of being carbon neutral or better by 2045. If energy production, transportation, and the built environment are not all 100% carbon neutral, then any excess carbon will need to be offset by techniques that pull carbon out of the atmosphere. Planting trees is an extremely cost-effective way to offset carbon on a significant scale. The state of Hawaii has the Hawaii DLNR announced in 2021 a goal of planting 100 million trees over the next 10 years. However, the DLNR says that it is only capable of planting 50,000 trees per year, far short of that goal. La Ho'olupaimoku, Retree Hawaii, was formed in 2019 to engage the community across the state in planting trees to fight climate change. Despite the COVID-19 pandemic closing down many potential planting sites, in November of 2021, there were over 70 planting events with almost 1,500 participants, putting about 11,000 plants in the ground on all populated Hawaiian islands, except for Ni'ihau, and also on Ka'olave. With the GIA for plants and outreach, we expect to add 100,000 plants through 10,000 volunteers at 1,000 sites in cities, towns, and the countryside in 2022. Mahalo na ko'oko ho'olahe ana.
Thank you. Next up is Ma'alaya Village Association.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Cannon. I was born in Paia, Maui and raised in Malaya when there was less than 10 homes here. When I was young, Malaya looked like Tahiti. It had the same vibrant colors and a Polynesian sense of place. Malaya had unique and abundant corals, shells, fish, opai, and limu of the type you would find in untouched Pacific Islands. The diving and the snorkeling in Malaya then was far better than Molokini is today. What happened? Maui County changed the residential zoning of Malaya. Our island homes became condominiums with on-site injection wells that are only 40 to 60 feet deep and very close to the ocean. With only primary sewage treatment, pathogens and nutrients have been pumped into Malaya Bay for over 50 years. Today, the EPA has designated Malaya Bay as a 303D impaired body of water. Only the Malaya community and Poipu on Kauai have such a high concentration of injection wells right next to the ocean. The Supreme Court has ruled against Maui County's injection wells. Do you think that the EPA will continue to allow the 22 injection wells in Malaya to pump poorly treated sewage into Malaya Bay? The Supreme Court has said pumping effluent into an injection well is the same as pumping it directly into the ocean. The Malaya community is very proactive. We want to build a regional wastewater treatment plant and to replace the injection wells and send R1 water back to the community. We have an agreement with landowner Mahipono to lease 10 acres of land for $1 a year to provide for a treatment plant, easements for the conveyance system, and for the absorption of any extra R1 water. Our grant and aid application is the first step in realizing this vision to clean up Malaya Bay. This is like shutting down 600 cesspools. Nature is very resilient. If you will help us with our goal, the unique corals, fish, limu, and the incredible seashells will all come back. Malaya is a major economic engine for all of Maui and for our state. It is critical to return it to a healthy habitat in Malaya Bay. I'm 75 years old. I just hope that I can see this again in my own lifetime. The Malaya Village Association will work very hard with all stakeholders to make this happen. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Next one is Makana o Keakua.
Aloha mai kako, mahalo nui for this opportunity to speak with you today. Makana o Keakua provides clean and sober transitional housing for men in recovery and re-entry into society. We have been providing safe structured housing for over 19 years. We are in 5 cities on Oahu with 13 locations and a capacity of 154 beds. Our core values that we teach our men are independence, accountability, and responsibility. As we all know, men coming out of incarceration need an adjustment period, and we provide not only housing, but peer counseling for other men that have been in their shoes. In our 19 years of service, we have been a self-funding organization, but this year, in light of COVID-19 issues we see we realize that we need the extra help so we can provide even more support services. This grant funding of $430,000 will allow us to expand our services to provide financial literacy, more personal care management, individual referrals, in-person classes in each facility, and assist with employment opportunities and mentoring. Right now, we have more than 120 on our waiting list from incarceration. Our ultimate goal is to reduce recidivism by providing the support system they need during their transition. Our vision is to reconnect, reunite, and restore men back to their communities, workforce, and most of all, back to their families. Mahalo again for all the work that you do in our Lahui, our communities and families. On behalf of our organization, I would like to thank you for your consideration of our grant request. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Next one is Malama Opuna.
Aloha, my name is Dane DuPont. I'm the administrator for Hawaii Tracker, and I'm here representing Malama Opuna, which is a 22-year-old nonprofit, and is acting as a fiscal host for Hawaii Tracker in this application. I want to talk about our volcanoes and the role we play. Hawaii Tracker through Malama Opuna is requesting funds for a year-long volcano education and communication campaign with the goal of increasing public understanding of our current eruptions and be better prepared for the eruptions in the future. We know that Mauna Loa and the Lower East Rift Zone of Kilauea will erupt again one day. And while we can't say precisely when, we can say that the best time to prepare is now. That begins with education. Hawaii Tracker has provided reliable volcano and disaster information for Hawaii Island in a complementary role to the U.S. Geological Survey and Hawaii County since the 2018 eruption. Among the most impacted in the community, the residents of Puna, Hawaii Tracker was deemed more knowledgeable, accurate, and prompt than all traditional news outlets, and Hawaii Tracker scored higher in experience, relevance, sincerity, and pace than even the USGS, all according to USGS-backed research. In the absence of timely embedded information, rumors and misled concerns disrupt the local community, the island economy, remember all those vacation cancellations in 2018, and burden the local government. Both the USGS and Hawaii County have recognized the role of Hawaii Tracker as a trusted source of information and our reliability in communicating with the public. We are professionals in dealing with misinformation about Hawaiian volcanoes, which becomes incredibly important in the fast-paced environment when lava threatens homes and property once again. We request $100,000 from the state to fund a year-long volcano education and communication campaign to support public understanding and preparedness of the volcanoes in which we live. Support for this project would fund 2 principal content experts over the course of the next year to produce 192 written articles, 48 live broadcasts, 48 short videos, the promotion of 12 relevant community events on our platform, and 6 group trainings for other community organizations. Hawaii Tracker through Malama Opuna humbly ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Malama Kauai.
Hello, aloha. Thank you for having me. This is Megan. I'm the executive director of Malama Kauai. And I'm here to talk a little bit about our Aina Center project, which is a Kauai food hub. And we're seeking $1 million. Since we have submitted our application, we actually just raised another $250,000 into that pot as well. And this food hub is located on the north shore of, or northeast side of Kauai, and the largest farming cluster for commercial farmers in Moloa'a. There's about 70 commercial farms across 600 acres. And this facility will allow us to expand our food hub programming. It will provide value-added agricultural processing for the farmers and increase in cold storage and really just in general, increase our food resiliency and sustainability for our small island. And our nonprofit's actually been working in the local food production and access space for over 15 years. Since the COVID pandemic started, we've moved over $1.1 million worth of local food on Kauai, distributed over 30,000 free produce bags to keiki and kapuna in need, and 51% of our current consumers use SNAP to pay for their groceries. In addition, in September, we just launched a commercial aggregation distribution program, which supports schools, early childhood education institutes, restaurants, food pantries, and really is just a really key missing link in our food system here on Kauai. And this facility will help us to be able to continue to grow that so we can be resilient. And I have some pictures in the design, but I'm very open to questions and discussing the impacts as well. So thank you so much for making time. It's nice to be here from, the neighbor islands and get to see all your faces. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next up is Malama Pono Health Services.
Aloha, my name is Rob Anderson, Chief Operating Officer for Malama Pono Health Services on Kauai. I am here today on behalf of Misty Bailey Myrick, the President and CEO. Malama Pono Health Services mission is to provide individualized, compassionate healthcare services and education to meet the evolving needs of those on Kauai. Our agency launched in 1986 as the first AIDS service organization on the island and filled a critical community gap for those living with HIV. Over the last 35 years, this concept of addressing vital healthcare gaps has been a cornerstone of MPH's vision and purpose. Today, the scope of services include tobacco cessation program, women's wellness clinic, HIV case management, HIV STD testing and treatment, hormone replacement therapy for transitioning individuals, harm reduction services, which include needle exchange and Narcan training, and our mobile health unit. Disparities among our low social economic individuals, the LGBT community, the local community, and provide an opportunity for all individuals to reach their full health potential. Those among our targeted populations face critical barriers to care and are adversely impacted by the lack of access to services. Our agency programs address these individualizing the MHU to provide programs in targeted communities. Furthermore, all services utilize best practice principles and continuous professional development to ensure quality services and culturally competent staff. Also, throughout the pandemic, we assisted with COVID testing for our houseless population, as well as vaccines. And we also did rental assistance. And Malama Pono is humbly requesting vital services on the island of Hawaii. Thank you.
Mahalo. Next up is Mana Maoli. Okay, if not, Manoa Heritage Center. Not present. Next up is Maui Academy of Performing Arts.
Hello, everybody. I'm Carolyn Wright. I'm the Executive Director for Maui Academy of Performing Arts. And I just want to thank you all for making the time to hear all of this testimony about all these worthy projects here in the state. It's really incredible, the work that everybody's doing. And I want to thank you also, of course, for considering MAPA's request for support for the Main Street Arts Project. The purpose of this project is to create a gathering space that's going to be located in the heart of historic downtown Wailuku. And it's a space for our community to share our stories through the performing arts. And it will directly benefit local Maui residents of all ethnicities, all economic backgrounds, all ages, from keiki to kupuna. And through the Main Street Arts Project, we're going to be transforming an old department store, the old National Dollar Store. And we're going to be turning it into a small black box theater, along with support spaces, costume shops, scene shops. And then across the street, we own another building that's an office building, and most of those offices were vacated during COVID. And so we are transforming those offices into classrooms for students of all ages. This project is going to serve as an anchor for the Wailuku Arts District. And the Wailuku Arts District was named as a primary goal in Maui County's Comprehensive Economic Development Survey as a tool for helping to revitalize our economy. And we're excited about the potential for this project to build the creative arts sector in our economy and help diversify the economy and build resilience against future disruptions. This project will build 42 new jobs for the island over the next 5 years. We're super excited to announce that this project is now shovel ready. Our building permit was just approved, and we're putting the finishing touches on the RFP so that we can find a general contractor. And our last piece of the puzzle is just securing the remaining funds. And so we are honored and delighted to ask you to support the Main Street Arts Project. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Next up is Maui Arts and Cultural Center.
Aloha, my name's Art Vento. I'm the president and CEO of the Maui Arts and Cultural Center. Mahalo for giving us this opportunity on behalf of the MAC to present to you. We're seeking funds for the completion of the community stage cover in our open air community events gathering space that we're currently designing and building. It would be open air, and in these times of coming out of COVID, we've learned that providing open air spaces becomes a paramount area for the community. But back on a macro level, if we could take a look at what the arts mean in general to the economy, 2019 report from the American for the Arts noted that the arts contribute $763 billion in the U.S. economy, 4.2% of the entire gross national product, more than agriculture, more than transportation, more than warehousing, and believe it or not, outpacing the sports industry, which only contributed 95.9 million to the U.S. Gross national product. On a micro level, for the Maui Arts and Cultural Center and in Hawaii, we on an annual basis, we typically contribute over $17.49 million in ancillary spending to Maui through visiting artists, audiences, GET, et cetera. So why invest in the MAC? Over the past 28 years, the MAC's become the premier arts and cultural center in the state, and one of the most respected ones in the county, serving 237,000 people annually over 1,600 events. So what we're asking is to help us build an accessible and complementary outdoor community event space, which is currently a gap in the MAC's inventory, completing the events cover stage of the events law to provide an opportunity to host a variety of festivals that currently are homeless and or in haphazard spaces around the island, such as a Tahitian festival, Barrio Festival, and many others that could call the community stage and events lawn home at the MAC. The space is complementary to our A and B amphitheater, and we often need a space that is not necessarily of the full bore and the capabilities of the A and B amphitheater, but work in conjunction in order to fill the needs of the community. In general, the way we like to look at this is what we'd like you to do is help us fund the ability to bring the best of the world to Hawaii and then help showcase the best of Hawaii for the world. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Maui Economic Development Board.
Aloha, my name is Leslie Wilkins, and I am the president and CEO of Maui Economic Development Board, MEDB. Thank you for this opportunity. I am testifying on two proposals. Our first is Computer Science for All, to continue to train an additional 1,000 DOE teachers in computer science with a reach of an additional 50,000 K-12 students. MEDB's Women in Tech STEMworks is the Hawaii State Regional Partner with Code.org's nationally recognized standards-aligned CS curriculum and training. Over the last 3 years of our partnership, MEDB led training for over 1,400 DOE teachers across the state, reaching 74,000 K-12 students. Our collaboration has moved Hawaii from near the bottom of CS access nationally to among the top 25%, but there is still much more work to do to provide equity of access to expand reach to our rural schools and underrepresented students in STEM, including our girls, Native Hawaiians, and others. This GIA request is matched more than 3-to-1 with federal, private, county funding. This computer science teacher training is the foundation for the expansion of IT academies. STEMworks will also provide teachers and students the wraparound mentoring, project-based, and work-based learning that MEDB has led statewide for 20 years. Our second is a CIP request to replace Freon-based HVAC systems in the public serving spaces in MEDB's Kealahele Center and the Maui Research and Tech Park. MEDB built the building in 2006 to provide infrastructure for the tech innovation sectors, and these original air conditioners are at the end of their life. We are asking to replace the AC units and Pacific Disaster Center to support 70 servers to run PDC's sophisticated software and high-wage jobs, MEDB's offices, and community training center. The GIA is matched with private funding for the private company suites. Again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Next up is Maui Economic Opportunity, Inc.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Debbie Kabibi. I'm the CEO for Maui Economic Opportunity, and we're a private nonprofit community action agency. We're requesting $335,000 to purchase one 10-seat ADA electric bus and a charging system to support our human service operations on Maui Island. MEO Transportation was established in 1969 with one old van. Today, we have a fleet of more than 100 vehicles, providing nearly 289,000 rides per year for our most vulnerable clients, taking them to dialysis and daycare, nutrition sites, youth programs, and more. We understand the impact of climate change and the need to align with the state's goal of 100% zero emission transit buses by 2030. While there's a good amount of federal money for public transit conversion to electric vehicles, the funding is targeted to public transportation fleets such as the Maui bus or the ADA paratransit. It does not provide funding for community transportation programs such as MEO Communities Human Services. Studies show that electric buses can provide fuel and maintenance savings of up to $50,000 per year. The savings could result in expanding services in our rural communities such as Hana, Molokai, and Lanai. We would like the opportunity to purchase one bus as a test project to learn the ins and outs, work out the kinks, and develop a plan to replace MEO's fleet with e-buses and vans in the coming years. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today for your consideration, and we respectfully ask for your support. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Next up is Maui Food Technology Center.
Aloha committee members. My name is Luana Mahi. I'm the board president of Maui Food Technology Center. We are a 501c3 organization that has been assisting local food producers since 2004. We have provided services to over 500 Hawaii value-added food manufacturers. Our technical services include scientific tests, product and process development, compliance with state and federal food labeling regulations, food safety, and sales and marketing services. These services provide manufacturers with information to prepare safe products to compete in the wholesale and retail markets. We've taken over 50 local manufacturers to 4 different trade shows in Japan since 2015, and 7 local manufacturers to attend and participate at the Natural Product Expo show in Anaheim, California. During the pandemic, we utilized food trucks and restaurants on Maui and Molokai to help feed keiki and kupuna. And we have a weekly market for all types of vendors to sell directly to consumers, and recently opened a food truck hub. This is our first GIA application, and it is to renovate an existing food manufacturing facility to provide certified commercial kitchen space, a packaging line, and both chilled and dry storage for manufacturers. This facility will provide opportunities to produce value-added products, which will contribute towards food security and sustainability for Hawaii. And we're grateful for the opportunity to share our testimony and your time and consideration of our application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Maui Humane Society. If not, Maui United Way.
Aloha, my name is Nicholas Winfrey. I'm the president and CPO here at Maui United Way, where our mission is to bridge resources that enrich and empower Maui County's community. This year, as lots of other testifiers have brought up, has been tough on our nonprofit community. Our typical income streams have been really hit to a massive effect of probably about a 50% cut. Due to our primary funding sources being from workplace campaigns, with the unemployment rates, with underemployment, all of those different factors, we've really been hit hard. We have continued our support of 39 nonprofit agencies in the community to the tune of over $400,000. We've also grown our impact to actually provide over 100,000 locally produced meals via the Cow Cow for Keiki program in partnership with DOE. We've also distributed tens of thousands of PPE equipment. We continue to do all of these things, really kind of running in the red. Henceforth, we're actually requesting a grant to the tune of $86,429 to cover a portion of our administrative expenses. We found it easier to fundraise for direct support for our community. However, this is one of the areas that is certainly a gap for us. As we move forward, this funding will kind of be in support of our continuity of operations, also our nonprofit capacity building within the community, and growth and support in food security. We're very proud that we can leverage these funds to bring in additional funds, not only to us, but also to our nonprofit partners, both locally in the private space, but also at the federal level with appropriations as well. So we appreciate the time to testify. We appreciate everyone's efforts on these long days and your continued support for the Maui County community, but also the entire state. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Next up is Mo'iliili Community Center.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Chair Dela Cruz, and members of the Finance and WAM Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to share a little bit about the Mo'iliili Community Center. Mo'iliili Community Center is celebrating 120 years in the community. And throughout our 120 years, our center has welcomed thousands of keikis and kupuna who have participated in our kupuna support program, senior center program, children and families program, and our Japanese language school. Our center continues to thrive thanks to the support of many. As a private nonprofit organization, funds received allows us to continue to serve 300 to 500 participants daily. At present, our participants range in age from 5 years old to 101 years young. We are extremely fortunate to have been a recipient of GIA funds in the past, which has allowed us the opportunity to continue to serve our community. Mo'iliili Community Center has been through our fair share of ups and downs and have managed to survive thanks to the support of many. Throughout the pandemic, our staff adjusted our programs to ensure everyone remains safe while participating in each respective program. On behalf of all of our staff and participants, I thank you for this opportunity to briefly share a little bit about our center and for your continued support. Thank you for your time. Take care and continue to stay safe. Aloha.
Thank you. Next one is Molokai Homestead Farmers Alliance.
Aloha. Just wanted to say thank you to the Finance Committee for allowing us to ask for support. In 2005, we began with 10 homestead farmers. In 2008, we ran up to 25, and now in 2018, we became a nonprofit. And this year, we have over 100 members to the organization. We've always been about homestead and farming, but in 2020, with the pandemic, we realized that not only could we supply food, but we also needed to help in other areas. So we partnered with organizations to prepare and train students in health careers. So we are helping HOSA and AHEC scholars. Our partners are Molokai Rural Health, Department of Health, Hawaii Pacific Basin, Johns Burns School of Medicine, and some of the colleges and elementary schools. We would like to have your support to help and assist these students with training as far as BMI, cholesterol, COVID vaccine. We appreciate it and we thank you for your support. Aloha.
Thank you. Next one is Molokai Land Trust.
Aloha kako, and mahalo for the opportunity to provide this testimony today and for your consideration of our GIA application. I'm William Haas, Executive Director for the Molokai Land Trust. Our organization was founded back in 2006, and we've grown over the years to become a trusted leader in restoration and land management on the island of Molokai. And we continue our mana'o, and we contribute our mana'o to our industry on a statewide and national level due to the accomplishments of the organization over the past 14 years. MLT provides a unique and important educational component for our community. For the past decade, the organization has provided critical paid internships for our island's youth, which results in important career building experience and continuing education awards for the participants to use in their college path. MLT also provides cultural and STEM-based service learning opportunities for the K-12 school system across the island. Our new plant propagation facility located at our base yard site in Kuala Pu'u provides Hawaiian plant propagation and ecosystem education activities for visiting school groups to the site. In 2017, MLT closed on a New Markets tax credit investment deal with Wells Fargo Bank and EcoTrust. MLT was able to secure $1.5 million in private investment funding through this complex funding structure, which was used to purchase a 1-acre commercial lot in Kuala Pu'u and complete construction of phase 1, which is the utility wing of a new operations and service learning center, which is located within 1 mile of 75% of our island student body. MLT secured additional private funding to build out the native plant propagation facility located adjacent to the building. Molokai Land Trust is applying for a $3.4 million grant and aid application to assist in the completion of phase 2 of this important facility. The second phase will complete the build out of the site and provide event and classroom space for educational activities and event space for cultural arts, workshops, and special events. The facility will provide additional office space for other businesses, as well as part of the financial self-sustaining model for operating and maintenance. The facility will include a standalone PV power system and electric vehicle charging stations as part of the organization's commitment to a sustainable carbon-free future for our island. Phase 2 will also include space for a resource library, which includes historic maps, reference books, and other information about the cultural and natural history of the island, which will be available for interested researchers. MLT is also working on 2 new endeavors to assist our community with conservation practices. One is an island seed bank facility that will make local native plant genetics available to any group interested in reforestation efforts across the island. The second is a workforce development and training program centered around an advanced 3D printer, which will be able to provide cost-effective construction components and parts for both the organization and community members. MLT will provide internship opportunities for the local schools as part of both of these endeavors.
I'm sorry, would you be able to summarize?
Yeah. We would like to take this opportunity to thank you guys at the legislature who support important endeavors like this and hope to be able to partner with the state through the grant and aid program to complete this important facility. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next is Molokai Wildlife Management, Inc.
Aloha, my name is Desmond Manabang. My company is Molokai Wildlife Management. I want to thank you for this opportunity to testify. Our company provides deer management services to ranchers and farmers that have been affected by the overpopulation of deer in Maui County. In this business, we have learned that there is a lack of quality processing facilities to get our meat to the marketplace, not only for deer, but also for the beef industry. This project that we are presenting is not only to support deer harvesting, but also to support cattle ranchers in Hawaii by providing a state-of-the-art facility for processing meat. Today, 70% of locally grown cattle is shipped to feedlots in the mainland. They are finished and slaughtered and processed and then imported back to Hawaii, which means much higher prices for the beef in Hawaii and the consumers. On Hawaii Island, ranchers have 6 to 12 months waiting lists just to get one cow to the slaughter floor. Hawaii only has enough slaughter and processing facilities to take on 30% of the cattle grown in Hawaii. This lack of facilities has caused our local Hawaii beef producers to be unable to compete with the prices of beef that is imported from New Zealand and the mainland. Our proposal requests funding to provide state-of-the-art facility to support mobile slaughter plants that are already in place but aren't being used because of the lack of processing facility to support it. This proposed facility will also include the most up-to-date machinery that would allow local beef producers to compete with the quality of processed meat that is imported. This project could make a huge difference in supporting local ranchers by allowing them to finish their cattle here in Hawaii and then process it for sale locally and nationally. As the effects of the pandemic has shown us, it is important that Hawaii be food secure and self-sustainable. The project provides us the opportunity to support local, bring meat prices down, and make Hawaii food secure. We thank you for your support and have a nice day.
Thank you. Last on this group is Naho Aloha.
Hey, aloha, senators and representatives. I'm King Van Nostrand from Naho Aloha. Naho Aloha is a volunteer-based nonprofit serving Maui County for 27 years. Our goal is to keep homebound seniors and persons with disabilities safe, free from isolation, and out of long-term institutional care. Naho Aloha serves the islands of Maui, Lanai, Molokai, and the Hana community. Our organization is focused on building capacity grounded in our mission and core values of social responsibility, quality of service, and heartfelt compassion. We currently have 409 active volunteers providing services for over 1,100 participants in the county of Maui. The public purpose of our Naho Aloha escorted transportation program is to expand our free transportation programs to include more funding for doctor's visits, chemotherapy, radiation appointments, and for scheduled exit plans from medical facilities for the frail, homebound, elders, and disabled adults 18 years or older, and to prevent low-income seniors from falling through the gaps in Maui County senior services, to promote self-sufficiency, human dignity, and to help homebound seniors maintain a better quality of independent lifestyle and community interaction. Naho Aloha has impacted the community for a quarter of a century by reaching hundreds of kapuna who might otherwise have resided in institutional care. Through our dedicated, compassionate volunteers, Maui County seniors are engaged with other, building friendships, attending their primary medical care needs, shopping for foods, medications, adapting their homes to reduce falls and have a better quality of life. In 2021, Naho Aloha handled 2,800 trips, driving homebound seniors for over 49,000 miles. We want to double it next time. Mahalo for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next set of 20 organizations. Nakamakai.
Aloha Chair Dela Cruz, Chair Luke, Vice Chairs and committee members. My name is Matthew Kawe, and I am the CEO at Nakamakai. Nakamakai is a 501c3 founded by Dwayne DeSoto in 2008 with a mission to empower youth by connecting them to the ocean. We teach ocean safety and stewardship to keiki ages 2 to 17, mainly through our Nakamakai Ocean clinics that occur monthly in each of the 6 districts on the island of Oahu. These clinics have also been held on the neighbor islands, even in Tahiti and Brazil. So Nakamakai has become an organization of ocean experts sharing knowledge passed down from our kupuna, and I've been fortunate enough to observe firsthand the impact that our work has on the confidence and well-being of our keiki in the ocean. We are applying for a GIA operating grant requesting $283,000 to design and implement a professional development course on ocean safety for 120 DOE teachers across the state of Hawaii at or around the 4th grade level. The professional development course will include in-person ocean education events in each of our 4 counties. And our goal is really to reduce drownings among our youth and community by serving as a resource to DOE teachers to implement ocean safety curriculum. Our application also includes production of digital learning content for use in our classrooms. As an island community, it is imperative that we prepare our keiki with the skills and knowledge required to interact with and enjoy the ocean around us. We believe the best way to do this is by inserting ocean safety education into our school system. The State of Hawaii Department of Health reports that drownings are the 5th leading cause of fatal injuries among Hawaii residents, averaging 40 deaths a year. Hawaii has had the highest or 2nd highest resident drowning fatality rate among all states, only behind Alaska, and most of these have occurred in the ocean. We must all do our part to educate our youth to prevent future deaths due to drowning. If our request is granted, it will serve as an important first step to empower our teachers to facilitate ocean safety education for all of our keiki. Mahalo nui for your time and consideration of our application. Aloha.
Okay, thank you, Nale Wili, Area Health Education Center, Inc.
Aloha, and thank you for allowing us to provide testimony in favor of our funding for our program on Kauai. My name is Fran Becker, Executive Director, Nalewili Area Health Education Center Incorporated in Lehue, Kauai. Our program funding includes costs for administrative and program staffing, safety training, program training, equipment and supplies, and a trailer, which will be used for both the expanded skateboarding programs around the island and the new youth mentorship program in Kapa'a. Skateboarding is a creative arts expression of the soul. While the activity alone develops overall health through agility and coordination, it does foster responsibility by commitment and determination. But beyond the physical benefits and emotional satisfaction, the very creative nature of this sport also attracts those individuals that are searching for alternative pathways to escape the issues of life. Because they find their way to the Kapa'a skate park, skateboarding is a perfect pathway, because even though it is an individual space for one's own creativity, it can also be the catalyst for enhancing social skills. Nalewili Ehek and the Kauai Skate Ohana are in a continuous partnership for providing skateboarding safety and technical skills, and more importantly, developing a youth mentorship program for recognizing, identifying, and reaching out to nurture those individuals who are coming to the skate park and needing positive action mentorship. The students we have already identified and begun working with are having school absenteeism and demonstrating very poor social behavior. Our mentorship team has a passion to work with these students for improving their outlook on life by offering them skills training and development using the fundamentals of the Positive Action Program designed for dedicated mentorship. Thank you for your time and consideration of our requests.
Okay, thank you. Nami, Hawaii.
Aloha, I'm Kuni MacDonald, Executive Director of NAMI Hawaii. And we know that since the pandemic started, so many people have been struggling with stress, mental health issues, depression, anxiety, and the list goes on. And we at NAMI have seen it firsthand. We were one of the first in the nation to start up support groups and classes on Zoom. And because of that, we were able to reach a lot of rural communities, like people on Molokai, Lanai, even people on the North Shore who were never able to drive into town before. And a lot of callers were calling us and saying, I can't see a therapist for 3 months or 6 months. A lot of moms were calling, teachers were calling, asking us to do workshops and presentations. And NAMI provides free classes, support groups, presentations across the state. And as we are going into face-to-face programming, we really need a support in developing our local affiliates. So we have 4 affiliates: Kauai, Maui, Big Island, and Oahu. And then the state provides the rest of the statewide programming. And so we want to expand services to youth, such as Ending the Silence, which is we get a young presenter to go into a school and share their recovery story. We go to CIT police trainings. We do family-to-family education, which is an evidence-based class that teaches family members how to take care of a loved one or a child who's struggling with their mental health. So we are so grateful that you are considering our grant, and we thank you for your precious time, and aloha.
Okay, thank you. National Guard Conference Corporation.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Chair Agaran, and members of the Joint Committee. My name is Rusty Spray, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm the Executive Director for the National Guard Conference Committee. We have our nonprofits date back till 1964, and this is truly the first time that the National Guard is applying for a grant. The National Guard Conference Corporation is a 501c3 organization that is responsible for training and education. And we are very fortunate enough to own a property and have dedicated $92,000 for renovations. However, we are requesting $360,000 in capital improvement. The facility we're fortunate enough to take over is in very poor condition, and the previous owner did not put any funds into capital improvements, facility repair, and maintenance. Our main concern is the roof. The roof is over 50 years old and has over 100 leaks identified at this time. Our organization has over 25,000 members. However, the property will service the community as a whole and is welcome to everyone. We are confident that once these capital improvements are made, this facility will be self-supportive and we can open up for business. Anyway, thank you for your time this afternoon and appreciate your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Nisei Veterans Legacy Center.
Aloha, my name is Burns Himashita, representing the Nisei Veterans Legacy. The Nisei Veterans Legacy is a local nonprofit organization dedicated to preserving the story of the Nisei soldiers of World War II, and their contributions both on the battlefield and after they returned to Hawaii after the war. The Nisei Veterans Legacy is different from the other Nisei Veterans organizations here on Oahu in two important ways. One, since our inception 10 years ago, we've been focused on the educational mission to teach Hawaii's youth about the contributions of the Nisei soldiers. Secondly, we honor the service of all the Nisei soldiers, regardless of which service or organization that they participated in. Each year, we sponsor and host the memorial service to all Nisei soldiers at Punch Bowl. In 2020 and 2021, when the event had to be canceled due to COVID concerns, we pivoted to creating videos to help commemorate the events. During the pandemic, in lieu of providing exhibitions and presentations at live events, we also pivoted to creating videos to help tell the story. Also in 2020 and 2021, we submitted and received grants from several other foundations and conducted a virtual fundraiser. We can expect to do that again this year, so we have reduced our request, our GI request, to $90,000 to allow us to continue our mission of educating people in Hawaii about the Nisei soldiers. We hope that you will continue support in the past, and we thank you for your consideration. Aloha and mahalo.
Okay, thank you. North Shore Community Land Trust. Omaku'u Ke Kahua Community Center. Oahu Coral Society. Oahu Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals.
Yes. Aloha chairs, vice chairs of the Senate Ways and Means and Finance Committee. Mahalo nui loa for this opportunity. I am speaking on behalf of Stephanie Ryan, the president and founder of Oahu SPCA. The Oahu Society of Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, Oahu SPCA, has submitted this year's CIP grant application as a capital request for minor interior alterations and equipment at the organization's new facility. The Oahu SPCA is the first no-kill animal shelter in Hawaii. From 2016 to 2021, Oahu SPCA saw an 80.8% increase in animal intakes. Therefore, the organization is literally out of space to serve Hawaii's feral, stray, and abandoned dogs, cats, puppies, and kittens. To address this issue, the Oahu SPCA is moving to a new 12,500 square foot, two-story warehouse. This facility will be a world-class no-kill shelter serving all Oahu and will also offer training and event space for neighbor island programs. The Oahu SPCA is requesting funds in the amount of $350,000 for minor interior alterations and clinical equipment, as well as a new state-of-the-art dog and cat condos. In 2022, the new facility, the Oahu SPCA, will support 17,000 families, animals statewide. The Oahu SPCA offers statewide low-cost, no-cost sterilization veterinary services, which has mainly reduced the number of homeless animals across the state by 60%. Thus, Oahu SPCA is seeking support for its new facility to increase sterilization rates and reduce the number of homeless animals, which previously rose every year for more than 100 years, until Oahu SPCA expanded services to the community. This request will help Oahu SPCA continue to meet the community demand for sterilization services. We thank you for your time and consideration of our request.
Thank you. Ohana Arts.
Hi, aloha, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jenny Tyra, and I am the Executive Director of Ohana Arts. Founded in 2010, Ohana Arts is a 501c3 nonprofit organization with a mission to cultivate an international Ohana in the Pacific by promoting world friendship and peace through the universal language of the arts. Ohana Arts provides high-quality educational opportunities in the performing arts for youth through its summer intensive program and its youth theater company. We are requesting state GIA funds to help support the expansion of the Ohana Arts Youth Theater Company, which commissions, produces, and tours original stage works focused on telling stories from the youth perspective and experience based on themes of cultural, ethnic, BIPOC, disability, and LGBTQIA diversity. There is a dearth of theater specifically written for youth performers, and fewer still that give voice to stories of underrepresented minority groups. There is a need to tell the stories of the people who truly represent the diverse makeup of the world we live in. Hawaii's culturally rich history and population make it an ideal home for creation and cultivation of new works. Bringing these stories to the stage with youth performers and presenting them to a family audience not only provides an important educational component, but it offers a visceral one. Our requested GIA funds will assist with making it possible to program a full season of new works with community outreach performances at reduced admission and school performances free of charge. The requested funding will also support a Neighbor Islands tour of the Ohana Arts original musical Peace on Your Wings, which is based on the true story of 12-year-old Hiroshima atomic bomb victim Sadako Sasaki and her 1,000 paper cranes. We project that the Ohana Arts Youth Theater Company season will serve 20,000 people in the community, including participating students and audience members from Oahu, Kauai, Maui, and the island of Hawaii. We truly believe that establishing a home for these new works with youth at the center will help carve a path towards a more peaceful world, as children of today are tomorrow's leaders. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ohana Computer.
Here we go. Just 1 second.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, just 1 second. Here we go. Okay. Aloha, my name is Gigi Davidson. I'm the founder and executive director of Ohana Computer, and I would like to thank you for your time and allowing me to testify today. Ohana Computer prides itself in having developed and implemented a technology program that uses a hands-on, thematic, project-based curriculum for all ages 5 to 90. Throughout the past 22 years, we have successfully implemented our curriculum to thousands of students in Hawaii's public and private schools, community centers such as Palama Settlement and Papakolea, and other nonprofits, as well as help train adults and kapunas in learning computer applications to help them procure meaningful employment. Our experience indicates that although today's keiki are adept at texting, manipulating the internet, playing games and music, these skills are very different from using computer applications appropriately and efficiently. We see middle schoolers who cannot format a Word document, and this is not acceptable in today's world. Throughout the years, we have updated our in-classroom model to keep current with technology several times, and our next step is in the works to develop an online, interactive, engaging curriculum for all. The need became more imperative due to the pandemic. We have 3 years of rotating curriculum, Explore Hawaii, Journey to Hawaii's Past, Blast Off into Hawaii's Future, divided into levels, grades K to 2, 3rd to 5, 6 to 8, encompassing 45 units, 7 weeks each, including pre and post assessments to measure the student's progress. Additionally, there are 15 adult units incorporating 10 hours per unit, also including pre and post assessments. Accomplishing this online migration is labor intensive as it requires many hours to make the videos and voiceovers and incorporate the skills that support the online activities and themes, as well as check-in questions along the way so students cannot skip ahead. Enhanced technology education benefits our entire community, especially in the education and employment sectors. We are a small and mighty nonprofit that has had a significant impact with the communities involved. I don't think any of us could imagine a world where computer application skills are not needed. Thank you very much for your consideration of our proposal. And I have been really thrilled to see all the worthwhile requests that others have submitted. Please feel free to contact me if you would like a demo of a version of our online curriculum that's complete. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ohana Pacific Foundation.
Representative Nishimoto, senators, and representatives. I'm Wesley Lowe. I'm a board member of Ohana Pacific Foundation and the CEO of Ohana Pacific Management Company. We are the largest provider of nursing home and post-acute care health services in the state of Hawaii, and also have operations on all 4 major islands. And we also are the largest provider of post-acute care services on the island of Kauai. I'm here to asked for a $250,000 GIA to build a comprehensive strategy for Kauai to identify gaps in healthcare and developing a roadmap to build a sustainable healthcare workforce and a sustainable healthcare delivery system. Real quickly, current healthcare delivery system in Kauai is at a tipping point right now. Lack of workforce is really hampering the delivery system right now. There are empty nursing home beds because there's no workforce and they're backing up in the hospital. There's now only one home healthcare agency on Kauai, and it's really limiting the services to the community. What's exacerbated is the aging population, as well as the lack of an educational pipeline for healthcare workforce right now. So ultimately, we got a few years before the tsunami hits us, and we are wanting to come up with a comprehensive strategy to identify gaps in care for our kupuna, as well as try to come up with not only workforce development, but redesigning the delivery system to try to move away from institutionalization and keep people at home, which will be benefit the whole state and the community. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Orchid Land neighbors. Okay, Pa'apono Milo Li'i. Pacific Fleet Submarine Memorial Association.
Aloha and good afternoon. I am Chuck Merkel, Executive Director of the Pacific Fleet Submarine Memorial Association. We are grateful for past grants and aid that contributed to our $20 million campus renovation that we completed in February of 2021. We've applied for a $250,000 capital improvement grant in support of a dry dock maintenance period for our World War II fleet submarine, USS Bowfin. Bowfin is a centerpiece of our Pacific Fleet Submarine Museum. She will celebrate her 80th birthday on December 7th, 2022. She has been open to the public here at Pearl Harbor since 1981, and late last year, we celebrated our 10 millionth visitor. Bowfin was last dry docked in 2004, and this dry docking will ensure that she remains safe and suitable for public display for the next 20 years. The association has received bids from the 2 public shipyards here that are capable of performing this work. We will make a selection later this month. This work will generate over $2 million for our local economy. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you, Pacific Gateway Center. Okay, Pacific Historic Parks.
Aloha, Senators and Representatives. My name is Eileen Etterdijk. I'm the CEO and President of Pacific Historic Parks. We are a nonprofit with a mission of supporting educational initiatives. Thank you for providing the opportunity to testify on our GIA application, which would create digital technology multi-purpose rooms at our corporate offices, which are currently undergoing renovations in Waipio. We want to offer the use of rooms free of charge to school students, their teachers, as well as nonprofits and charitable organizations with a priority to teaching and educational usage. We will open these multi-purpose rooms up during select weekdays, weekends, and working hours. They'll be used for meetings, trainings, video, audio productions, educational interpretive lectures. The space can serve up to 45 people per event. We believe this will serve as critical need as there are a limited number of high-tech locations throughout Central Oahu to assist students and teachers with free access to high-end digital equipment and the latest in technology. By way of quick background, PHP is a nonprofit that was established 43 years ago. Our mission has long focused on reaching out to school-aged children and adults in order to help educate and interpret the history of our state during World War II. In pre-COVID years, our programs reached over 40,000 students a year. We are steadily rebuilding with resumption of our History Talks webinars and new state-of-the-art VRs aimed at the young generation. This grant will complement those moves by providing students and teachers in our community with a safe, professional, and convenient learning place to provide necessary skills needed to succeed in today's digital world. Thank you for considering this application.
Thank you, Pacific Survivor Center. Pahoa Lava Zone Museum. Paia Youth Council, Inc. Okay, that closes out that set of 20. Moving on to the next set, Palama Settlement.
Aloha, Chair Nishimoto, Chair Luke, other members of the legislature, thank you very much for giving us this time. Other staff members, thank you for all the work that you're doing. It's a daunting task to decide who gets these GIAs and CIPs, so thank you for the work you're doing. My name is Sam Iona, the Executive Director for Palama Settlement, a 125-year-old organization starting in 1896. We actually celebrated 125 last year. We're here in the Kalihi Palama area serving about 1,000 students and seniors, many of them low income, many of them immigrants. Roughly over 20%, they attribute English as their second language. So it's an economically challenged community that we serve. We have a swimming pool, we've got a gym, we have the iconic Palama Settlement sign on Vineyard that houses our education facilities. So, you know, we do pickleball, we do line dancing, we have a football program, but the facility is old. I mean, one of our buildings is going to be 100 years old soon. And so we put in a CIP to have a renovation of the facility. So what we'd like to do is hire a consultant and tell us exactly what we need to renovate this facility, how much it's going to cost. One of the programs that we plan to have is working with the DOE to have an alternative learning program here at our facilities as well. So there's a need out in the community, but we've got to keep up with the facility. So that's why we put in a CIP. We also have a computer education department, and our granting aid is for the Digital Arts Academy. We are currently working with Jasper Wong of the Powwow fame and trying to have we already have a Digital Arts Academy. We'd like to really grow that so that the kids in this community can be prepared for the future and the digital arts age that we're in right now. So on this 6-acre campus, there's a lot going on. We're opened up. We had a huge basketball tournament this weekend. There's a lot to do here, and we hope that the legislature will honor us with the CIP and the GIA so that we can move this community into the next generation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Parents and children together.
How's it? Thank you to the committees for the opportunity to talk story today. This year, we submitted 2 GIA requests because we had a unique opportunity. We submitted a CIP request for the purchase of a property in Kalihi that will house a majority of our state contracted work at a site formerly owned by Liliuokalani Trust. At this location, we're providing critical safety net services like early learning, child welfare, domestic violence, mental health, child sexual abuse intervention, child sex trafficking intervention, and poverty prevention programs. This site will also provide support for our work on the neighbor islands, as it will allow us to shift the rent payments to more direct support across the state. And this site will also help us deliver services, especially when the needs have increased, and allow us to perpetuate the vision of Queen Liliuokalani, which is the reason why this space was originally built and which our mission aligns with. The other is an operating request for our after-school youth program in Kuhio Park Terrace. PACT was started by the residents of KPT, and we feel deeply connected and accountable to the families in KPT. This will help us bridge the gap for these youth by providing positive activities like tutoring, sports, arts, and socializing for youth to engage in that will reduce risky behaviors, crime, the educational gap, and behavioral health challenges. Mahalo for the opportunity to share with you today.
You partners in care.
Good
afternoon and aloha, and thank you for the opportunity to testify on our grant aid application. My name is Laura Thielen, and I'm the Executive Director of Partners in Care. Partners in Care has long been the lead for homeless system data collection for the issue of homelessness here on Oahu, as well as analysis and distribution for Oahu, as well as coordination of resources such as housing. Since the beginning of COVID, we have ramped up these efforts and have helped more than 300 people get housed in the last year through our Oahu Housing Now project. That includes 790 individuals that have moved directly from the streets into housing during the COVID pandemic and housing crisis. Partners in Care has a solid history of utilizing funds to help improve our community and the homeless service system. Through continued and expanded data analysis and coordination, we can continue to bring quality work to our community. Homelessness is one of the most pressing issues for Oahu, the state, and beyond. While in the point in time count, we had more than 4,400 people counted on a single day in 2020. More than 10,000 individuals go through the homeless service system over the course of any given year. Partners in Care is responsible for all the data collected on these folks and helps to facilitate their pathway into housing and resources. Partners in Care, through this grant and aid, is committed to continuing the hard work to end homelessness in our community. Thank you so much for considering our grant proposal.
Thank you. Partners in Development Foundation.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Allison Masatani, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony for Partners in Development Foundation's request for Kupaʻaina Natural Farming Project. Kupaʻaina is a farm that is part of the Kawailoa Youth and Family Wellness Center Consortium located in Olomana on Oahu. Kawailoa is dedicated to providing safe, culturally restorative environment for justice involved youth to overcome traumatic life events. Kupaʻaina is where these youth come to learn natural farming and gain work readiness skills that they can use for future employment in ag or any other job. The staff and the youth work as an ohana and create bonds that gives youth a sense of belonging that boosts their self-esteem and decision-making skills. When we started this project, we recognized that people did not see farming as a viable means to support themselves, and we were concerned that Hawaii was importing nearly 85 to 95% of our food. We wanted to show that the natural farming method could work on a commercial scale as it uses less water, no imported pesticides, herbicides, or chemical fertilizers, and creates less waste while restoring the land to its natural, healthy, and productive state. We humbly ask for your support on this request so we can continue to develop this sustainable food production and land rehabilitation model, and to work with our youth to give them life skills, a sense of self, and the future. Please make an investment in our Aina, Hawaii's food security, but most of all in our youth. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Pearl Harbor Aviation Museum. I think you're muted.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Lyons, the Executive Director of the Pearl Harbor Aviation Museum. We greatly appreciate past GIA grant support. Funds have helped us restore and protect the historic buildings located on our nation's only World War II aviation battlefield, and to deliver youth education programs that introduce students to history, to the values of our greatest generation, and to the study of aviation STEM in preparation for jobs in technology fields. In December of 2021, we did dedicate the Aviation Learning Center, supported by GIA funding, a resource that will serve nearly 4,000 students each year. Funding is currently being raised to help Neighbor Island students experience this program, and in May, we will welcome 300 students from Kauai. Since opening, we have received $1.5 million in GIA support. We have leveraged this support, raising over $10 million in private funds to support these capital projects. We have given back over $4.5 million to the state of Hawaii in economic impact. As a part of the Pearl Harbor Historic Sites, we help serve the more than 2 million visitors who travel to Pearl Harbor each year, 25% of all visitors to Hawaii. We are seeking $440,000 to help complete the restoration of the historic Ford Island Control Tower, 50% of the total amount required to complete the structure. Save America's Treasures and private sources will provide the rest of the support. Since beginning the tower campaign in 2010, projects have been completed in excess of $7 million to open this structure. This final project will address safety, access issues, and repairs of rusted windows, roof decking, and the firehouse. The historic tower cannot fully open to the public until these repairs are completed. Windows are badly rusted, corroded, and missing actual glass. Frames are dangling from attachment points. Concrete window anchors are corroding and chipping away, leaving gaps in the structure. Rust streaks on the exterior of the building deface this historic building, making it look abandoned. Roofing material is also deteriorating, allowing water to seep to all levels of the structure, causing further deterioration. We really hope that you will consider this project. It's been a desire within the community and the state for many years to finish the control tower, which is the most iconic building in this area. So we humbly ask for your support. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Pet fix, spay and neuter. I think you're on mute. If you're pet fix, spay and neuter.
Aloha, my name is Beate Neher, and I'm the president of Pet Fix Spay and Neuter. We are one of only 3 animal welfare organizations on the Big Island who have submitted applications for this year's program. At Pet Fix, we protect Hawaii's communities and environment by providing safe and professional spay and neuter services at public clinics around the island. Your funding is important to guarantee participation by low-income people for their pets and for free roaming animals. We are asking you for $75,000 to provide 50 spay-neuter clinics. All the funding will be used for direct public services. Unwanted animals are causing serious problems around our island. Feral dog attacks have sent people to the hospital. Cats are producing offspring constantly without intervention. The problem is getting worse since the 2018 eruption of Kilauea and has increased significantly with the COVID pandemic. Countless animals were abandoned when families left the island or were displaced. Pets that are not altered can produce an almost unbelievable number of offspring. One unaltered cat can produce over 11,000 kittens in 5 years. With your support, we will fix 2,500 animals using a proven solution for animal control, spay and neuter. The problem is large, but we have a feasible solution. We have licensed veterinarians and technicians committed to performing services, and we have a stable base of volunteers. We have strong support from the public with a waiting list for a surgery date of at least 2 months. All we are lacking is the funding to provide more clinics to meet this pressing need. Please support the Pet Fix application to help the communities and the environment of the Big Island. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pohaha Ikalani. Okay, Poi Dogs in Popoki. Project Vision Hawaii.
Good afternoon, GIA Chair Nishimoto, Finance Chair Luke, Ways and Means Chair Dela Cruz, members of both of the committees, and all our amazing partner organizations here today. My name is Dara Kahane. I come to you from Project Vision Hawaii. We're a statewide mobile service organization that focuses on the houseless, incarcerated, low-income housing, minority populations, really anyone that has difficulty accessing service. And we break down barriers by bringing the kauka, nurses, case managers directly to the home, the shelter, the encampment, the park, all to increase health equity. And our services are free to the patient. During the pandemic, Project Vision proved that we are dedicated to delivering personalized services by providing over 100,000 COVID tests and vaccines at 2,800 pop-up events statewide. And based on that proven success of our medical team, and due to the annual 6,000 hot showers that our hygiene teams provide at over 700 separate homeless outreach events annually, we show that our HANA is guided by data and prevents hospital visits, increases public safety, and gets people off the streets. So Project Vision's team has mobile units and mobile clinics on all 4 counties that target our areas of most need, where we partner with our clients and our partner organizations to create those cohesion. We're asking for support of this GIA funding to grow our program this year. We're asking for your kokua to add new preventative and treatment services to our street outreach team that includes mental health, substance use, legal aid, prenatal and maternal health, dental and housing placement services for our homeless population, and that's statewide. An increased number of consistent weekly events that act as a one-stop shop for efficiency purposes would make quite a difference for our clients. Our program is also an opportunity to provide jobs to those that others will not hire. Many of our staff were incarcerated or living on the streets before and are now stable, independent, and providing that personalized service to the clients that they can now identify with. So I know we all share that ultimate goal of getting people off the streets safe and healthy. I'm asking for your support and appreciate you for our street outreach efforts. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, Protectors of Paradise. Reuse Hawaii.
Aloha. Hi, thanks everyone. Appreciate all this time. I'm Quinn Vidham, Executive Director of Reuse Hawaii. As a lot of you already know, we're a nonprofit organization dedicated to waste reduction and cultivating the circular economy in Hawaii. We have, as you also probably know, 30% of our waste stream in Hawaii comes from construction and demolition debris. So there's a great opportunity to harness resources there. So we have 2 core programs, our deconstruction services, where we offer an alternative to conventional demolition by disassembling buildings in the opposite order that they're built, saving up to 70% of the overall volume of a building. Then our second core program is our redistribution centers in Kaka'ako and also in Kailua Kona, where we redistribute salvage and surplus material to the general public as an affordable community resource. The announcement of the landfill closures, especially here on Oahu, is a concern, but also an opportunity to increase our capacity to do more. So our GIA request is for $200,000 for some crucial capacity expansion to confront the community's waste reduction needs. In particular, the support will help us bolster our workforce development programs. We're training and employing folks in the industry through partnerships with Kupu and the Youth Services Center. We're also hoping that the GIA can support our second phase of expansion on Hawaii Island, where we'll get a covered warehouse and serve that community more. So thanks so much for all the time. Really appreciate the support. Mahalo.
Thank you. Ritami International Foundation. Recycle Hawaii.
Aloha chairs and committee members. I'm Shannon Matson, Vice President of Recycle Hawaii. It was very inspiring hearing all the requests today. So I'm very hopeful that you'll consider ours. But either way, I was very grateful to get to listen in on a lot of these requests. Recycle Hawaii began in 1989. Our mission is to collaborate with island communities on education and effective climate action to transform a culture of waste into one supporting a vibrant planet. Our GIA requests are focused on a critical need in our small rural communities. These funds will aid us in creating recycling infrastructure that can become an environmental and economic example for the rest of the islands. This need has never been more urgent or timely. The CIP request is for equipment and vehicles for use in the recycling pilot program. The operating expense request is for staff to run it for a year. Within 1 year, we anticipate this program will be diverting 20 tons of waste from our landfills monthly and will be self-sustaining financially. Small rural communities of our islands have limited or no recycling infrastructure. Having infrastructure means being able to effectively divert resources from going into overflowing landfills process and clean highly valuable materials, and be able to sell these commodities to brokers or end users such as Trex Decking. This reduces our footprint, creates microeconomies, builds workforce development opportunities, and green, sustainable jobs. Recycle Hawaii is piloting a mobile recovery center, MRC, to fill in the gaps of recycling infrastructure for the very rural and low-income communities of Maupopo and Hononau, among others. The MRC is a mini materials recovery center. It gives small local communities the infrastructure, resources, and power needed to make a viable alternative to dumping into the landfill. Similar MRC solutions are successfully used in rural Australia and Europe for large sporting or entertainment events. The MRC is a trailer-based mobile unit. It's inexpensive to build, use, and maintain. Moreover, it can support several small communities at one time. Additionally, we're in a position now to attract more federal money by tapping into the $275 million under the Recycling as Infrastructure 2 initiative from the federal bipartisan infrastructure law. By funding our GIA requests, the state helps us be competitive for federal funding opportunities that will allow us to expand this and other recycling programs statewide. Mahalo nui for your consideration and support.
Okay, thank you. Responsive Caregivers of Hawaii.
Aloha, Chair Luke, Chair Dela Cruz, Vice Chairs, and members of the House Finance and Senate Ways and Means Committees. I'm Michael Marsh. I'm the President and CEO at Responsive Caregivers of Hawaii, a nonprofit organization founded in 1975. We serve over 100 adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities on Oahu. Our founding director, Dr. George O'Meara, was instrumental in dismantling the Waimano Homes Institution, and many of our program participants are former residents of the Waimano Homes facility. We believe that adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities do not belong in institutions and should be integrated into the community. Responsive Caregivers of Hawaii operates through a person-centered approach, allowing the focus of our services to be about the people we serve and not their conditions or disabilities. At our main program site in Kapolei, Kaleloa, we offer adult day health and community learning services programs for adults aged 18 to 80 with intellectual and developmental disabilities, including those who are medically fragile and persons with other special needs. Responsive Caregivers of Hawaii has owned and operated 2 group homes since the late 1970s, including one in Aiea and one in Kapalama. Over the past 4 years, we have invested over $100,000 of our own extremely limited resources to make improvements at our 2 homes. We've also secured over $30,000 in grants and rebates from Hawaii Energy to install energy efficient split AC units at the homes. We benefited from a $10,000 Bank of Hawaii Foundation grant to pay for interior and exterior painting at the homes. Responsive Caregivers of Hawaii respectfully makes its first time legislative GIA request of $166,000 in funds for capital projects to offer health and safe living opportunities for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities at our 2 group homes to better serve our residents and support their self-sufficiency. Mahalo for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Rice Street Business Association. Salt Makers of Hawaii. Sea Rider Productions Foundation. SHAC Foundation.
This is the SHAC Foundation. My name is Gordon Inoue. I'm a director of the SHAC Foundation. The SHAC, SHAC, stands for Synergistic Hawaii Agricultural Council. Is made up of 4 industry groups: the Hawaii Floriculture and Nursery Association, the Hawaii Coffee Association, the Hawaii Papaya Industry Association, and the Hawaii Macnut Industry Association. All 4 of those associations account for over $200 billion in farm gate farm value, and most of their business is export, which represents about a $600 million impact to the economy of statewide. In 2018, the Kilauea lava flow inundated the Kapoho area. The Kapoho area, unknowns to most, was the heart of the orchid growing industry on the Big Island. More than $30 million worth of infrastructure was devastated there. And the Floriculture Nursery Association took the initiative and attempted to try and get these farmers back in operation. In 2019, a co-op was founded called Puna Flower Power, and it was able to receive a grant of about $500,000 from the emergency Hawaii County Emergency Program, $479,000 emergency loan from the state of Hawaii, and it is an operation. What we're faced with right now is water. It's in an area where we don't have any water, so we're seeking $90,200 to drill a well so we can serve the nursery as well as the adjacent cattle fields and the papaya fields in that area. We hope you'll favorably consider our request to put the industry back in operation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Sounding Joy Music Therapy, Inc.
Yes, aloha, honorable Joint Committee members, and mahalo nui loa for your tremendous efforts throughout the grants and aid process. My name is Nina Guerrero, and I am the Clinical Director at Sounding Joy Music Therapy. As the only nonprofit music therapy organization in Hawaii, celebrating our 20th anniversary this year, Sounding Joy has served over 4,000 clients in collaboration with over 200 community agencies. Yet, our current waiting list of 635 individuals and families statewide who seek but cannot afford therapy shows the need for increased access to services for the most vulnerable populations who could benefit most. We thus humbly request funds to support weekly group music therapy to enhance well-being and quality of life for 75 children, adults, and elders with a wide range of disabilities, as well as a capital grant for a property to accommodate expanded operations. Because individuals with disabilities may be at high risk for complications of COVID-19, many of their usual opportunities for social engagement and stimulation have been limited during the pandemic, adversely affecting their well-being and quality of life. As Hawaii strives to recover from the pandemic, resources are needed to cultivate emotional resiliency, renew interpersonal connections, and rebuild personal autonomy in individuals with disabilities, especially within underserved communities, which have been hardest hit by the stress and isolation of the pandemic. Our service project will address this need through weekly music therapy support groups offered at collaborating community facilities. No musical training is required to participate, as the purpose is not technical instruction, but creative self-expression and connection with others through singing, movement, and improvisational instrument playing, using music as a rich cultural resource for the healing and empowerment of Hawaii's diverse communities. Mahalo nui loa for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you, Special Education Center of Hawaii. Okay, moving on to the next 20, Special Olympics Hawaii, Inc.
Good afternoon, chairs and committee members. We want to say thank you guys very much for listening to our testimony for a great number of amazing projects that are out there in the community. So thank you very much. Special Olympics Hawaii actually provides year-round sports training and competition for over 3,400 individuals with intellectual disabilities here in the state of Hawaii, including athletes of all ages. But what many people don't know is that we also provide a school-based leadership program in over 70 different schools, and we have a heavy emphasis on our health and fitness programming, providing medical screenings and fitness programs to our Special Olympics athletes throughout the state. We moved to our sports and wellness campus last April, and we built an administration and classroom building and a grass playfield, which our athletes have been using now that we've been able to come back from COVID, which has been amazing watching our athletes train outside of our doors. We are requesting $1.1 million in CIP funding to build a health and fitness building and an outdoor play court on our campus. The building will be utilized for the following. We have semi-permanent exam rooms so that we can do exams in 7 different disciplines for our Special Olympics athletes, including checking their hearing, vision, and oral care, as well as having physical therapies, therapist checking flexibility, strength, and balance. We will also have an outdoor play court to do basketball, volleyball, pickleball, and youth activities. We'll have an area where we can have free weights and machines for our athletes to come in and do fitness workouts. And we can also set it up so that we can train our coaches so that they can take that training and learn methods back to their home islands and communities across the state. And we are also going to be having an area that we can also provide storage so we can get rid of our existing storage facility where we're paying rent in Kalihi. We have over $500,000 of in-kind support committed through the Innovative Readiness Training Program, which is a DoD program offered statewide. And on average, just so folks know, persons with intellectual disabilities right now die on an average 14 to 17 years earlier than the general population. And that's why Special Olympics has put such an emphasis on sports training, health, and fitness. I know I'm out of time, so I just want to say thank you all very much for listening to all of our testimony today. We greatly appreciate your support.
Okay, thank you. St. Francis Healthcare Foundation of Hawaii.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the members of the House Finance and Senate Ways and Means Committee for giving St. Francis the opportunity to request help for our seniors and caregivers. I'm Jerry Correa, president of St. Francis Foundation, Hawaii. I'd like to thank you for always supporting St. Francis to be well prepared with our Kupuna village and all of the needed services that we work on for our Kupuna and caregivers, especially during the pandemic. Services like meal deliveries for those who are isolated, transportation for Kupuna to get their COVID vaccines and doctor visits, and care coordination services to help the Kupuna and the caregivers. Now we realize that there's a need for additional assisted living facilities on our campus to complement the current services, particularly in memory care. We're requesting funding for planning, design, demolition, and clearing to expand our assisted living facilities to seniors needing special health care services, as well as workforce housing in those facilities. We receive calls every day from sons and daughters of Kupuna who need a safe place for their parents to live. Many are just unable to live at home anymore with 24/7 care. Our expanded assisted living facility will give sons and daughters peace of mind, knowing that their parents are well cared for and that they can live their lives with dignity as they age. Now more than ever, as our population ages, we need to ensure that they have a place to enjoy and be well taken care of in their golden ages. We appreciate your consideration for our requests. Thank you.
Okay, Steadfast Housing Development Corporation. Surfing the Nations. Susanna Wesley Community Center.
Good afternoon. My name is Joni Chan, and I'm the Executive Director of the Susanna Wesley Community Center located in Kalihi. Susanna Wesley has been proudly serving the community for over 122 years, and our mission is to serve as an instrument of God's love to nurture, offer hope, and enhance the well-being of our community. With a small workforce of 21 employees, we provide family and youth services, education advancement support, opportunities to earn a high school equivalency, home-based parenting, case management services to victims of human trafficking, and emergency food and housing assistance. Prior to COVID, Kalihi had among the highest rates of families struggling with poverty, and the pandemic widened the economic and educational gap, creating further stress on families. Parents struggle to make ends meet and have difficulty understanding and navigating the educational system to support their children. Throughout the pandemic, with creativity, we provided in-person support to our families and youth and intensified stabilization and educational support services. Last year, with limited funds, the program achieved 100% of our families who participated who were at risk of hunger and homelessness were provided with food and housing assistance. 82% of our participating students met attendance standards. 100% of our students earned satisfactory grades or better in core subjects. I ask for your support to continue our family stabilization, strengthening, and educational advancement program that will assist 60 disadvantaged Kalihi families increase coping, conflict resolution, and communication skills, and increase parent knowledge of how to support their academic performance. We will also assess 62 at-risk students to increase life skills, increase exposure to different cultures, interests, and careers, and improve their academic performance. Thank you once again for this opportunity to share our programs and agency.
Okay, thank you. Symbrosia Limu Restoration. Okay. Synergistic Hawaii Agriculture Council. Alcoholic Rehabilitation Services of Hawaii, Hinamalka.
Aloha. Yeah, thank you for members of the House Finance and Senate Ways and Means Committee for allowing Hinamalka to be here today. I'm Alan Johnson, the CEO. I also want to thank you for your past support of Hinamalka, which has helped our residential treatment evolve over the years to address the more complex substance abuse treatments. While crisis treatment and outpatient treatment are part of the solution in helping those with substance abuse, there are a few thousand patients each year that need intensive residential to treat. Hinamalka would use this funding for the most chronic, the most severe people with substance abuse. So severe, all but a very rare few could find recovery without residential. You know, most of them will have co-occurring disorders like depression, PTSD, anxiety. The meth users have drug-induced psychosis. Many have severe traumas. And unique to Hawaii in this program, we would also treat at the same time diabetes, hypertension, COPD, heart, kidney, liver disease, cancer survivors. Our grant and aid request is for program support that Hinamalka provide treatment for the uninsured and the underinsured. And what we need to do is recruit and retain physicians, psychologists, nurses, as well as substance abuse counselors so that we can help those complex patients who need more. And because it's nearly impossible to get someone who has gone through multiple chronic illnesses, then follow up with a physician or psychologist, we provide a one-stop shop at our residential to engage them in recovery and then connect to support. We believe that this will save the medical center of the state millions of dollars per year. And because of unusual funding cut during COVID, we've had to turn away hundreds who need this complex treatment. Moreover, this funding will provide the platform that Hinamalka to apply for very competitive funding, and we are confident we could get federal resources to help. I want to thank you for your consideration, for your support, that no one be turned away for complex problems. Aloha.
Okay, thank you. The Arts at Mark's Garage.
Hi, here. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Aloha, and thank you in advance for your time and your consideration. My name is Elizabeth O'Brien, Acting Executive Director for the Arts at Mark's Garage, a nonprofit arts organization located under one of the busiest parking lots in downtown Chinatown, Honolulu. Over 20 years, we've become the most inclusive and diverse community space for our size. And pre-COVID, we welcomed over 45,000 visitors into our space, including both locals and tourists of all ages, ethnicities, and socioeconomic backgrounds. We had about 12 major gallery exhibits and over 150 events, activities, and performances annually. During the pandemic, our attendance was reduced by just over 80%, and we are now rebuilding so we can continue to provide a safe and inclusive creative space for the thousands of emerging and established artists, technicians, and other nonprofit organizations who utilize the space and to continue engagement with our neighborhood and our community. We're asking for just over $365,000 in funding specifically to upgrade and or replace our antiquated electrical system and bring it up to current code requirements. The Arts at Mark's Garage has never owned its own technical systems, relying instead on organizations that house their equipment temporarily in exchange for storage. Until last year, through funds received through grants and donors, we were able to purchase and install an audio system, but have been unable to do the same thing with our lighting. So our goal is to have full ownership over a programmable remote system that we can use for technical training, professional mentoring, and for consistency in events and activities. We'd like to replace all of our electrical wiring, the housing, cabling, lights, projection networks, and emergency safety systems in the gallery, also in the theater and in all of the common areas of the space. And by replacing the halogens and fluorescents with LED lamps and fixtures, we also hope to reduce our energy consumption over time. So in order to continue growing as an affordable community arts incubator in Honolulu, we need your support. So on behalf of all of us at the Arts at Mark's Garage, thank you again for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. The Filipino Community Center, Inc.
Good evening. Thank you, Representative Nishimoto, Honorable Chair Senator Dela Cruz, Senator Keith Agaran, Representative Luke, and Representative Yamashita, and committee members. My name is Donnie Wan, and I'm the Executive Director with the Filipino Community Center, and I appreciate the opportunity to submit some testimony. We are the largest Filipino community center outside of the Philippines. Our mission continues to be to preserve and perpetuate the Filipino culture and customs in the state of Hawaii, and to provide social, economic, and educational services. The center continues to be a gathering place for Filipinos, the state of Hawaii, and visitors from around the world. The GIA request from Philcom focused on some infrastructure improvements to our facility, such as upgrades and necessary renovations, along with improvements to our ballrooms and other needed repairs to protect the health and safety of our guests and patrons. Our operating grant requests for our programs at Philcom are for the various activities such as that occur during the year, ranging from immigration and citizenship services on the leeward side, sharing of our culture through events such as Filipino for Kids summer program, Philcom Sundays, the Cicada Day celebration, Banda Kawayan, Eskrima martial arts, and the Filipino Fiesta. Further, we continue to engage community organizations to volunteer, such as HIMAG at Indoc, the Knights of Rizal, and Alpha Phi Omega for labor-intensive projects such as restriping of our parking lot and other smaller paying projects, while still maintaining the beautiful foliage and roses at Philcom. All of these are all volunteer projects that Philcom continues to seek out. Trying to be self-sustaining the best that we can over the last few years, Philcom has increased our CAM charges to our tenants by 10%, converted certain areas used for smaller gatherings for commercial tenant space, such as for Hawaiian Humane Society, who spoke earlier, and the Waipahu Behavioral Health, which are both essential services on the leeward side. Philcom, along with many nonprofit organizations, were significantly affected by COVID, especially the uses of our ballroom. Yet we continue to push forward with the revenues that we were able to obtain during this difficult period. During COVID, Philcom focused its efforts with the Philcom Cares program, which provided COVID outreach, COVID testing, and vaccination sites, and educational service with translations of the Filipino dialects. Thank you for your time today, your public service, and your patience with the many grant requests that are before you. Thank you for your consideration with both of Philcom's grant requests. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you. Friends of the Palace Theater.
Hello. Good afternoon, and thank you for your time today. My name is Phillips Payson, and I'm the Executive Director for Friends of the Palace Theater, the managing 501c3 nonprofit whose mission is to restore, revitalize, and sustain the historic Hilo Palace Theater as a venue that will educate, entertain, and inspire our culturally diverse community. Thank you for considering our grant application for grant in aid request for $150,000 for phase 2 of air conditioning installation. Phase 1 of AC has been installed with the previous support of GIA capital of $130,000, and support for phase 2 of the project will enable the theater to provide a safe and comfortable performance space for the growing patronage. Phase 1 provides sufficient cooling for audiences up to 100 people and is not powerful enough for larger audiences. For the first time in 4 years, the Palace Theater has opened for unrestricted seating capacity to entertain audiences of up to 500 patrons per show. Air conditioning has been a flagship project for the Friends of the Palace Theater in making the historic palace a keystone venue in Hawaii. Improvements to the AC system have been the most requested improvement from patrons and performers alike. The completion of phase 2 will improve airflow, temperature, humidity, and provide a much improved environment for audiences and performers. With year-round programming engaging a diverse annual audience of 25,000 plus people, the theater is active nearly every night of the week, with people of all ages, cultures, and walks of life attending events. The majority of productions at the theater are presented in collaborations with local organizations, cultivating a high degree of community integration in each season's programs. Providing a comfortable and safe dedicated cultural space is an invaluable commercial tool to improve economic health of Hawaii Island. The completion of AC Phase 2 will see the addition of 3 separate 6-ton fan coil units installed in the building's attic. New ducting and modifications are to be made to the existing infrastructure to improve its efficiency, filtration, and cooling power. Bids from returning contractors have been sourced, and the project is ready to proceed when funding is secured. Thank you for consideration and support in sustaining the Hilo Palace Theater.
Okay, thank you. The Legal Clinic.
Good evening. My name is Bettina Mock, Director of the Legal Clinic, also known as TLC, which provides free immigration legal services to under-resourced Hawaii residents statewide. Our clients are both longtime community members and newcomers with no other access to qualified attorneys. The pandemic made clear that there's a critical gap in services as residents struggled to obtain their basic benefits. Only about 6 attorneys in Hawaii specialize in immigration law are providing free services to indigent clients year-round, and TLC employs 2 of them. We have a consistent waiting list of clients with time-sensitive needs. Maui County recently shut down its immigration legal services, which has resulted in an increase of calls to our office from Maui. Hawaii Island is witnessing an increase in asylum seekers and migrant farm workers in need of immigration legal support. Over 100,000 Hawaii residents, including essential workers, do not yet have U.S. citizenship status. Many are eligible, but just don't know how to navigate the government applications and can't afford an attorney. Securing citizenship status enables them and their families to have greater protections and economic stability, as well as giving them the right to vote and be more civically engaged. With state GIA support, TLC would be able to put on Know Your Rights workshops and increase our online outreach efforts to educate thousands of community members. Funding would also enable us to provide legal representation for at least 65 clients, from green card and DACA renewals to family unification petitions and removal defense cases. Some of these cases are complex and can take over a year to resolve. TLC will also train interns and pro bono attorneys so that we can help build collective expertise in this specialized area of law in Hawaii. We appreciate the committee's time and consideration. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. The Lighthouse Project.
Here, and aloha mai kako on behalf of the nonprofit Lighthouse Project. My name is Ka'ala Souza, and I'm going to be testifying for the dream and the proposal that is the Hawaii Digital Equity Project with you all today. This Hawaii Digital Equity Project seeks to provide computer training, support, and devices to over 400 people, residents in Maui County, who are in some of the hardest to reach geographic locations and demographic populations. So when we use the term digital equity, we're talking about 3 things. Digital equity means 1, everyone has affordable, reliable internet connectivity. Excuse me. 2, everyone has computers, digital devices. And 3, everyone has the skills to use those devices for work, community, family engagement, and even recreation and play. So the dream is big, and it's going to take us all working together for some time to make this happen. At one point in the late 1800s, Hawaii had one of the highest literacy rates of any nation in the world, with over 91% of the population able to read. And to put that into perspective, the USA in 1870 had an approximate literacy rate of 78%. The worldwide literacy rate was 19%. So the vision for this Hawaii Digital Equity Project is to contribute to Hawaii's efforts to become one of the most digitally literate and ready states in our country. Long term, we want to match and exceed that 91% reading literacy with digital literacy. So right now, about 30% of the workforce, I'm not talking about the general population, but just the workforce is going to struggle or even fail at basic computer tasks. That means that people are going to be astounded when they see that there is a scroll wheel in the middle of their mouse. One of the big challenges is that people who need digital literacy are the hardest to reach. I've been working with different pilot projects through the Workforce Development Council, DLIR since last April, with the state libraries, UH Community College Systems, Broadband Hui. Representative Case has included this project in his community funding. But this project is different, and it differentiates itself by proactively reaching out to and supporting people in hard-to-reach geographic locations. So specifically in Maui County, it's going to be the islands of Molokai, Lanai, and the eastern districts of the island of Maui. So we've already provided over 100 people training there and over 80 computers. Our goal is 400 computers, 400 people in that county. Thank you very, very much. The dream is big, but it's a digital literate and ready population here in the state that can take advantage of all the opportunities. So thank you very much. Mahalo nui loa for the Lighthouse Project. Aloha.
Okay, thank you. The Mediation Center of the Pacific, Inc.
So good afternoon, chairs and committee members. My name is Tracy Wilkin. I'm the Executive Director of the Mediation Center of the Pacific, a 501c3 that's been serving Oahu's communities since 1979. We're requesting your support of the Mediation Center of the Pacific. We call them MCP. 2022 grant and aid requests of $250,000 to support the growing need on Oahu for domestic, family, and landlord-tenant mediations. Because MCP services are the only dispute resolution option for people in the low-income population, requests for services have increased exponentially over the last 2 years. Last year in 2021, MCP opened 4,053 cases, which was an increase of 2,259 cases from the prior year. We conducted 1,642 mediations, which was an increase of 961 cases from the prior year, primarily in the landlord-tenant, in the domestic and family arena. Another example of the value of MCP services is the newly created eviction mediation program under Act 57. Over the past 7 months, we have mediated over 830 cases, meaning with 87% reaching agreements, meaning that more than 1,600 landlords and tenants have not had to go to court. Due to the hardships created by the pandemic, the large number of cases filed in court, and the fact that mediation is a preferred process, we anticipate our numbers continuing to rise. The GIA funds are needed to help MCP meet this high demand over the next year. So we're requesting $250,000 to support these services. We appreciate your time, and I'm grateful for you considering this request. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. The National Federation of the Blind of Hawaii. Okay, Rehabilitation Hospital of the Pacific.
Good afternoon, chairs and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity and consideration of our request. I'm Laurie Suan, the Chief Development Officer of the Rehabilitation Hospital of the Pacific. For over 70 years, rehab has been dedicated to rebuilding lives, providing excellent care for those with physical and cognitive disabilities. We are recognized as a community leader in advanced rehabilitation treatment, being the only facility in the state to offer access to a full continuum of care, from inpatient acute rehabilitation therapy to outpatient therapy to wellness programs benefiting adolescents to kupuna. Without rehab, residents would need to travel over 2,500 miles to the mainland for services. Receiving care right here at home offers the opportunity for our patients and families to keep strong connections with their family, caregivers, and community network for their optimal potential. Over the last decade, rehab has strengthened our hospital infrastructure and renovated parts of our aging facility, focusing on the most critical patient care areas to ensure not only the health, safety, and comfort of our patients, staff, and visitors, but also remedy much needed clinical infrastructure resources. Our need, rehab's current electronic health record and revenue cycle system is outdated and burdened with inefficiencies. It currently requires reliance on manual processes and partial hard copy of medical records. This is a one-time request to the state for $1 million in grant and aid funds that would serve as a catalyst for this project. We project the cost to be over $5 million, but no additional funding will be sought from the state toward this system. Rehab will complete funding for this project with hospital funds, as well as soliciting donations from private and philanthropic partners over the next 2 years. Our expected outcomes for this project will directly benefit patient care in the following ways. We anticipate it will enhance continuity of care across providers. Patients will get to rehab more quickly and efficiently to begin their recovery sooner. We'll be able to offer a patient portal. Patients will have direct access to health information and communicate with providers at their convenience. Enhance patient safety. These new systems offer improved medication safety, ensuring medications are not duplicated or negatively interacting with other medications, and offers different decision-making support tools and warnings and alerts that make patient care safer. And of course, telehealth. Remote telehealth options have especially been useful during COVID, but will remain essential in the future to serve patients who cannot get appointments due to medical, transportation, or other issues. Again, we appreciate your consideration for our request.
Thank you. The United Korean Association of Hawaii.
Aloha, Representative Nishimoto, Chair Luke, and Chair De La Cruz, and members of the respective committee. My name is David Seo, and I serve as a volunteer officer of the United Korean Association of Hawaii. The United Korean Association of Hawaii is a main Korean community and cultural organization that exists to serve the needs of the ethnic minority members and to contribute to the colorful and diverse cultural richness in Hawaii. Over 40 years, we have been providing language support services, virtual classes, and senior programs. During the COVID crisis, our focus shifted to procuring and distributing personal protective equipment, fresh groceries for Kupuna by way of monthly food distributions and deliveries, and holding several pop-up vaccination clinics for the underserved population. And recently, our association conducted fundraising events to raise over $28,000 to support the recovery efforts in Tonga. With the COVID-related restrictions being lifted, we are hoping to return to and expand the core of our outreach classes, community programs, and cultural preservation activities. This grant request is for capital improvement to repurpose portions of the former community library building at the Makiki District Park to establish a new community center there to carry out our missions and accommodate senior and youth activities, literacy and cultural programs, and community events and gatherings. Over 2 years ago, we made a request to the City and County of Honolulu that owns the building to allow our association to manage and facilitate the community-wide use of the building. We've been working closely with the city's administration, including the mayor and the Department of Parks and Recreation, about the Makiki Community Center. I understand the city is right now going through legal and financial review, and we are hoping to secure the use of the building before the beginning of the next Makiki Lower Punchbowl and Tantalus Neighborhood Board has voted last week to support this grant request and application. And we look forward to further briefing and answering any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Trinity Episcopal Church by the Sea.
Thank you, committee members and chairs. My name is Scott Ziff. I'm the junior warden of Trinity by the Sea Episcopal Church. Trinity by the Sea Episcopal Church is located in on a Hawaii state-owned parcel leased to Trinity for 65 years. Trinity is a loving and all-inclusive church that serves many public and community needs. We humbly request the approval of the GIA application for the following reason. Due to the massive storms that continue to affect North Kihei, where Trinity is located, we are losing precious Hawaiian burial grounds and the remains of the historic Hawaiian church. The church was built in the mid-1800s by David Malu, one of the first native Hawaiian people to be ordained as a Christian minister. The church was erected next to an ancient Hawaiian burial ground and cemetery dating back to 1832. The walls and roof of this historical church were burned to the ground during the overthrow of the monarchy in 1893, but the beautiful lava rock wall foundation remains standing. This property was unused from 1920s until 1973, when Trinity leased the land from the state of Hawaii and restored its heritage. We now hold outdoor worship service every Sunday within these beautiful historic Hawaiian ruins. The funds will be used for three purposes. One, build a retaining wall to divert the floodwater back into the county-owned Gulbert located behind the property. Two, remove the giant 50 to 60 foot kiawe trees that grew in the soft sandy soil around these ruins and now tower over them. These trees come crashing down in high winds, smashing the beloved ruins in the cemetery to pieces. And three, to connect the R1 reclaimed water main on Kalaniakoi Street and irrigate the soil, which would be replanted with safe foliage that will never endanger the property. Being a small church congregation is a disadvantage of the church budget cannot afford from its members tithing alone to maintain the grounds and protect these important historic Hawaiian ruins and burial grounds. Mahalo nui loa for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Uhane Pohaku na Moku o Hawaii. Okay, and that closes out this set of 20. And Co-Chair Agran will take over for the next set. Chair Agran, I think you're on mute. Okay.
I can take it.
No, moving on. Okay, to the next set of 20. Ulu Ai Learning Center.
Aloha nui kako. I'm Mikiala Lidstone, the Executive Director at the Uluwai Learning Center. Casey Souza, who works as a full-time nurse, has enrolled her third grade daughter in the on-campus after-school program at her daughter's elementary school since her daughter was in kindergarten. At the start of this academic school year, her daughter learned on her very first day of school that there was no room in the after-school program for her anymore due to a staff shortage. She had nowhere to go. Casey is not alone in this story. Hundreds of parents experienced the same thing at the start of this school year. No space in on-campus after-school programs due to staffing shortages. We opened up space in our program for Casey's daughter and 43 other students from schools in Kapolei, Ewa, and Nanakuli. And since the start of this school year, we've served 183 children during the out-of-school time, which includes before school, after school, and the fall, winter, and spring intercessions. We're a small growing organization addressing a large need, limited out-of-school options for children and youth in Kapolei and Ewa. With over 17,000 students attending public schools in the Kapolei Campbell complex, which is the largest DOE complex in the state, out-of-school programs for children are few. This GIA request will increase access to culturally grounded out-of-school learning opportunities for students ages 5 to 14. At the Uluwai Learning Center, our programs include free after-school transportation to our learning center and to stewardship sites. It includes homework help, tutoring, and enrichment activities that are culturally grounded and place-based, growing the knowledge and love and pride in our youth for the place they live. We also venture beyond the four walls of a classroom, taking our students to cultural and historic sites for stewardship experiences that include tending to gardens, caring for green spaces, and removing debris and invasive plants. We grow the hearts and minds of students during the out-of-school time in a growing community with a high percentage of working families. By increasing access to safe, affordable, and nurturing out-of-school learning opportunities, we grow the health and well-being of our youth and of our community, and we make it possible for parents to return and stay in the workforce. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on. Volcano Art Center. Volunteer Legal Services Hawaii.
Aloha, my name is Rachel Figueroa, and I'm Executive Director of Volunteer Legal Services Hawaii. Volunteer Legal provides civil legal services to Hawaii's low and moderate income residents statewide. Volunteer Legal's grant request is $250,000 that may continue our work and expand services statewide. In 2021, Volunteer Legal conducted close to 3,000 intakes and provided legal services ranging from advice and consult meetings to full representation at court. All this with only a staff of 7. We also held almost 200 virtual legal clinics statewide for individuals. Volunteer Legal does not receive any federal funds, but continues to pursue private donations for foundations, firms, and/or individuals from the state of Hawaii. We're grateful to receive funds from ILEF and IOLTA. However, the above mentioned combined is not enough to sustain and expand our services to rural and neighbor island communities. Thank you to the Committee on Ways and Means and Committee on Finance's time and consideration of our application.
Thank you. Wahiawa Center for Community Health.
Aloha. I am Dr. Cindy Indrazal, representing the Wahiawa Center for Community Health, also known as Wahiawa Health. First, we want to mahalo our late Senator Danny Noi for his vision of our health center. In August of 2016, Wahiawa Health achieved designation as the newest federally qualified health center in Hawaii, serving Central Oahu and North Shore. Wahiawa Health is an FQHC lookalike. This means while we must meet all HRSA healthcare requirements, we are not afforded the same federal financial support as all other FQHCs in the state. By December 2021, our COVID-19 positivity rate was 37%. As of January this year, our vaccination rates are hovering around 35 to 45%. The COVID pandemic created fear and isolation in all of our residents, and we want to build back those relationships with families and their keiki. We are asking for support to increase our capacity for services and partner with all schools in the Wahiawa Mililani Wailua complex. That's roughly 14,000 keiki. With this grant, our objectives are to increase access to COVID-19 prevention and mitigation measures, including vaccinations, screenings, and testing in the school. We would also like to address the health inequities by implementing health screening and referral processes for all keiki, addressing any medical, behavior health, and/or any wraparound services needed, such as addressing food and housing insecurity. Wahiawa Health is essentially an unfunded federal program. While we continue to write grants and look for support, we are the only source of comprehensive medical, behavior health, and enabling services in Central Oahu and North Shore. Frankly, as much as we ramped up to the needs during the pandemic, we have maxed out our resources, provider panels, and ability to hire more staffing. We believe our proposed COVID-19 prevention mitigation program, coupled with our healthcare screening for all keiki in the school, will reconnect us with our community and ultimately providing access to comprehensive healthcare. Mahalo for your time and support. Aloha.
Thank you. Y.org Inc.
Aloha, chairs, vice chairs, and committee members. My name is Stuart Coleman, and I'm the executive director of VI, Wastewater Alternatives and Innovations. We are a nonprofit that's dedicated to reducing sewage pollution from cesspools across the state. As you all know, we worked with you all to pass a number of laws, Act 120, Act 125, to ban all cesspools across the state by 2050. And then Act 132 to create cesspool conversion working group on which I serve. And we are the only local nonprofit that is focused on this issue and is looking for solutions. And we are in the middle of a historic and honestly once in a generation opportunity with the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure law to bring in federal funding, millions of dollars of federal funding to convert the these substandard systems that cesspools really are. We were the last state to ban them by decades. We have 88,000 across the state that discharge more than 53 million gallons a day of untreated sewage into our groundwater. That's larger than the massive sewage spill that we had in Waikiki in 2006, to give you an extent of how large it is. So we hope to use these funds to leverage more federal dollars to do workforce development and to create more jobs to help convert these cesspools across the state, to continue doing town hall meetings in priority areas, and to help Hawaii get rid of these cesspools and restore our waters to their pristine qualities. Mahalo for your time.
Okay, thank you. Waianae Community Redevelopment Corporation. Okay, Waianae District Comprehensive Health and Hospital Board Incorporated.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. Aloha, my name is Alicia Higa. I'm the Director of Health Promotion, providing testimony in support of the Waianae District Comprehensive Health and Hospital Board's GIA proposal for the building of a much-needed emergency food warehouse in partnership with the Hawaii Food Bank on our planned Community Food Systems campus. In 2019, a community needs assessment reported our Waianae community to be 38% food insecure, a number that has drastically gone up since the pandemic. These community members are operating in emergency mode on the daily, and many will not have the recommended 14-day food and water supplies asked of our residents to be prepared for the next natural disaster. In response, our health center's programming has put a heavy focus on strengthening our community's food security and local food production through our food justice farmers markets, keiki and kupuna pantries, and produce prescription programs, ensuring good food is accessible and really proving the concept of food is medicine by connecting it to positive health outcomes. We have also partnered with the Hawaii Food Service Alliance to pilot the state's first pre-covery pod, which holds over 140,000 freeze-dried meals on our campus in preparation for the next natural disaster, but we know that that is not enough. Along with our partners at the Hawaii Food Bank, foundations and funders, we've distributed over 5 million pounds of food in response to the pandemic and continue to serve our 600 kumpuna and 1,200 keiki each week. We have quickly outgrown the current 3,500 square foot food warehouse space we've leased at the Waianae Mall. Without a larger emergency food storage facility on our coast, we will not be able to support our community at the capacity needed when the next natural disaster hits and we are closed off from the rest of Oahu. We are humbly requesting $900,000 of support towards this $4.5 million project to build a leeward food bank warehouse on our health center's main campus in Waianae, one of the most isolated sections of the island of Oahu. Not only will this help provide support to some of our most vulnerable, this project will bring much needed job opportunities to our community. Mahalo nui for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you. Waianae Economic Development Council. Wai'ehu Chinese Cemetery Association. Waikiki Community Center. Waimanalo Health Center. Wai'ohuli Hawaiian Homestead Association. Weed and Seed Hawaii, Inc.
Hello, my kako. My name is Hercules Hui. I'm a 29-year resident of the Pupuole area, right next to Pupuole Park. Weed and Seed came into our neighborhood 20-something years ago, and they did a great job of getting rid of all of our weeding. They weed out a lot of drug dealers, meth house, all of that went. And over the years, it has faded out and just went away. So now, as a nonprofit organization on their own, they're struggling. And I know they're really needed in the neighborhood. They run after-school programs, read and play with the kids. Officers go into the schools and read and get all the kids wrapped up. It's been around, and it's really shame that it goes away, because then all of drug dealers come back in the neighborhood. We had a gambling house right across the street, which the federals came in and closed that down a couple weeks ago, and it's just well needed. They only asked for $350,000, I think, and that just it doesn't cover everything. But they have a large gamut of programs that they run in the Waipahu area for keikis and adults. And we do a lot of outreach to our seniors as well. So there's a program on every part of the ohana. So here in Waipahu, I think it's very well needed to continue to stop the crime from coming back into our neighborhood. So I really support the work they do, and I just hope that you guys can continue supporting them as well. So mahalo nui loa for your time. God bless. Aloha.
Okay, thank you. Women in Need. Young Men's Christian Association of Honolulu.
Good afternoon. My name is Jen Townsend from the YMCA. I oversee preschool programs for the Y across Oahu. A little over 2 years ago, we began working with a family, a single great-grandmother who adopted 3 of her great-grandchildren. She was in no position to take the children on, but she did because they were family. The child in our program faces challenges, including developmental delays and behavioral issues, among many others, due to no fault of her own. Through our preschool program, we have not only been able to work with the child and see significant improvements, but we have also been able to work with grandma too and have connected her with much needed services. I truly believe because of the early intervention, we have put this child on a better path. This story is just one story of why preschool is critical. The demand for childcare is double the number of seats available in Hawaii. In my particular community, Waipahu, we have been designated as a low-income community opportunity zone. And furthermore, we are located in Honolulu County, which is designated as a child care desert. We have high concentrations of immigrant populations, Alice families, and Native Hawaiian families. Our GIA request for $1.6 million will help us with phase 1 renovations of 2 buildings at the iconic Waipahu Sugar Mill, built in 1898. These resources would increase our capacity from 2 classrooms to 5 classrooms and more than double the number of children we can serve, from 47 children to 107. This expansion would allow 60 more families to have access to high quality professional care that supports parents and caregivers' ability to work and support their families. Our program helps these children with academic, social, and emotional learning that will prepare them for kindergarten and beyond. This state GIA request will make a significant difference in my community, but we cannot do it alone. We need your help. We thank you in advance for your consideration. Mahalo.
Thank you. Young of Heart Workshop, Pu'uhonua Society. Young Women's Christian Association of Oahu.
Aloha, and thank you for your time today. I'm Terry Funakoshi, COO of YWCA Oahu. We are requesting $850,000 capital improvement funding to preserve YWCA Oahu's headquarters, YWCA Laniakea, recognized as a historic building at 1040 Richard Street in the downtown Honolulu. The goal is to improve the safety and function of mission-critical spaces by addressing waterproofing systems. Over the years, YWCA Laniakea has experienced water intrusion due to outdated or failing waterproofing and drainage systems, causing buildings and property damage, increased liability, income loss, and disruption to mission-critical services. YWCA Laniakea serves as a community gathering place for women, girls, and their families, providing resources to over 20,000 individuals annually. The funding will be used to investigate existing drainage and surface plumbing systems, repair and improve building systems to control water intrusion, and repair and improve waterproofing systems to preserve structural integrity of the building. We need the GIA help, so we are committed to the structural preservation and historic restoration of Laniakea and have invested over $800,000 to the basement and crawl space project permitted this summer 2022. These areas have been compromised by flooding. The requested GIA funds, along with our $200,000 we already raised and secured, will help us maintain the safety and function of mission-critical spaces. These spaces are the basement, home to our Dress for Success Honolulu Career Center, providing job readiness, life skills, mentoring, and coaching to socially and economically disadvantaged women. The pool, which helps physical therapy and swim classes. Our courtyard, home to special events, one of few outdoor open spaces downtown for community events that is sought after for our historic agricultural splendor. Over 20,000 people use the facility a year. All these spaces create value and revenue for our nonprofit. With this GIA funding, we'll be able to address the waterproofing needs and improve the safety and functionality of mission-critical spaces. Mahalo for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. And that is the last GIA on the list.
Can we take a short recess?
Okay, recess subject to the call of the chair. Hearing back to order. There are a few organizations that are in the waiting room that we are going to let into the hearing right now to testify. Only the organizations that are identified by their organization name will be let in. So we're going to let them in now. Okay, if you've been let in, if you can introduce yourself and the waiting room that we are going to let into the hearing right now to testify are identified. Okay, so I see some people that have come in from the waiting room. I will just start by calling out your organization. You have 2 minutes to testify. Hawaii Island Humane Society. Please begin.
Hi, I'm Scott Dodd.
To the hearing right now to testify. Are identified. Okay, so I see some people that have come in from the waiting room. I will just start by calling out. Okay, if you have your YouTube running in the background, if you could turn it down, please.
Hi, I'm Scott Dodd. Hi, I'm Scott Dodd. I am with the Hawaii Island Humane Society on the Big Island. We're a private nonprofit organization that serves the entire island with 2 animal shelters in Keau and Kona. Our life-saving programs and community outreach services include adoption, foster, transport to the mainland for animals, and low-cost spay-neuter, pet owner support, and more. We are in our phase 3 of our Animal Community Center, which is a state-of-the-art animal hospital and currently in construction. We're completely funded by private donors. However, we need to have this animal hospital to provide the community benefit of low-cost veterinary care and spay-neuter services. We currently have 1 full-time veterinarian and 2 contract vets. While our veterinarians currently spay and neuter an average of 2,000 pets per year, we experience a continual demand for our services and maintain an ongoing wait list. With an increase in vet capacity, we will be able to greatly expand our low-cost spay and neuter clinics to the community. This proposal is seeking funds for veterinary staff, including 2 veterinarians, 4 animal care technicians, as well as 2 program coordinators to expand HIS life-saving programs. The challenges of pet overpopulation on the island of Hawaii are huge. If approved, the funding will serve as a foundation on which HIHS can build sustainable streams of revenue to support the continuation of these positions once the funds have been fully utilized. With your support, HIHS can continue addressing gaps in animal welfare in our community and make a positive impact on the lives and people of the Big Island. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Lanai Kinoole Inc.
Good afternoon, Chair, and thank you very much for allowing me to testify. I am honored to be here. Thank you for hearing my testimony on behalf of Lanai Kinoole Incorporated, a 501c3, and for your consideration for our submitted GIA and CIP. My name is Valerie Janikowski, and I'm the program administrator and full-time nurse. As a nonprofit, our mission is, as family and friends, to be committed to advocating for care service delivery to our community with a focus on individual preferences while preserving dignity, promoting quality, and honoring our seniors for kapuna. First, I'd ask, as I speak, I'd ask that you please think of where your frail, perhaps ill, or aged family members are while you've been at work all day in this long haul, listening to all this testimony while we are together. If you're on a larger island, you may have the fortune of an established long-term care solution or a day support, a daycare, in-home family friend or caregiver, daycare or day health, care home or numerous private duty. On Lanai, we have a crisis. Over 30% of our small population is over the age of 60 without such diverse options. Lanai Kino'ole is requesting funding to continue the valuable work we provide that is life and limb saving services, and that is not being dramatic. As the only licensed home health agency for the island, with the client's permission, I can share with you that we have been providing services for one gentleman for over a year with complex wound management, and he has probably survived as a result. The funding, if awarded, may also support allowing us to train and hire more staff so that we can enroll more clients and potentially implement more programs for our community. We are working with partners to increase our home team services, supporting workforce development, and working on expansion of services for adult daycare or day health on Lanai. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Waianae Community Redevelopment Corporation. Go ahead.
Aloha kako. My name is Kukui Mauna Kea Fourth. I'm Executive Director at Ma Organic Farms. Mahalo for having us today and allowing us to speak this afternoon. The overarching goal of our request is really to ensure that we can continue to do the good work of providing nourishing food for our community. We are in a unique position in which we have land and a successful program from which we can train young people into our food producers. The goal is twofold. The first is to increase our produce volume. And in 2023, that is critically important that we are able to put to work automated wash equipment. This equipment is expected to help us increase our throughput of healthy, organic, food safety certified and organically certified food to our community. And our projection is to grow 726,000 pounds in 2023. We know that we can do this, as in the past, we have been able to grow our produce 43% just last year alone. We also look forward to continuing to work with the young people in our program. Today, for example, we had over 60 people that are in their post-secondary college careers, as well as part-time working on the farm. And so we believe this to be a multiple impact investment with workforce training, creating the new generation of farmers for our community. Our hope is to also realize the community benefits that some of the speakers on our coast and working together with HGFA, Elipayo Services, and other community organizations to meet our food self-sufficiency goal. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Academy of Science.
Aloha, my name is Neil Atabara. I am an Emeritus Chair of the Hawaii Academy of Science. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify on behalf of the Hawaii STEM Coalition, which represents the 5 leading STEM enrichment programs for Hawaii's youth. Our common goal is to inspire Hawaii's youth to love STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. We want more Hawaii students to go into STEM fields to strengthen Hawaii's workforce. The U.S. Department of Commerce recently released a report that showed that STEM enrichment programs like ours lead to higher test scores and students more likely to pursue careers in STEM. The 5 STEM programs that are part of our collaborative application include the Science Olympiad, Science Bowl, FIRST Robotics, VEX Robotics, and Future Farmers of America. Each is run entirely by volunteers. When I myself was a student on the Big Island many years ago, I benefited from programs like these, and now my 2 sons are too. The volunteers run impressively organized programs, but they don't have time for fundraising. That's why we put this coalition together. These programs benefit a lot of people, 10,000 students and volunteers. Students are grades K-12 all Hawaii districts, including Title I schools. Our application will support operating expenses for the 5 programs which currently survive hand to mouth. The requested amount is $260,000. This is seed money that will strengthen infrastructure as we solidify plans for self-sufficiency. All are entirely run by volunteers, and so all funds go directly to the students. We all know that Hawaii's future is in our youth. Thank you very much for supporting our GIA application. Mahalo nui loa.
Okay, thank you. If there's anyone else wishing to testify, please turn on your camera so I can see that you're here. Okay, Boys and Girls Club Maui, go ahead.
Aloha chairs and committee members. I'm so sorry for the tech issues this morning. My name is Kelly Maluo Pearson, and I'm the CEO for the Boys and Girls Clubs of Maui. For the past 22 years, we have carried on our mission of inspiring all young people to become productive, responsible, and caring citizens. Much of our success is due to the collaborations we have with our county, our state, and community partners. The $195,000 we're requesting is to support the operations of a much-needed one-stop resource center for youth and families. Through community support, we have been able to make the necessary modifications to the facility located in Central Maui. We were able to open the doors of the standalone facility, and although activities have been very limited due to the pandemic, we had a couple successful community events the past months. We also hosted our 2022 Maui Youth of the Year event, and on the evening of April 1, another community partner will be hosting a Healthy Teens event that will feature dental and health screenings, lomi, stress management and posture exercises, nutritional counseling, and more. This is the main purpose for the One Stop Research Center. It's a central hub for our community youth and families to access vital services. It is our vision to have as many organizations as possible utilize the facility for events, for health and educational workshops, to share information, and to have that first introductory meeting with families in need. That first connection with families who need assistance is critical, and the One Stop Resource Center can be that safe and comfortable place to make this happen. We want our families to have easy access to, seek, and receive the support and help they need. This funding will help us with 1 year of operations, with my team working diligently to secure future funding. Whether a parent is seeking a funded educational program or counseling services for their child or teen, our community resource liaison will get that family connected to the appropriate resources and to get the support they need. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Synergistic Hawaii Agriculture Council, go ahead.
My name is Eric Kanoe, and I'm president this year for Synergistic Hawaii Agriculture Council. Thank you to Chair Luke, Chair De La Cruz, and the committee members for our opportunity to present today. SHACS consists of 4 statewide agricultural associations: Hawaii Papaya Industry Association, HPIA, Hawaii Floriculture and Nursery Association, HEFNA, the Hawaii Coffee Association, HCA, and the Hawaii MacNut Association, HMNA. These 4 organizations represent approximately 1,000 agribusinesses and 90% of their respective industries, production and sales. This application to provide funding for SHAC to partner with agricultural economists from UH-CTAR is to perform a statewide agricultural economic assessment. A comprehensive assessment would evaluate impacts of COVID on production, financial health of crops, current market projections, and general trends for the agricultural industries. This would provide an overall state of the industry that will help to facilitate decision-making for growers, researchers, and legislators. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. If there's any other GIAs wishing to testify, please turn on your camera so I can see that you're in here. Okay, going once, going twice. Okay, we have come to an end of today's hearing. Thank you to all the grant and aid organizations who testified today, and all the committee members for hanging in there. Chair Luke or Chair De La Cruz, you have anything to say?
So the House no, I just want to thank you and the members of the House and the committee for all of your hard work and diligence, and the many hours that you guys put in, not just in today's hearing, but reviewing all the applications. So we really appreciate what you're doing on behalf of the state. So mahalo.
Yeah, thank you both.
Okay, before we sign off, I just want to thank the staff for all their hard work on today's hearing. Holding it virtually was a lot more work for them, but I think it gave them an opportunity for more organizations to testify, particularly the organizations on the neighbor island. So mahalo to the staff for their support. Okay, if there's nothing else, we are adjourned. Thank you.